he was just like, right, I really do see where you're coming from. I understand your point, and you make good points, but this, and then but this got taken around with the belief bit, and it's
right.
good stuff, man. So 3 for 3.
Yeah, it once it gets said, it's like the paradigm itself is no more. It's only a belief. It's a story they carry around that it can't be explained by evidence. It's just something they think is true. I think in the sense that the war that we're waging is a war of it's a spiritual war. It has nothing to do with providing any kind of real world evidence. It has to do with everything of a belief system that has been imposed on them. They're victims of this belief system. And as such, I think we were going about it the wrong way at the beginning. It was like, swing your sword and decapitate all the heads you can as much as possible. See, we're doing that now, but it's not them who is in the line. It's the argument that we're decapitating.
Yeah.
It's the paradigm we're after this time. So we're bypassing the person and going straight to the heart of the argument. And, that's what we're doing now, I think. And that's what brings them out of it, because we kill their argument. They see that there is no life there. So they're just like, yeah, there's nothing I can say. I mean, you got a point. When they say that, I think that is the high, because you're just like, wow, it's just like the penny drop moment, right? They just finally realized that, and you actually help them see that. There's nothing. There's no greater feeling, man.
Listen to this as well, man. Right? It's everybody else. Right? Roger's doing this, and I was listening to Roger earlier, man, and he's come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of few weeks or so. Sonny, come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of weeks, all because of this. Loads of people, mate, all kind of understanding that within these 3 points, and just keep them to that. Let's find out what where it is. Come on, then, let's go. So everybody's doing it. I mean, I'll take my hats off to Roger, man. You're doing really well earlier. Really, really
Thanks.
Well. Truthful no. Yeah, thanks. No worries, buddy. You completely deserve it. So, yeah. I mean, hats off to Miggy as well. But ultimately, like I was saying to you the other day, mate, that is kind of the change within the server as well, because everybody's starting to get the hang of it.
We're making warriors out of all the people that joined the server now. It's now everybody seemed to be on the sidelines. Everybody seemed to be just letting you and Quantum Eraser take the reins. And I felt like it was a group effort. We all need to do this. Every single buddy, all hands on deck, right? Everybody comes in here. We're all the same people. We can do the same thing, and we can, flat smack. And I'm showing everybody the tools to do it are very simply this. They don't need to be complicated, knowing intricacies of, things that people use in, mechanics and all these other things. Like they have to know physics and all that. In the beginning, it feels like we had to meet them on their level, like in the beginning of the movement. And a lot of people felt like, well, I'm not an expert in that field, so I'm just going to sit back and listen. What I did was I opened up an avenue for the average Joe to feel like, hey, I can take down an intellect, just by bringing forth these 3 questions and asking them for evidence and not moving from the point until they actually say that it's just a belief. And in doing so, they could bring them out of that cognitive dissonance. So that was the heart of the aim that I wanted to do, was to hand over a method so that people can actually do this and not feel like they're not able, that they have to watch on the sidelines. I want this method to be implemented to, in every aspect of your conversation with somebody that, dear friends that you have, family members, like these 3 points are for them, so that you can have an easy conversation with them without it being combative. So you can talk to somebody in a way that you never could about Flat Earth, because you're not asking them about Flat Earth. You're talking to them about what they know of the globe and if it's a reality. And once their heart and mind is receptive, then you talk to them about Flat Earth. But you have to make them see that this is a belief. Otherwise, they will laugh at you if you just straight up talk to them about Flat Earth. So it is definitely psychological, and that's the warfare that I was trying to figure out the key to that. But this is it right here. It seems to be that because we present it this way, it's effective. It's simple. It's effective. It gets the job done. People, there's results now that we're seeing, unlike we've never seen before. And I think that is what's getting us excited, right? That right there. That is not me anymore. So
that's why I can't fucking sleep. So yeah.
Maybe I should have toned it down, man. That's I see. I gave you that, and that's like, oh hell no, man. I gotta wait for the next guy because I'm gonna get him out of it too. I mean, you're gonna have loads of people coming out of cognitive dissonance because of what you have told them, and so anybody can do this. And yeah, it's that was the heart of my aim. Like, I wanted to make sure that I can put a method into people's hands that they don't have to be experts or feel like only the Bob Nodells can actually talk to these guys or the quantum erasers, but you can too. And you can do it just as effective as anyone else. So that's for me, that's all I wanted. I wanted for the people to take back true knowledge. So,
to me, in my mind, when I think of kind of like time mapping it, say about 4 or 5 weeks ago, whatever, 2 months ago, when this all started to form, and I knew it had been formulating in your mind for a while, and this, that, and the other, but me and you had kind of come to a conclusion. Yeah, it's these 3 things, but because you sat down and you thought about it, you took it to the next level. Where how do we then use this? These 3 physical claims of what the Earth is doing. Oh, well, just give us the evidence, and then if you can't, it's just a belief. And that was it, right? Yeah. it is that simple. But ultimately, without that little bit of a roadmap, mate, I'd still be taking people's heads off.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's effective. I'm not saying that's not effective. That is effective. I mean, you could decapitate them all, but the problem is they weren't unclenching from their belief. They were just being decapitated and their heads were rolling. But it wasn't the argument, so much because they had an explanation for that. So they went away still thinking that their explanation covered yours. So they weren't unclenching from, even though you did show them that they didn't have anything to rebuttal, they were still trying to figure out because of the explanations of the globe. Now that they know it's a belief, they don't want to be on that side where they can't provide any evidence any longer. They want to let go and see what else is out there. Yeah, it just opens up the conversation. So that's what I would say is, if anybody is listening to me and Jedi talk about this and you want to know about the 3 points, just stick around and we'll talk to you about what it's about. And maybe you'll hear us go through it with the new people that come in here. I think what's awesome about it, Jedi, is that when people do join and we actually are talking about it like the way we are right now, it doesn't even matter. Because we could jump right in and say, okay, so this new person that was in here listening to us talk about it, we're going to take them to the 3 points. And some people might say, well, weren't you just talking about it? Don't they know what you're going to say next? But the thing is, when you actually walk through the 3 points with somebody, like at the very beginning, it's almost like their critical thinking begins. That's where it begins. So I've noticed that, like when we have a lot of people in here, and we're discussing the 3 points about like the way we're doing now, and other people join, and then we open up their mics. It just seems like what we were saying they couldn't understand until they actually go experience it. That.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand that for sure.
So what we need is more ballers, so that you can put another pot of coffee on and then stay awake.
What time is it for you? What time is it for you at the moment, mate? I mean, I get the impression you're awake at 5 o'clock and you made yourself some coffee and you sat down in front of your computer, yeah?
Yeah, it's 6:18 right now for me, so in the morning.
Yeah, I thought you'd been up straight on the PC, see what's going on.
Yeah, I have to get up for my job, but had a day off.
Yeah, I knew you had today off as well. I know you're off today, mate.
Yeah, and you know what time it is, man? Because I'm off.
Absolutely. There's nothing I like better than flat smacking with Miggy. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's a revolution, man. It's a seed we planted long ago that we started about you and I taking them down, man. And so,
and that's almost been 2 years, mate. That's almost been 2 years.
Time does fly, dude. It feels like, yeah, it hasn't been that long. I was also thinking about, because I had kind of aspirations to start doing a live show once again, but it just, the timing and like my workload and all that, it didn't fall through. I feel like if I had more time, if there was more things I could do outside, because my job is it's really physical, it's strenuous on the body. So I leave off of work and I don't have energy, like the energy there is not there. So I know that's not an excuse, but it's just, man, I want to devote my time to this,
You're proper envious of Quantum Rays as well now that he's retired, right?
Oh my gosh. I tell him all the time, I was like, you're a lucky dog, man. You get the enjoy, because see, that's the thing. A lot of people, when they think about retirement, they think of like, oh, I'm going to travel, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I only have one goal in mind. You know what that is. Like, that's
for sure.
The only thing I want. That's retirement for me. Like, looking forward to the day that, I'm just going to be introducing people to the knowledge that they don't know what the globe is, and doing it constantly. I want to be like a non-stop force that, yeah, that's what I want,
Yeah, I know, buddy. I know.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I got to play the lottery a couple more times, and maybe one day I'll hit the big one. So I could just...
One day, buddy. One day.
Yeah.
I think the guy Stellium in the room at the moment was the guy that I was speaking to last as well. Quick heads up on that. If he turns off his microphone. Stellium's quite a good lad.
Yeah, man. I've known Stellium for a bit now.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah.
Can someone add my other Discord ID?
What other Discord ID?
Well, I have like 2 IDs running, one at the first floor and the other at the second floor, because sometimes I have to go and take care of my senior citizen parents. So I just want to, be able to listen and pipe in and chat. I have to. I found that if I have 2 IDs running on this on different computers, something weird happens.
What's your other ID that you have, Rio?
Well, that other ID was a member of the Flat Earth Discord 1.0 when it was still 2 years ago. So, and then when last I checked, it was gone. So I said, what happened to these guys? When I checked this ID, you guys were still running, just on 2.0. I got that invite from Helio, actually, that they have this is the new Flat Earth channel.
Yeah. No, they got taken down, Rio. Their Discord is no longer. What happened? I don't know if you kept up with what's happening. The guy that was in that 1.0 took over the Discord and changed it to something else. It was like a gaming channel after he took it over. Mm-hmm. So this particular Discord was created. He thought by taking that Discord, he was going to take the 24/7 Flat Earth community with him, but he tried to usurp his authority, and we said, hell no. You are not the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We are. And we are not going to stand for this. If you're going to want this, Discord, you can have it.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
I don't know. So I just said, what happened? Did they get censored or something?
No. Anyway. Well, see, that's the thing, though, right? Because it comes full circle. Yeah, we left that server. The ones who understood that we built this based upon us sharing the information about flat Earth and making it a community about people who band together, kind of like a family do. So when we did that, we all left kind of like, let him have that server, and whoever wanted to stay there could stay there. But we were going to continue forward with a creation of a wonderful community like the one we've just built, with 2.0. And like I said, it came full circle because most recently, since people went, they were posting whatever they wanted in that Discord. I guess somebody told the officials of Discord about what they were doing there, and they got taken down. So that server that had about 15,000 members or something like that, they got deleted completely.
What's the name? What's the name of the guy who?
I'm gonna send you a message of that ID that needs to be invited. Okay. So I don't need the voice.
That was probably a bit more information than you asked for, but needless to say that I just wanted to give you a little background of what was going on.
Okay. So I'm gonna run down to the first floor where my dad is. The reason why I have that running also is so that they can listen to the conversation here. And half the time my dad will say, "Turn it off, it's noise." But eventually he stopped and he started listening. So I think that would be good too. Okay, I'll be back.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah.
Hey guys, I heard you mention. I admire your drive. It's awesome to see you guys in here day after day, fighting a good fight.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stop until Yeshua calls me home. So.
Who was the guy who started the other server that you were talking about, the first 1.0?
I think it was ODD, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
It was ODD, yeah, and then it changed. It kind of changed hands again because that was the old school shit. And ODD really wasn't involved all that long now. Maybe like 6 months or something. It wasn't very long.
Because I encountered a guy calling himself Billiam Wallace in another server. He claimed to have started it, or maybe he was one of the founding members. And he was really bad-mouthing, the core people on this server. And I was, trying to understand what the schism was, but this guy was immediately insulting people and using foul language and posting rude memes, and I'm just like, maybe you're the reason they started a new server.
we have taken this server to new heights in the sense that we bring professionalism to the topic. We don't go to these mud slinging contests any longer. We are precise in our arguments. We know what we're saying. We're not going to unclench from these topics, and people come in here and say, "Well, what about this?" And they gish gallop, and what about that? And what about this? And we're like, no. We're going to stay on one topic, and we're going to explore what you know. Because if you want to go to different topics, that's showing that you're not paying attention to the answer. So we are, in a sense, more put together here than we ever were. And I think people are noticing that. They're drawn to it because they can actually now sink their teeth into the discussions. It doesn't have to be so much that we know that these ad homs are going to come up and you're stupid. No, you're stupid. And me and Jedi have been in this conversation for a while, and it can get there sometimes because of the fact that the people who we deal with. But I like to refer to them now as hamsters. These people who say things like, we can't know anything for sure, or how can you know what reality is anyway, and things like this. It seems so ridiculous to entertain such notions. Things like there was a conversation that Jedi was having with this guy named Paid NASA Shill, and Jedi asked him a question. I don't know if you were there or not, Stellium, but he said, "I want you to show me direct measurement of Earth curvature." That was a question posed to Paid NASA Shill. And Paid NASA Shill's response was, what is direct measurement? But what does it mean? What do you mean by direct measurement? And at that point, the hamster level that I felt was reaching was epic levels of, this cognitive dissonance was kicking in, and he was using these debate tactics to actually obfuscate from the point that he didn't want to answer the question. So when they get to that level here in this server, we don't put up with it. It's like, if you're going to actually start asking people what to define about the direct measurement of Earth curvature, then you're not ready for the discussion. You can go have a seat and listen to what we're saying, but guess what? Because you're actually saying it the way you are, and he was very adamant about it. He was just like, no, I need to know that. What do you mean by direct measurement of Earth curvature? It's simply understood as what it says. I mean, we're speaking English here. We're not, there's nothing there that's kind of like a gotcha. It's very direct and to the point. And so since he didn't want to answer that, I was like, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to answer honestly the question of what Jedi is asking you. What is the direct measurement of Earth curvature? And then I said, I'm counting 10, 9, 8. And then he was like, I could hear him in the back. I'm listening at the same time I'm counting down. But I'm giving him an opportunity to come forward and be honest in the conversation. And since he does not want to do that, I escort him out the door. Out you go. We don't need to speak to people who are going to be in here spinning our wheels and not being honest in a conversation. You can go do that in another Discord. You are not going to do that here. So we want an honest conversation because inquiring minds want to know, right? These are the hot topics. These are the questions that burn people's minds, and we want to get to the bottom of them. If somebody knows, then explain your method. Lead us to the understanding of how you know you've got direct measurement of Earth curvature. And let us not obfuscate from the point. Let us come back to the point until you answer the question thoroughly and explicitly, and give everybody the method as to how it was achieved that the measurement of Earth curvature was obtained. So that was important.
The blue mark.
You cut out, Stellium.
The blue marble?
You said blue marble? It sounded like it's...
Yeah, I think so.
Did we lose Stellium?
I think so, yeah.
Freaking early, dude. Good morning.
What's up, Nathan?
Oh, the sky clock, the sky map. And then above that, there's the creator.
We're the 24/7, dude. We don't ever sleep.
Were you on Austin's channel last night talking about Enoch?
Yes, I was. We hold Enoch discussions every now and again. It's kind of like impromptu, Nathan. We don't actually plan for them. It's me, Redford Bear, and Witsit. We get together and we say, hey, do you want to do an Enoch discussion tonight? Yeah, sure. So it's really just impromptu, man. Like whenever the mood strikes us. That basically he does it on his channel. We're actually been kind of, it's been a series so far. So it is kind of like he plans it in a way, but not so much that we know what day it's going to be on.
Yeah, for sure. Right on.
Were you there in the live stream? Like, were you listening to what we were discussing?
Yeah, I heard part of it. I didn't hear the whole thing. I was hanging out with some Flat Earth homies last night.
Oh, we'd love for you to join us, man. Like, if you got time, I mean, if you're not busy or whatever, that'd be great.
I'm always free, dude.
All right. So, do you want Witsit to ping you, or?
Yeah, let me know.
Okay, we'll put you in the group as like a heads up. I usually preface. Yeah, go ahead.
I just woke up and my forearms are so ripped right now, guys. I'm gonna send you a picture, dude. This is ridiculous. I don't even lift weights in 10 years. I gotta send you this pic.
I saw your rocket stove.
Oh, the rocket stove was legit.
Dude, what did you get that information on how to make a stove like that? Like, that's interesting.
YouTube, bro. YouTube.
And is that like one of the survival channels? Like they're talking about how to make it and.
Oh, there's thousands of rocket stove videos, bro.
I've never even like that thought of making something like that never even crossed my mind to like for survival methods and just like how hot that thing can get and stuff. I mean, it's
like 800 degrees, bro. I've seen them get 800 degrees. It's insane. You can melt metal if you do it right with those things. They can get even hotter.
Dude, it's freaking ingenious, man. Like, but
dude, look at that. Nikki, look at that. Look at that forearm, bro. Look at that forearm, bro.
Yeah.
No gym in 10 years, guys. I just keep morphing out like a Power Ranger. It's morphing time.
Muscle memory.
No, I disagree. Muscles don't have brains, can't remember anything.
Oh, I agree. When I work out, I can get ripped in like a couple weeks. That's from all the training I used to do.
Guys, I can't seem to join the channel. It just says error.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Maybe I sent you a direct message with the ID that I wanted to add. I sent myself also an invite and it says invalid invite. So I don't know what.
Yeah, it almost sounds like an admin situation there. They're gonna have to bring you in. Or your other account, I should say.
Yeah.
Just kind of DM an admin. Any one of the ones that look like they're purple on the right-hand side of the Discord.
Mhm.
Some haters in the chat, dude.
Yeah, you're pretty ripped, brother. Like, yeah, I can say
Bro,
that.
no one's hating on you, dog. It looks good.
No, it's all good. Jason's like, go, ego, go. And I'm like, yo, 1/3 of Americans are obese.
I was only taking the piss, though.
Obese. Half of Americans have a major disease, some type of medical condition. Half.
Good job I'm not American, then, isn't it?
I didn't say you were American.
Hey, you were flat smacking that one guy in the store I seen. And
Dude, that NASA employee, that video has like 50,000 views right now.
Yeah, bro.
That video is awesome.
Yeah, what I was thinking, Nathan, I was like, I'm wondering if have you heard the 3 points that we've been using here on this Discord? Those
were my 3 points against Aaron Raw. I've done so many debates where those were my 3 points.
Well, Aaron Raw is a different kind of numpty. That guy there is.
Yeah. No, yeah, I've been using those 3 points forever, dude. Those are the best, in my opinion.
That's awesome.
Anything else is off topic. You know, they want to talk about the moon, the phases, the lunar eclipses, the sky, stars. It's all off topic from those 3 points.
Yeah, that NASA employee, was he kind of astonished that afterwards, like when he got off camera, did he say anything else?
No, I actually ran into him in another aisle, and he helped me find something I was looking for and stuff. He was super cool, dude.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. I wonder if he's seen that video yet. I don't think he knew. He doesn't know I was recording. So he's going to be like, what the hell? That guy was recording?
Oh, shit. Yeah.
That's too funny.
What do you got planned for today, man? You push some content out?
I haven't decided what I'm doing today yet. I got to walk Geo, and that's it. Only thing on the to-do list. Oh, you know what I do want to do? I'm going to make a sauna out of cellophane wrap. Or the food saver wrap.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a sauna out of one of those. It's going to be legit. I'm going to use a rocket stove to heat the rock. And I'm go in there with a little water bottle, spray the rocks, get a little sauna going in my backyard, dude. If it doesn't work, I'll just tear it down. But
good call. I've seen someone do that with cling film before.
Yeah. I got the idea from YouTube.
I built a greenhouse from cling film this summer. I made it a dome shape with PVC piping, and then I just used that saran wrap, you call it, and wrapped it all the way around it. It only lasts for the year, but it was cheap and it did the job.
Yep, that's saran wrap, man. It's like $2 a roll, and you can build anything. I saw a guy make a kayak with saran wrap.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's
freaking kayak.
At first I bought kind of expensive, wasn't called saran wrap, for wrapping pallets or something. But it's thicker, but it doesn't do the job as good. You're better off, and it's a lot more expensive. You're better off using more layers of saran wrap than this stuff. And saran wrap lets more light through as well.
Wait, Nathan, you said block Geo?
Walk Geo, yes, dog.
Oh.
I also want to do a video where I go around flat smacking people's Christmas ornaments, but I'm going to have an empty stapler and I'm going to put tape on the back of the flyer, right? So I'm going to stick the flyer on the inflatable Christmas ornament, and I'm going to look like I'm stapling it, but I'm not, and the Glovers are going to go crazy. They're like, you're ruining all these people's Christmas ornaments. That was one idea I had. Dude, there's a guy around the corner. He's got an inflatable Santa astronaut with like a reindeer in a spaceship.
Oh, that's just acting for it, that is.
I'm like, dude, how far away from the real meaning of Christmas can you get to where you have a fucking Santa astronaut?
On a rocket, huh? No less.
Yeah, no, he's being pulled by a spaceship. I think Rudolph's in a spaceship. Dude, it's hilarious.
Yeah, so many numpties, so little time, man.
Bro, I jumped on Bob the Science Guy's YouTube video yesterday. The first thing I heard him say was, if you showed these flat earthers a McDonald's arch, the M, they would say that the lines on the arches are flat.
Oh my God.
I'm like, yeah, dude. When I write an M in my journal, I just do a straight line across the page, and it just looks like an M. It's so funny because they're projecting. That's what they do. They see flat lines and say, no, it's a McDonald's arch.
I love it when Bob comes in here.
Bob is the worst.
Yeah,
he thinks he's smart, dude. He's so stupid.
Bro, this guy, I listen to him. He makes the worst points. I don't even know. I don't even think he's a doctor.
Then the next thing he said after, because I jumped in the chat real quick and I was in the Discord, it took me like 10 minutes to get verified, right? As soon as I'm in the Discord, he's saying, well, if you had a cloud deck and the cloud deck disappeared because of perspective, then it would be this far away. I said, excuse me, Bob, did you forget we live in a medium? Are you just going to do the math for perspective and ignore the atmosphere? And he's like, oh, you interrupted me. Back to Flurf freaking room you go, and then muted me and didn't let me talk the rest of the time. I'm like, okay, so... And then they claim that like we just overtalk them and don't let them talk.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hear that argument because he knows he's going to get destroyed.
What kind of Bob the Science Guy forgets we have air?
Bro, I got Gem Panda threatened to ban me yesterday for I don't know why. He just was right about to ban me.
Yeah, they become obsolete to us, Nathan. That's what we've been discussing as of late. We don't need them anymore. They need us. We can talk to the new people who aren't as heavily cognized as they are and, kind of have good discussions with those guys. But the staunch Glovers can kick rocks, man, for all I care.
Yeah, I got a new word for them. It's petulant. They're petulant Glovers, bro. Yeah. Silly, childish, petulant Gloveheads. I love that word.
Yeah, it's very apt. Yeah.
So talking about... for you. What? Sorry, buddy. Go on, carry on. I can bring my new word up later.
I just wanted to say I saw the QE video from yesterday about Panda and him saying everything is subjective. Every truth is subjective. I mean, they have to say this, right? Because science doesn't prove anything. So amazing.
Someone's hot micing. Sounds like you're eating chips.
Either that or wrapping Christmas presents.
I don't believe they're even a legit server. I think something's very suspicious over there, without a doubt.
Needless to say, most of them are out to lunch, Weimer.
Absolutely out to lunch, bro. These people. I'm telling you. I don't know what it is, but somebody's getting paid.
And you're right, Miggy. They're, we don't need them. They need us. I mean, if we all just put them to the side, there would be no McToons or Fight the Flat Earth, and they would not earn money from Super Chat. So if no Flat Earther goes there, then they're done, right?
That's right.
They need us.
They do. They try to fish the new flat earthers. That's their new tactic now. They'll start talking to the new flat earthers that come into the Discord. They'll send them DMs and say, "Hey, come on to my show," and all that.
And then they just pick the low hanging fruit.
Yeah, and they tear them apart because they don't know any of the arguments. And these flat earthers are in there thinking that they're going to be able to take these staunch globers down. And what they find out is that because of their sophistry, they bury them in all this like ridiculous arguments. So,
bro, they have a strategy, a very specific one too, where about 10 people will constantly jump in for the other guy who is just talking and bring up some point that isn't the point. It just goes on, and they gang attack you. It really is the worst.
Someone's in here with the name Bad Goyim, dude. That's the funniest name I've ever seen on Discord, dude.
He's a good lad,
I like stainless steel rat.
Yeah.
Quick shout out to Bad Goyim, actually. I've only spoken to him a couple of times, but seems like a really decent lad, so appreciate him and always jumping in and at least listening.
Jedi.
Yay, what are you doing, man? How you keeping?
I'm alright, mate. I'm alright. Keeping alright considering what's going on. But yeah, I'm okay, mate. Just working hard.
Awesome stuff.
Not much else to do at the moment.
Out, buddy. No,
Cheers,
not at all, mate.
Appreciate
not
it.
at all. Yeah, not a problem at all, mate. Try and give everybody a shout out as soon as I hear their name mentioned if I haven't spoken to for a time. And yeah, I've noticed you quite often in the Discord server, but you're pretty much always listening and so on, buddy. So just
do you know what? I've got some interesting stuff to run through with you guys, but I just haven't got the time at the moment. So hopefully I'll be able to catch you on here over the holidays and what have you, and yeah, have some interesting conversations with you all.
Yeah, no doubt, buddy. You know we'll be here, never anywhere else.
No, apart from Gem Pandas, no one bothers going there anymore, do they?
Only the acolytes, mate. Only the But yeah, it's good to hear from you, buddy. I'm glad you're keeping well.
Yeah, likewise. Good to hear from you all, and I'll speak to you all soon. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Bye bye.
We got Chad, just like a shout out to Chad for kind of identifying that Gem Panda's argument then when he came in here, because I was putting him through the 3 points the last time he was in here. And he came up with this idea that these French guys in the 1700s provided evidence that the Earth has measured curvature. But what Chad kind of looked into the article and looked into it and kind of pointed out that they weren't measuring the Earth's curvature. They were just measuring, it's like Eratosthenes was with the sun. They were looking at the stars instead of using the sun for what they would consider to be the distance between two known places. And
just tell you what it is, Miggy. They call it a zenith. So what they do is they look at a star in the sky and they identify it, as directly straight up using one of their instruments. Now, what's the instrument called? It's a sextant or a quadrant. So they use a sextant or a quadrant to measure this star in the sky to show that it's 90 degrees up. And then they go somewhere else where they measure to, and they measure what the angle of its zenith, the zenith of the same star, which will be less than 90 degrees, because it's in a different position, obviously. And then they say that's how far, that's 1 degree of the Earth's curvature. And then they measure the ground and they say, well, if that's 1 degree of the Earth's curvature, then the whole Earth is so big. Right. So they do it.
Yep. Because if I was going to test the Earth, I'd definitely look at the sky. That was like where I'd start,
Right. So I was putting him to the 3 points. And so the first question was, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth? He went straight to this example of these Frenchmen who were talking about what they did. And they were, I guess, on mountaintops, like measuring from mountain. It took over a span of 10 years, according to what the test was for them. But they were, what the article shows here, is they were trying to disprove Cassini's method, right, of it being an ellipsoid. So Cassini's ellipsoid, they were trying to say that it was not that. So one of them was elongated. I'll put the image in the text to kind of illustrate what he was trying to do. Let's just save that. All right. This right here. Cassini's ellipsoid. So I guess at the end of what it says here, the French Academy of Sciences had commissioned an expedition led by Jean-Baptiste Joseph Delambre and Pierre McCain, lasting from 1792 to 1799, which attempted to accurately measure the distance between a belfry in Dunkirk and Montesquieu Castle in Barcelona at longitude of Paris Pantheon. The meter was defined as 10 millionth of the shortest distance from the North Pole to the equator passing through Paris, assuming an Earth's flattening at 1 out of 334. So yeah, that's what they were trying to do. But he's saying that they were trying to establish the measurement of the Earth's curvature, and it doesn't say that, at all.
And yet he uses it.
Well, yeah, he was trying to prop this kind of example as the way it was measured, Earth's curvature was measured.
Yeah.
How does that work with the stars moving in the sky?
Well, just like Chad was mentioning, they're using kind of like the sextant. What was that called, Chad? Like an arc minute that you were saying, that as far as like when they measured using like a sextant.
They were measuring the different angle in the sky of the zenith of a star. So they'd find one star in the sky as a zenith at 90 degrees, then find another star saying that's the same star but in a different location, and then measure what the zenith of that star is, which would be less than 90 degrees. So if hopefully find one which is 1 degree apart.
So they're just hijacking. They're just hijacking perspective.
Not perspective, just the fact that when you're in a different part of the world, stars are in a different place.
Yeah, that's perspective.
Well, he was saying that was his argument coming in here, saying that that's how they measured the curvature of the Earth. That they didn't use any other method previous to the one that they were actually imploring. That they were actually coming up with the way to measure the Earth's curvature.
They would have assumed that the Earth was curved, and then assumed that that the stars in the sky move in a certain way, are fixed. And then
they're saying the stars drop because we're on a ball, but the stars drop because of perspective. So they're hijacking perspective.
Yeah, there's a ton of assumptions they were making actually to even have this kind of idea put forward. But they were still trying to disprove another idea that was already set before theirs. So it wasn't like they were coming up with brand new information to say that they were going to make a new model or the model of the measurement of Earth's curvature. They were already using a previous one. They were trying to disprove the previous one.
Yeah, but the reason for stars twinkling is turbulent atmosphere. So how are they going to say even when the stars are directly above our head, it's not being refracted? That whole argument is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, don't disagree. There's way too many things that people assume in that instance. So, not measurement of Earth's curvature. I was gonna let him get to the end of his point too. So.
Yeah, that would be a good answer if you were like, "Hey, how did someone not measure Earth curve?" And he's like, "Let me tell you about these. Let me tell you about these Frenchmen."
Perfect
right?
example. Yeah,
I have a perfect example of how someone didn't measure Earth curve.
Bro, they didn't do it. They didn't do it, and they even said that they didn't disprove it. I guess they went back to Newton's equation. Was that correct, Chad? Like these Frenchmen.
Sorry, I was just drinking my coffee. Well, no, the whole basis was they're basing it on Newton's idea that because the Earth is spinning, it's thicker, it's wider than it is tall. And they were just debating over that, which is just they already measured it, and so they claimed, and measured it to be taller than it is wide. But I mean, it's just a load of rubbish what they were doing. And the mapping skills, they were using triangulation to map the ground. Which is a very skilled job. So they're good cartographers.
Don't you triangulate using straight lines?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
How many problems are we gonna find with this stupid ass story, dude? Oh my god.
About 5 so far.
That's riddled.
I mean, they were skilled. They were skilled. Skilled cartographers. They did great work in mapping and stuff. But that must have taken them. They just wanted a holiday. I think they just went down to Ecuador for 3 years. Just spent a lot of time there enjoying themselves. Why not?
Yeah, I'd say
this load of crap. It's pretty much the same as what all these scientists do these days, isn't it? Just make it up and just spend the money on what they want.
That's amazing. Meanwhile, people are enslaved to a system that has no relevance to reality. Their pockets are getting fatter. Meanwhile, people are believing that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. Yeah. I guess that's why I'm more upset with those guys than I am with the victims of this kind of lie. Because they're the ones that are propagating it and propping it up and pushing out new ideas that these guys are, And I would say it's also the person's fault who listens to them. But at the same time, because of the fact that they're born into the system, they don't know anything else. So, yeah, that's where we come in, right?
Yep, that's exactly where we come in, buddy.
If it's not us you hear the truth from, then who's going to tell you, you dumb?
That's right.
Here's a good one. If anybody wants to argue with me about the second law of thermodynamics, I've got a good argument for you.
What's that,
it's
mate?
From Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time. And it says the second law of thermodynamics has rather different status than that of other laws of science, such as Newton's law of gravity, for example, because it does not hold always, just in the vast majority of cases. So there you go. Anybody who's got a problem with gas pressure without a container, just quote Stephen Hawking, who says that Newton's law of gravity always holds, but the second law of thermodynamics doesn't. There you go.
I mean, honestly,
Hawking solved all the problem for you.
Was Hawkins actually blind as well as sitting in that wheelchair? He wasn't blind, was he? Fucking priest.
He was replaced a few times, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hawkins just knew with butter in his bread.
In that chair, he was dead.
How in the hell is somebody going to say that and put that in a book that people take seriously?
They wheeled out a dead guy.
What
That's
can they?
That wouldn't be the first time, would it?
It would be helpful if they put an instance where the second law doesn't actually is applicable any longer. Well, okay, entropy doesn't happen here, right?
He does. He talks about black holes.
Well, that clears it up, right? That clears it up.
Oh, that woke me up. Thanks, Chad.
Yeah.
I was trying to
Just explained it's all about the black holes.
That's hilarious.
Well, he actually goes into that, doesn't he, Chad? In that book you have? It's a big book of everything.
Fucking hell.
Second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply in Never Never Everland. He could just make shit up.
Did I go to bed, bro? Go to bed.
Fuck me, man. That woke me right up. That really did.
Yeah, but Chad,
it says that the radiation doesn't come from black holes. The radiation is required. This radiation is required in order to prevent violation of the second law. So black holes ought to emit radiation. But by their very definition, black holes are objects that are not supposed to emit anything. So there you go. So he's just invented something which breaks the second law of thermodynamics and says, there you go, it's broken.
Ta-da! As if by magic.
Amazing.
Watch me pull a rabbit out of
this. Doesn't require any evidence, no observations, just make something up.
Rocky and Bullwinkle, man. This time for sure.
Yeah.
And Rocky says, but that trick never works. Oh. Yeah, you need to end that though, Chad, with saying, thus saith Stephen Hawking.
Oh yeah. Peace be upon him.
He's become quite a prophet, isn't he?
That's funny.
I think he's made quite a prophet.
Oh, touche. Touche.
Certainly is.
Oh dear.
No, I can't wait for somebody to bring that in an argument.
Well, on the other flip side of that, I want Chad to tell that to Quantum Eraser. I want to hear his reaction. I want to hear him fall off of his chair and laugh.
Is how can you argue with Stephen Hawking? I mean,
you can't.
You know, isn't he the most intelligent man who ever lived?
He couldn't say
After Einstein, maybe.
The logic is infallible. That is beyond comprehension.
Isn't it Arthur Eddington who said if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, something about falling into the deepest pit of humiliation or something like that? I think that's one of his quotes anyway. My goodness me.
Jeez,
It is simple logic. When the clowns rule the world, the most handicapped men will be teachers, priests.
Black holes, man.
Now, we haven't had a numpty of that epic level come in here and say anything like that. I don't think we've heard anybody like that. I think would
quite
you
a good one. One of the examples he gives of the second law of thermodynamics holding is that if you have gas in a box, and it's possible, he says, for all the gas to be over on one side and the other side to be empty.
No kidding.
Show me.
No kidding. Pockets of gas, he says.
Yeah, he says that's possible.
Well, there you go, Jedi.
Look at this gas not going anywhere, just staying over here, away from that available space and not pressing into it. This gas has not got any energy.
No, it's all gathered up into one corner of the box.
Yeah, maybe
he says that's
like
possible.
The other corner. Like Jedi, you can't argue with that, man. Come on.
I fucking can.
No, you can't. No, you can't, bro. It's just like the other side. It's gonna stay on one side.
It's simple logic, man.
Yeah, obviously. Get with it, bro. Get with it. Come
on. I like the way that he didn't explain how. He just said, "Yeah, it's possible." Because I wrote it down.
I'll read it to you.
Thus saith the Lord.
Yeah.
I like the first two words that you said were "show me." Yeah. it's just...
Here's what he says. He says, suppose that initially all the molecules are confined to the left-hand side box by a partition. If the partition is then removed, the molecules will tend to spread out and occupy both halves of the box. Some later time, they could by chance all be in the right half or back in the left half. It is overwhelmingly more probable that there will be roughly equal numbers in the two halves. So he says it's possible they could all just go over to one side for some reason or another.
Okay.
Here's the problem. Nitrogen and oxygen have different atomic masses, apparently. So why don't they separate, in vertical and horizontal layers anyway?
Well,
one
they
is
would.
The other, if gravity's affecting these gases, then they should separate into two layers: the heavier one on the bottom and the lighter one on top.
Well,
they do.
It's also quite interesting because I've heard a few of these globers say that gas expansion is nothing to do with the second law of thermodynamics. Whereas here, Stephen Hawking is making it very clear that it is a question of thermodynamics, second law of thermodynamics.
In his example with the box, right? Go ahead, Chad.
Have you heard globers say that it's nothing to do with the second law of thermodynamics, gas expansion?
Yeah. I heard that yesterday. He said,
"You have heard that?"
He said that. I heard that yesterday, and then he said, "Oh, it has to do with energy, not gas." And I said, "Well, is gas energy?"
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude.
Professor Phil tries to say it. Whereas here, Stephen Hawking is obviously talking out of his arse some of the time, but he clearly thinks that the second law of thermodynamics concerns gas expansion.
Every so often, Chad, you pop up with something that is absolutely priceless. And that is fucking priceless, mate. That is brilliant.
Well, it's Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time. It's just nothing to do with me. It's just this book of absolute mumbo jumbo, which people think is great.
Well, they do, right? I mean,
there's a funny rule. The rapid expansion of a gas causes cooling. That's why we have refrigeration, compressors, and little expansion tanks. These rules, they apply.
Unless the gas actually adheres to one corner of that tank. And then you got a problem, right?
Statistically, I guess it's possible.
Yeah, statistically.
Yeah. In theory, you could go in your house and all the nitrogen be in, the top floors, and you'd have to run to the basement to get your oxygen.
God, dear me.
I don't know, but when they talk about thermodynamics, they take it like literally one simple thing, but it's actually an assembly of phenomena, thermodynamics, and something just very much the same like the vacuum changes the behavior of elements.
They go into La La Land.
No, but a vacuum actually lowers the boiling temperature of a liquid just so that it fills with vapor atmosphere,
Yeah, and I don't want to be a stick in the mud over pronunciation, but there are two U's in vacuum, and I used to be drilled by this old English guy that it was vacuum. So apparently we're all mispronouncing it.
No, I think we're all right.
I think we'll be fine.
I mean, either way.
It's like spelling tire with a Y or an I-R-E,
Well, we could talk to the English gents in here and ask them how to pronounce it.
And why they use a Y in a tire, like car tire. Here we spell it T-I-R-E, the right way.
Oh, wait, say aluminum.
Then British make T-Y-R-E. What's wrong with them?
Jedi, can you say aluminum?
We aluminium, but that's because we spell it differently.
I just want to hear you say it.
It's fine. Not a problem.
Aluminium.
English people don't know how to speak English. It's all the other people who know how to speak it. But
oh, I'm not English, by the way.
It is true, and I have to agree with Chad.
Yeah.
Right, when you look at our language and the way that we spell things and the way that the rules apply to whatever letters are surrounding those, maybe O-U-G-H or whatever letters, that we can pronounce in several different ways, but there's always an exception to the rule. In England, we've got two towns that are spelled exactly the same way. One is pronounced Gillingham, and the other one is pronounced Gillingham, but they're spelled exactly the same way. Now, we can go all over the country and just look at place names and how they are pronounced, not how they're spelled.
Well, you'd have to keep a schedule, and you'd have to go to shul to learn how to keep a schedule.
This is very true. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, wow.
Go to school. See, SKOOL pronunciation, or like schedule. I think it's proper to say schedule, but it's the same, consonant structure, but pronounced different. Beaufort and Beaufort, same spelling. Minute, minute. Polish.
What's a term that's coined when you hear somebody using a proper language like that, Jedi? I've heard you say it before. It kind of struck me as I've never heard this saying before, but it's like they have a plum in their mouth. What does that mean? Like,
yeah. So it's pretty much that. The phrase would be to have a plum in your mouth. I can't remember the exact phrase that I might have used at the time, but yeah.
Like Marlo Brando in Apocalypse Now.
I just looked up in the Oxford English Dictionary with the pronunciations, and it seems like it is vacuum.
Really? Yeah. Are we going to all start saying that here now?
Well, if we took away modern English and only could speak Old English, none of us would understand a word.
I mean, honestly, we should just start saying
English
vacuum
anymore.
just to fuck with the Globers just a little bit,
What do you mean, the vacuum? We're talking about the vacuum.
Yeah, the vacuum, yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
The vacuum.
The entire vacuum of space. I like it.
It's like they read the letter C and W as a Q letter.
Wait, so, what about a vacuum cleaner or a vacuum cleaner?
Oh, yesterday's Space Force anniversary.
No, we pronounce that Hoover.
Yeah.
Miggy, that's a Santa astronaut and a spaceship.
They look deflated.
That's not pumped up right now. They pump it up at night.
Maybe you should drop one of your flyers, attach it to it, so when they blow it up,
I'm going to. I'm going to make a video doing that. It's going to be funny. I'm going to get a bunch of them, dude. All these like freaking snowmen with holding flyers in their hand. It's going to be hilarious, dude.
That would be funny.
Oh dear. As far as I can understand, there's four main problems with the English language through history. One is the four kind of seeding languages, like the French, the Germanic, the Celtic, and the Latin, and those types of languages. We still use quite a few of those words today. Two was the great vowel shift, so the using of vowels and the way that things were pronounced and spelt. That took about 200 years to do. The invention of the printing press, so when the spelling of the language was having to be uniformed, because ultimately there was different dialects, different spellings of the same words, so it took a long time for it to be unified. So those are the main three problems with the way that we have modern English now, because we didn't go through the language reformation, the kind of stamping down of what the is in the house of the language. It took us a lot longer in England to do that than the rest of continental Europe. And so those are the main four problems that we have with English today. It is a really fucked up language.
It's evolving day after day.
Yeah. I brought this up the other day, and I'll say this and I'll probably go and get some sleep. You know the sign, Ye Oldie Shop? How do you think that's actually pronounced? I tell you, it's the old shop, right? Because that ye, that y, that's just a replacement for the th or the thorn. Because of the printing press, they didn't have the thorn, so they just replaced it with the y. So the thorn would have been the th sound that we have for the. So it's actually pronounced the old shop. There you go.
Color and color.
You're just saving ink by taking the year out. Come on, you're just lazy.
I was taken aback by that.
But yeah, in the 2 years that I've been in this Discord server, when it's downtime, the usual conversation goes to aluminium and aluminum and how you pronounce stuff. I've come to understand over the last 2 years that it's probably not a good idea I defend my language because it is really, really fucked up. And you can say whatever you want. You can pronounce whatever you want. It's absolutely fine. It's not a problem. It's not as set in stone as we thought it was. It really isn't.
It's true. A wise man will understand.
Mm-hmm.
But fools will always get stuck in this little detail.
Yeah,
no, I know the English language is more proper use of the English, or the English use the English language in a more proper way.
Well,
But
go
no one
from
in America says any of that stuff, so it's cool hearing other people say it.
you go from Beowulf to Shakespeare to today. And there's no comparison.
No.
You know what I think? It's a language which it has been designed to match almost every people and every culture, so they can learn it and speak it. International language.
Well, it manifests that it's alive in the sense that, I mean, did way back when they have cassette tapes? Did they have laser pointers? Almost everything in our vocabulary had to be a modern creation for the language. Words that simply didn't exist in English before. Millions and millions of words created, and we call it English, but they never existed in English. So,
well,
do we
I've
really
seen
speak
that
English?
most of kind of alien words in the English language, they are mostly Greek, Latin.
The only Glober in the room's
Those are
deafened.
interesting.
Sorry, buddy. I do apologise for interrupting. I was
No problem,
just
Jedi.
scrolling through the list, see who was around, and the only baller in the room is deafened. That's really annoying.
Deafened.
We will get to you, Black.
Hold
on, I can only see half of your name. Black Wine, that's his name.
I mentioned this before, and it's a little bit of an oddity, but if you go into a Nigerian restaurant, you can order in Hebrew anything on the menu, same way you would if you walked into a Israeli restaurant and wanted chicken soup. You'd ask for the same thing. Marakov, marakafui, kruvadom, all your foods. You'd order up basically in Hebrew in Nigeria. It's funny.
It's actually really interesting.
You try to order breakfast in New York?
Betsalim, eggs, betzel, with some cheese, kavina.
Like in New York, look it up. It's quite funny. A lot of the stuff they'll say like SOS or shit on a shingle. That's actually breakfast.
What's the shit and what's the shingle?
It's like gravy or something like that on toast.
Gravy on toast?
Yeah, or something like it's not gravy. I'm trying to remember what exactly it is. Like a sausage gravy. It's like an area you can get.
You have biscuits and gravy?
Yeah, but I think it's on toast instead of biscuits. If you wanted biscuits, it's called something else.
Anyone from Vermont here?
Cat heads.
There's a funny thing in Vermont. If you go to a store, restaurant, whatever, and want a chocolate milk, you ask for a cabinet. They call them cabinets or Velkers. You get a chocolate milk. If you ask for chocolate milk, they might know what you want, but they might not.
In Bulgaria, they shake their head yes and nod the head there, or I mean the other way around. It's reversed. So they shake yes and then nod no.
Did you guys hear the president of Brazil saying the vaccine has no liability, so if it turns you into an alligator, that's your problem?
That's like saying if you have shit for brains, it's your problem.
If it turns into an alligator, it's supposed to be like a reptilian. Was it a bad translation?
No, I called my mom.
yesterday.
I called my mom, who's from Brazil, and she said that was a legit translation. That he was saying there's no liability for the vaccine companies. So if it turns you into something, he said something else, or if it turns you into an alligator, it's your fault. I think he said if it turns you into a snowman. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But it's a funny video. It's on my Instagram.
Chemical warfare.
Yeah, it's hilarious how people will actually buy a product that has no liability. I mean, even limited liability is pretty scummy, but they're talking about no liability whatsoever.
And try selling a car like that. Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of things I could sell you or give you that I wouldn't want to be liable for what you do with them. And there are a lot of things sold with no liability. Of course not.
Yeah, that's what the limited liability thing, where people who sell items that could be used inappropriately and they could cause harm to somebody. But no liability, where like you can use this the way they tell you to use it and still be injured by it, and they'll say not my fault.
An LLC is just to protect the interests of owners, shareholders, etc. All these corporations are just, sort of an entity created to, prevent people from losing, money that they make through whatever crime through that corporation that they do. It's like just a buffer between money you can loot from a corporation and, law, taxes, whatever. It's all companies are used for is a buffer. I mean, if that's not what you're using one for, then you don't know what it's for. It's just your protection. It's like your crime office, if you will. It's insulated. A corporate body. I mean, you're insulated from liability, individually and personally, normally. And again, no matter what you do, there are states that no matter what you fraud, what you've done to get your money, if you make it there, they won't extradite you to other states or places. You buy your villa, live out your life. They'll give you immunity, kind of. As long as you spend all your crime money in their state, they're fine with it. I'm trying to get it changed some places, but there'll always be loopholes in places for, the system and their elite to rejoice in the robbery and the fruits and the benefits of what they get to do and get away with and fleece everybody. It's the name of the game. Steal it all.
turn you into a snowman. I wonder if that's like some local jargon too. Like you get put in the morgue. You'll be like, on ice. Hey, if this vaccine kills you, don't cry to me about it. I told you I was going to put you on ice. That's like one of those rare moments where someone in the government actually says the truth.
Seems like Jedi has actually gone and got some soup. That's good.
It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Anybody got anything to say? Okay. Nobody's around right now. It's just a group of truth seekers trying to establish objective reality within the measurement of Earth curvature. A way of demonstrations we can go prove it for ourselves. The actual rotation of the Earth actually proven that the Earth is going somewhere. And we'll need the vacuum space existing next to a gas pressure system without a container. So we'll be having silence till the next person talks. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live.
Yo, everyone wake the fuck up. Party time.
I'm awake. Who did?
Who there? Who there? Wake the motherfuck up on this flat motherfucking earth. Let's go. Let's do it.
Up and Adam at work.
Get your coffee.
What you got to bring to the table?
Shit, it's flat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's go. Let's do it.
No measurable curvature anywhere on Earth, as far as I can tell.
The only curvature I know about is on the ladies. Let's go.
Yeah, that's the best kind. I'm kind of too old to worry about that much anymore. Sure. Anyway. So how's it going? Hello. All right, people. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. Best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Anybody who's got intellectual honesty is welcome to step up to the mic. Tell us whatever you got to say. Boils down to we need three things: measurements of Earth curvature, actual rotation of the Earth, or
for anybody else, I can't hear him what he's saying. It's all chopped up.
You can't hear me? My mic's not working. Chad? Shit. I guess my mic's not working.
You sound good to me, Dave.
Oh, thanks. Where was I? Measurement of Earth curvature, actual proof of actual rotation, movement of the Earth is going somewhere, and then we need the existence of gas pressure system next to a near perfect vacuum without a container. That's all we need. And we'll shut down the server and go home. But just doing a radio check. If anybody wants to talk, feel free.
Out and come back.
You
I
hear me
can't
now,
hear you,
Chad?
Dave. I've gone out and maybe it's you. I don't know if it's you or me.
You can't hear me at all. Huh. I'll try to leave. Mic check. You hear me now, Chad?
Yeah, try talking for a little bit longer.
A little bit longer. I'm going to talk a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm going to talk a little more. Okay. Good morning, Chad. Or afternoon to you, I guess.
Just drinking a coffee, reading some of Stephen Hawking's ridiculous brief history of time.
Still reading?
Oh, it's chock a block full of absolute garbage. It's hilarious.
It's crazy.
Talks about imaginary time, space-time being finite but having no boundary. I mean, what sort of nonsense is that? Conferences organised by Jesuits. Yeah. Faked so-called experiments. New definitions of scientific theories.
Wait, we've got the live stream 2 button here. So 24/7 live stream 2.
says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Just opening up the airways in case somebody's on here who wants to talk. It's the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Talking about the shape of the Earth, the motion of the Earth, and where does Earth actually exist. We have a gas pressure system that we're all breathing, sitting next to a near perfect vacuum without a container. Does that make any sense? Question. Go back to radio silence till the next person talks. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Pharma Bro has found love behind bars. Oh, hey, Ben, you still here?
Yeah.
You're curious about how all the scientists could be wrong?
Yeah.
Can you start with one scientist first?
Like, I don't know, maybe like Galileo.
So you want to know how Galileo could be wrong?
Yeah.
You're referencing the shape of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
And you're referencing his study of astronomy, right?
Well, like the heliocentric, that stuff, yeah.
Do you know what his hypothesis was, or his claim, or his observation?
That the orbit around the sun. Is my mic making broken sounds? Because I can like be.
You're a little stretchy. Galileo Magnifico. Yeah, that's not a good sound. Is that Ben, Chris? You still there, Chris? Am I here? Do I exist in an alternate universe? These another question.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I disconnected there. Can you say it again? You there, Ben?
Yeah. So you disconnected. What did you hear me say?
You said that his hypothesis was that, and then I disconnected.
Well, he thought. Well, he found out that he realized that all the planets, including Earth, rotate around the sun.
You're looking live stream voice text.
Yeah.
Astronomy. It makes no claims of Earth whatsoever. Earth is not included.
Okay, but I'm talking about how like the geocentrists go like it has to like flat Earth has to be geocentric, right?
Or yeah, sure. It means that Earth is fixed and unmoving.
All right, so yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
To talk about heliocentric as your proof of the globe and use astronomy,
Not the proof
find
of the
yourself
globe,
in a
proof
bad
of
way.
heliocentric.
Okay, sure. Proof of heliocentric. How would you do that? How would you go? What experimentation? Because if you're going to reference Galileo, you're going to be referencing this, like part of the scientific method, because he's considered kind of like the guy who came up with it. And if you look at some of his quotes, he says in the question of science, authority is not worth one reasonable individual. So you're calling him an authority, and he's saying, why don't you try being a reasonable individual? So what experiment or what would you do that Galileo did to make yourself the scientist? Can you think of anything, or you just want to appeal to authority? And he told you don't appeal to authority, appeal to science.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see how you're wrong, even citing somebody who said that they were thinking that there's some sort of authority in the matter, when he's telling you don't do that?
Do you have like the exact quote he said?
If you need to find these quotes, it's better just for you to look them up yourself. Maybe I'm not saying it, per exactly, because it was translated. Was he for Italian?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but go study this stuff instead of just coming in here thinking you've got some wrecking ball, and you could say, "Hey, flat earthers, why are all the scientists wrong?" You don't even know what the scientists are saying to start with. So why don't you try forming an argument that actually makes sense and use logic or use reason or use science and come back with it and say, hey, I did this. Why am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm talking about? This constant appeal to authority is there's no way you're going to have all this authority in the heliocentric model. Tell me who's in charge. In a massive heliocentric model, who's running the show?
What do you mean?
Like, who's in charge of this stuff? If there's you want to appeal to authority, how far do you have to appeal to authority that you eventually say it's all random chance? We're just spinning and moving through space, completely random, based off a Big Bang, and no one's in charge. Then why are you constantly appealing to authority if your model is built on no authority?
I just don't really get the question. So you're asking, like, who is in charge of...
Yeah, who's in charge? Yeah, who's in charge of this? Of all the spinning and moving and rotating? What's running the show? What's driving all this force?
I don't understand. Like,
yeah, I'm saying that you need to start thinking about these topics, because even simple things, like if I ask you, "Hey, how is all this happening?" and you don't have any clue, you just fall back to saying, "I don't know. Someone in authority told me so," and I can't think outside the box. All I know is that it's a heliocentric globe, and if it's not that, how is authority wrong? Well, the authorities are wrong. And authorities are wrong more often than they're right. Very rarely will you find somebody in authority who's going to tell you the truth. They're going to tell you some sort of bullcrap to advance their agenda. That's why you should try science. It works every time it's tried. So here you go. Now, logical thinking person, how would you conduct an experiment to show that the Earth is moving and the sun is stationary?
I don't know.
Well, think of it, because you don't want to appeal to authority, do you?
You could probably like observe the like over time, and then figure out in the orbits, and you'd figure out that they don't orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, how would you do that? Just by observing them, watching them?
I mean, yeah.
And you see that they're always moving. The Earth never moves. You've never seen the Earth move.
Are you rubbing your mic on something, Ben? Or is it just me?
No, it's just my mic is bad. Here, I can mute myself when I'm not talking.
Sounds like it's rubbing like against your shirt or something.
No, my mic is broken, so it's like, I don't know.
Is anything starting to sink in at all?
Oh, no.
Not really? Right over your head? How about this? Let me try to ask it this way. If you want to talk about the Earth, why would you deflect to a completely new model of cosmology and try to ram the globe into that? Why not just prove the Earth is curved and the Earth is rotating using the Earth? Why would you try to deflect and then cite somebody who told you not to cite them? As an authority, anyway.
Well,
it's like, how many levels of cog dis do you see? You're digging yourself in these, burying these into level after level after level of cog dis until the point where you're having to deny yourself your own observations. So I would counter back is like, are you lying to yourself? How could you be wrong? If you perceive the Earth to be flat and stationary, why are you wrong? Because of authority? You're just going to bow to authority? If authority tells you, well, it's no longer heliocentric, it's like nemesis centric, that we're actually whipping around some giant oblate spheroid on the dark side of the sun, would you be like, oh, well, sure?
I don't know. Yeah, but that's one of my main points. Kind of just like half joking because I know you guys would just say that. So
no, you don't have to be half joking. I mean, how about just start right from the very beginning? How far away is the sun?
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, you gotta Google it, or do you know?
I don't know on the top of my head.
Okay, here, I just posted it for you.
93 million miles away. Yeah.
93 million miles away. How did that figured? How was that figured out? Or how about the moon? The moon and the sun appear to be the same size. You can even see this during the eclipse. So how the heck is one 400 times larger, but just 400 times further away? See how quickly the whole model will collapse under all the bullcrap.
So I know you can figure out the moon by like using lasers and stuff, but I don't know about the sun.
Yeah, you can't figure out the moon with lasers either.
Why not?
That whole thing about deflecting lasers off the moon from artifacts they put there when they went 50 years ago and never returned.
Okay, but why didn't that work?
There's a whole lot of reasons.
Do a scientific experiment on the moon. Sorry, Craig.
No, you're good. You want to tap in there, Dave?
I just wanted to ask you one question. Can you do any science on the moon? All you can do is observe it. So
what's your control variables, what's your independent variables, blah, 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 right?
I gotta go for a minute. I'll hop back to voice chat in a second. Give me like 5 minutes.
All right, no problem.
Shit, I hope I didn't scare him off. My bad, Chris.
No, you're good. He was actually I was AFK earlier, and I missed some of the questions he was asking in the lobby.
How long has he been looking at this? Is he actually sincerely considering it, or what's his deal?
I don't know. I think he's been here for a few days now. I'm not really sure where he's at as far as let's see, he's got Secret King and Globe Earther, so that's if you got the Secret King role, that's not a good sign.
Well, that means that at the least you started out as a troll or something. But they can be turned. Troll lives matter, right, Chris? That's why you're always digging those people out of Cogdis and saving their souls, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to troll. A lot of people, I tell that when I check them in. I go, if you come here to troll, go right ahead, but at least be smart about it, okay? Like, really dumb trolling, like pedantic sort of nonsense about, like, where's the edge and weaponized penguins and Australia isn't a country or isn't it real? You know, that, bye, right? You better come in here with something funny. At least be entertaining, in other words.
Yeah. At least try to be original or put a little thought into it or something. For sure. But there's some stories of people that started out trolling and wound up on the flat earth. I think Panto says that. There's more than just him. Because most of us thought it was stupid when we first thought about it. I did. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard. Flat earth, whatever. And you start thinking about the physics of water and blah, 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 you know.
Okay, I have a question about like the water and stuff. So
yeah, go ahead.
So, you know how there's like those magnetic liquid things you can put around a magnet ball, and you can get a liquid to curve like that, right? So, since gravity pulls the water in, why doesn't it work like that?
Yeah, so why would water be affected like a magnet?
No, like magnets are affected by.
Why something doesn't work on a globe that doesn't exist. Basically, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so here, this is basically the two things I want you to look at. So you can see that the Earth is 71% water of explored, every place that people have explored.
Mm-hmm.
So how can 71% of a globe be flat?
But it's not flat.
It is. You can see it. It's flat, dude.
Well, from that perspective, from low on the surface, but if you go up high, you can see the curve.
No, you don't see a curve. They've been up as high as humanity has been. It's flat.
You can go on like an airplane and like take a wide angle shot, and you can see it, right?
No.
Have you done it?
Well, here I got a great image for that real quick to help you out.
Okay.
I just gotta find it.
Yeah, that's fine. I can wait a minute.
Yeah, lots of people have claimed that if you go up on an aeroplane, you can see it, but it really isn't. You can look at all sorts of videos of people going up into the sky, and the only curvature which anyone sees is because of a dodgy lens.
Oh, I can't remember where I saved this stuff at. Okay, basically, I can describe it to you. So if you can see curvature outside a plane window at 40,000 feet, the shape of your Earth is like, it's ridiculous. It doesn't equal a ball. It equal like a spirograph type.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing, too, is that the airplane windows are actually curved. You might not know this, but they fit the fuselage.
Okay, but yeah, I'm talking about like if you got like a super wide angle thing that can like see like 180 degrees, and then you put it outside the window.
And yeah, who's done this?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody has. It can be done, right?
Tell him what Neil deGrasse Tyson says about that at 120,000 crit.
Yeah, I was getting there.
What was the question?
So if Neil deGrasse Tyson said you don't see the curvature, if you even go up to what the jump was 140,000 feet, he says that stuff is flat. There's also been Picard, a guy who went up in the high altitude balloon, and he said it appeared flat.
Mm-hmm. So, okay.
Yeah, here's from the full video. You can find it pretty easy, but he explains in the video as to yeah, maybe if I just find it for you, it might be better.
Oh yeah, this horizon behind the sun thing. Like there was like in a lobby or whatever. Somebody was arguing about this, and so they never explained how it would work on a flat Earth. So they sent. Hold on, let me.
You ready for this?
Yeah, sure.
Flat Earth makes no claims about the sun. It's a claim about the Earth. So how you need to explain that in the heliocentric, not explain that it's flat. If your claim is going to be heliocentric, how the heck do you get the sun below the horizon if it's heliocentric?
Hold on, I drew out this picture. That. So, see, it goes through the clouds like that.
You know, Ben, I know you might not like this answer, but like Crit just said, we're not making any claims about the sun. The sun does whatever it does. We need to measure some curvature of the Earth.
Okay, here we go. I think it should be tagged for the minute. He's going to break it down for you like Big Bird and Barney style. And this thing with this drawing you picked, you drew here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need something to scale. Do you have a working model? Can you tell me what the scale is?
Why does that have to be a scale?
Because this is just a picture. It's just like here. This is how that works. It does? Well, can you show me it working?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
If you can do this, and you can think, hey, this is the way this works, but you're completely dumbfounded on how it would work if the Earth is flat and stationary, you just can't put a smaller sun in the same position, move the sun closer, and then drop the Earth down to be fixed and not moving.
So in that picture, the one the True Flat Earth Knowledge sent. So would you be above the height of the sun?
No, how about this right here? Okay, this is what you're looking at. Here, let me show how easy it is to debunk your camera view. Okay, because this is also like not to scale, but even if you just want to try to pencil whip it, how high, how far off the ground is that camera going to have to be?
Just above the clouds. I mean, you don't have to be that high up.
I mean, comparing to your drawing here.
Oh yeah, that's definitely not the scale. You wouldn't be definitely.
Yeah, here, watch. You'd be this sort of angle, right? So the camera would have to be what, thousands of miles off the ground to get that angle to match.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of miles. Think about that. The ISS, they tell you, is only about 200 miles up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see how quickly this stuff falls apart? How did you get a camera thousands of miles up in the air?
Oh, that thing that's not the scale. You wouldn't.
Yeah,
be that high.
try to draw it to scale.
Well, I'd have to like zoom in really a lot to get up that high, because like the distance between the Earth and the top of the atmosphere isn't very much compared to the size of it.
Here, 1 second. It didn't actually work here. Let me look at the video again. It's at roughly 38 minutes is when he starts talking about that you don't see curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Okay, so he's gonna right at 38 minutes. Here, I'll put it in there. He starts talking about that Earth is the size of this beach ball, and starts breaking it down for you what actual distances would look like.
Yeah.
So go watch it. It's really quick. He gets a lot of applause and a lot of claps and everything. There's another one too where he talks about how the heliocentric model is now 96% dark matter and dark energy. He gets a lot of applause and he says, "Hey, I'm not sure what that means. You know, are you applauding my honesty?"
You just didn't you tell me to not look to authority or whatever? I mean, I'm just kind of like trolling. I know you. I obviously don't really think that, but like,
Yeah,
didn't
listen.
you just say?
Yeah, don't appeal to authority.
So is it Neil
We're
deGrasse
just using him
Tyson?
as a hostile witness. We're just giving you what he said. You know, take with it what you will of that.
Yeah, there's lots of globe Earth people who throw Tyson under the bus. They talk about this guy as a complete clown. They try to say he's controlled opposition, that he's just out there to pretend. So, yeah, this guy isn't considered an authority by very many people at all. I'm just letting you know that if you want to talk about, hey, you need to have a doctorate in astrophysics to talk about the shape of the Earth. Okay, here you go. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the biggest globe heads there are. And he's telling you, you do not see curvature when you're 1 millimeter off this beach ball.
This is the champion of astronomy for our era. Okay, so if you don't want to appeal to authority amongst your peers, these are the people who are not your peers. These are the people who gave you the books to read. This is one of those people, right?
Yeah, this is the Galileo of our time. So when you came in here hot thinking like, why would Galileo lie? Or why is Galileo wrong? I can direct you to the Galileo of today. Mr. deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
That's your man. There you go. Have it.
So if you're going to tell him you can say, sure, he's wrong. Congratulations. So was Galileo. The only difference is Galileo's been dead for a couple hundred years.
Shit. Yeah. Long time. See,
Stop saying Galileo. You're making me think of that Queen song. Go ahead, Frog.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to understand, you've grown up learning this stuff. So did all of us. But we are just people who don't just accept things because somebody says it. You know, we look into stuff. We want facts. We want evidence. We want proof. That's all. Asking a lot of your, you just got to be yourself, man.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Peachy. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
That's what I said. I'm Peachy. How are you?
Oh, okay. Okay.
You see, it was a joke.
Okay, so I joined the server to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I came into the server because I was looking around on YouTube to see if the Earth was flat or if it was a globe.
Yep, it's
And
flat.
I came across this live stream and I joined the Discord server.
Welcome.
Yep.
Well, I can
Welcome to
tell
the
you
server.
this: we observe, measure, and practically use it as flat. There you go. Go
Peachy,
ahead.
what's your current view on the shape of the Earth?
I think the Earth is a globe, but I also do want to know if it's wrong
So
or.
can I ask you 3 questions? Just about what you know about the globe, right? Just to feel out what you know. So, Peachy, when did they measure the curvature? In ancient times or now? Can you tell us when they measured the curvature, and can you provide any proof of this?
I think they did in ancient times. The
So,
Greeks and Romans.
the Greeks and the Romans. Busy. All right.
My favorite song.
So, Peachy, can you provide any proofs or any citations of this, or you just believe they did it in ancient times?
I believe they did it in ancient times.
So your answer would be it's a belief somebody did it in the ancient times, and it's a
I
belief,
don't
right?
Spanish.
It's a belief, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, next question would be rotation of the Earth-based variety. When and or how did they measure rotation of the Earth? Actual rotation.
I don't know about that. I just learned in the school.
Okay. So for now, do you think it's safe to say that you believe somebody somewhere somehow did it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is also a belief that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? From your part on. Okay. Well, the last question would be the vacuum of space. So the question would be, is the vacuum of space a medium you and I can go to, or does it even exist?
I think it exists because we have an atmosphere, and that's why we on Earth have oxygen and it stays inside.
Okay,
There's
so
this thick layer when you go outside of it, there's no air or trees or whatever to make the air circulate. So that's why there's vacuum, and it's so big, it's so empty. I don't think there's any chance of.
I asked you,
vacuum.
Do you have any proof of evidence that you and I can go to the vacuum of space? Or
no, we can go because
you can go. Did you
we
go?
can't go. We can't. I didn't go.
We can't. Okay. So
because
again,
you have to be an astronaut.
Okay. So again, this is something somebody told you or you saw on television that somebody did something, right? So you believe there is an outer space where we can go to, right?
Yeah.
No.
I believe
so making the circle full again. On all 3 questions, you answered you believe it is, right? You believe you're living on a globe that's spinning and flying through space, yet you don't have any evidence or proofs that solidifies your belief system, right?
Yes.
Is that safe to say?
Yes.
It's kind of crazy, right? That you only believe that you are on a globe. You don't know you are on a globe, you believe. That makes it a religion.
I've been convinced that the Earth is a globe.
Sorry?
I've been convinced that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. So that's the problem here, right? We all here in this Discord channel, we once believed we were on a spinning, flying water ball through.
And how and why do you think the Earth is not a globe?
Sorry, I had a call. Sorry, I had a call. So, but to round it up and give it back to the panel, yeah, it's safe to say you have a belief system. You believe you're on a globe, yet there's no verifiable evidence that makes you know you're on a globe, right? There's a big difference between believing and knowing. So I think it's, if you want to ask a question right now, maybe ask why we know the Earth is flat would be a great one to start.
How do you think that shadows work?
What does shadows have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because the sun, I think it may not be true, but I think flat earthers believe that the sun goes around the Earth instead of the Earth goes around the sun, right?
So what do you observe when you look outside? What do you observe?
When I see shadows, I see.
No.
I think.
What do you observe when you look up and see the sun? What do you observe?
I see that it moves from the west to east.
Right. So you see that it's moving across the sky, right? What makes you think that we are moving? What makes you think we are moving? I mean, nobody in the history of mankind has ever seen curvature or seen or felt the Earth moving. So why would you think that we are moving around the sun?
Because it is so big. Look, the Earth, it goes around, it turns on its axis, right? And when it turns, it becomes daytime on one side of the Earth and night on the other side of the Earth. And we see it moving from west to east because the Earth turns that way.
Yeah, but you just acknowledged that this was a belief system, right? You believe it does. So you don't have any evidence of it doing so. You only have your own observations that shows that the sun is moving above your head.
Do you have any evidence that the sun is moving?
Yeah, observations. When I look at the sky, I see the sun moving above my head. Same as you. Right?
Okay. Hold on a sec.
I mean, a great question would be, why do we know that the Earth is flat? Instead of looking at the sky, why would you look at the sky to prove the floor you're standing on? It's a bit weird, right? Don't you think?
But if you take, for example, a ball and you zoom into it with a camera or whatever, you zoom into it really, really close, it also looks flat, right?
Yeah.
Because
that's a great analogy. It's a great analogy, right? So we are standing, according to the heliocentric model, on a globe, right? Do you even know the dimensions of the globe?
The diameter, I think it's diameter.
The radius, for instance?
Yeah,
you know
the radius. The radius is 40,000 kilometers,
that's
right?
circumference. That's the circumference.
Yeah, that I don't know the good
So the radius would be 6371 kilometers. And these are the numbers they give us, right? NASA gives us these numbers. These are the numbers from the heliocentric model. And with these numbers, we can calculate the curvature drop. That would be 8 inches per mile squared. So when you go out into nature and you go out and measure this, it turns out that there is no curvature, none to be found. When we shoot a laser over a large body of water, a lake, for instance, it just hits the other side. And we have tons of long-range observations with high-powered zoom cameras where we can see way beyond the geometric horizon that the globe predicts. So there is none to be found. Do you want me to present you some evidence?
Sure.
Okay, 1 second. There we go. Are you in the live stream?
No. I was, but I have to find the link again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you maybe have a link?
Yeah, I'm Peaches, was it? Peachy, yeah.
Yes.
I'm tagging you now. Let me see. You see the picture?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay, so this is a still shot from a video from a guy on the beach, and he went down and lay down on his belly on the beach, and he zoomed in onto these 2 oil rigs.
Yes.
Can you tell me where the horizon lies in this picture?
Between the yellow and the blue, you can see the.
Is it beyond the second oil rig? Is it beyond the second oil rig?
Yeah, it's beyond the left oil rig.
Correct. So with this observation, we can calculate where the geometric horizon should be. So when you're standing on a ball and you're looking out of into the ocean, right, into the at the horizon, the globe dictates that from an observer height of 1 feet high, that would be 30 centimeters, the geometric horizon, so the physical sphere edge where stuff gets obstructed, like boats and buildings, that should be around 2 kilometers, right? And yet we can see way further than this. The horizon is beyond the second oil rig. It's beyond 9.4 miles. That would be around 16 kilometers.
But why does it look distorted?
Yeah. Bean is claiming that the cranes are being distorted, but it isn't about the oil rigs. The oil rigs are there for demarcation. It's about the horizon. The horizon is 10 times further than it should be. Bean is claiming refraction. If he wants to claim refraction, then he has to prove then he has to prove this, right? Which kind of refraction? And how can the horizon be refracted upwards? Refraction is about objects being refracted, not the horizon.
But it may be edited, this picture.
No. Do you want the original movie? Let me find it.
Movie?
Yeah, it's a video from the guy. It's a still shot. It's not edited. Even staunch Globers will tell you it's not edited. So it's only the contrasts are turned up to make the horizon be more clearly. 1 second, I'm trying to find it now. So basically, this picture alone debunks the globe because the radius is falsified. Do you understand this?
Where's the picture?
The picture.
The same picture. The same.
The Black Swan picture. Yeah. I've just posted the video for you.
Okay, let me check the video first.
I don't know. Is there a mod available?
What?
Ahmad, yeah. Ahmad.
Black Swan.
Well, I can do some things. What?
Well, yeah, he needs the 3 points roll.
Yeah, I can't do that. I think it's gotta be like Miggy or Jedi.
But do you understand the evidence, the proof? So basically, we can see way beyond the globe prediction.
Yes. Thank you for this conversation, but I really have to go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks for
I'm really sorry.
Thanks for the casual, for the civil conversation, man.
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day, man.
You too. Thank you. You're a very nice person.
Sure.
Yeah,
Bye.
I wonder if there's a way of adding that, because like if you've got 3-point Fight Club, maybe there's a way that you can give someone the 3-point roll.
So if somebody here, I saw a few people coming in with VC verified. I don't know. Somebody has more questions. I have to start my cooking dinner, so.
Okay. Yeah, is Ben? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bean refraction. Which kind of refraction are you claiming here? Because it's
Atmospheric refraction.
Atmospheric refraction. So when you claim refraction, it's terrestrial refraction, which uses the R value, right? How did he derive the R value from an horizon that's always shifting? Can you point me to the
horizon that's always shifting?
Yeah. By you claiming refraction, you concede to the fact that the horizon isn't a physical place. It's an apparent location. So by parroting refraction, you kind of debunk yourself, right? So you say the horizon isn't physical, but apparent. It shifts every day, every hour.
Okay.
Right?
But you can tell what's refracted and what's the actual horizon in that picture.
Can you?
Yeah, if you zoom in a lot, you can like tell.
What is refracted, bro? What? Is the horizon refracted? Because the argument is about the horizon. It's
the entire picture is refracted, like the entire back of the picture.
You have to be specific. Refracted? You have to be specific. What is refracted? What?
Everything you can see.
Everything you can see.
Is it horizon refracted?
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Why?
Because you said that.
Why?
Can you show me an example where horizon can be refracted in any example?
Well, that picture, I zoomed in.
Show me any example of refracted horizon.
That picture right there, you can see. Like
That means that horizon is not real. That means, where is the real one?
You can like zoom in, you can see the horizon is like wobbling. Like if you like zoom in,
where? Behind or before oil rings?
The entire thing. Like, I mean, you can.
No, I'm speaking about horizon. I'm not speaking about whole thing.
It's a straight line, Bean. It's a straight line. I don't know where you get wobbly from. It's a straight line. Horizon is straight, even in this picture.
Okay.
Yep. It's refracted 10 miles.
I don't really know much about refraction or anything. I was just gonna ask.
Well, why are you saying them refraction if you don't know anything about refraction? I will never start something to speak if I don't know something about that.
So I don't know. Okay.
No, you didn't say like a question. You said like a fact. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, the point being is that the globe is a physical object which dictates that there has to be a geometrical line, the tangent point, where stuff has to be obstructed. Boats and buildings has to be obstructed by the physical sphere edge of the globe. Yet, when you say it's refraction, you concede that the horizon is apparent. It's an optical effect, right? So the horizon shifts hourly, daily. So you lose your physical sphere edge at that moment.
I don't
And
really
then you
know
have
much
to-
about refraction, but I just know it's an effect of the thing. So, I mean, I don't know.
So then again, you have to show us light bending up and over a curve straight into your eye, right? Every time, every long range observation you make, you have to demonstrate how is it possible that the light is bending up and over a curve straight into your eyes and make it look flat, right? Because it's an illusion. You're saying we are looking at an illusion. So if I take a gun and I point at the second oil rig and I shoot, am I going to hit it? Because you are saying it's an illusion. I'm not really seeing it. It's just the light bending over the curve. So am I going to hit the oil rig with a gun? This illusion you claim it is?
If you're global, you will not shot anything.
Depends on the gun.
I know, like Navy artillery and stuff. They have to account for the rotation of the Earth when.
Yeah,
do
come
they
on, man.
do they
Come
account,
on.
or is it
Do
already
they?
programmed in? Is it something they do
Come
themselves?
on, man. This
Is it
was
something
so.
manually inputted, or is it something already put into the computer or the simulation? You understand? So there's no way for you to fact check that. You see, that's just something you're given, and you go with it. That's it. You can't
Yeah.
fact check and tear it apart and look at it. Is this what it's really doing?
More so, if the Earth rotates underneath bullets, then everything should show this behavior. Balloons, planes, drones, birds, flies. Do we see this in our regular observation? That the Earth rotates beneath planes or drones or hot air balloons?
You have to when you do that, it doesn't because you. So if you're firing west, you'd have to because you're going opposite to the Earth's rotation, so you'd have to fire further. But if you're firing east, it would give you
Not true.
You're not listening to what I
If
asked.
you're firing southwest, what are you doing then?
Flying southwest.
Yeah.
Then you're still going a little bit west, so you have to account for that.
Come on, man.
No.
Can you provide anybody doing that in military? Can you provide that? Can you please provide that? We can trust that.
I was in the military and I had anti-aircraft rifle that I used. It's not true. There's no such thing as Coriolis effect. Not true.
That means that this is his story, only like this.
So, have you guys
Let's speak about that. What you said now. Can you provide somebody about that military that they are counting on the rotation of the Earth? Can you put on the voice text that we see that, please?
Like provide a source of where they said that?
Whatever, yeah, some document, some video, some paper, book, whatever.
Okay, let me find it.
Okay.
See, this is all foolishness. There's none of this was done in World War II. There was no factoring
Yeah, we are 5 years here. We will now realize.
I mean, because I've watched countless videos on World War II. You know, and the mechanism that the Nazis built. They built. You remember? Everybody remembers the Big Bertha, right? That thing was it was a gun on a freaking on a rail system. At no point did they ever use the spin of the Earth to fire a shot to factor that in. No point. They only use wind, direction, and line of sight and targeting. That's it.
I can verify this. I was trained to shoot aircrafts from the air. So yeah, there's no such thing.
Me too. I was anti-air. How to say? Artillery.
Are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Croatia.
Oh yeah, I'm from Finland. So yeah.
We never account for anything like that.
No. Never ever heard about it in the Indian army. So.
Okay, we have 3 guys being in military, but the guy will provide. He knows.
So if you think that Korea's effect won't affect when I shoot aircrafts with a rifle from the air, then you're. I mean, come on, bro.
We need Bob and Benjamin video now.
Globe Earth Sniper.
Man, take a drone, put them up, and see what is happening, and that's it. You don't need accounting, military, shooting stuff. It's easy. The drone will be in the air all the time. Nothing will happen.
If the Earth was rotating, you would notice very, very much.
The drone will be behind, left, right, or in front of you, but it will go away from you.
Yeah, everybody talks about snipers, but what about the anti-rifles? Do people even know that there's ground units actually sniping like aircrafts from the ground? Do people even know that? Like how are you gonna do that if the Earth is rotating and there's Coriolis effect and that's not happening?
I mean, that's the last thought in your mind. You know. Oh, wait a minute. The Earth's moving too.
No, there's no way you can do that. It's impossible. The rifle you have to even use to like shoot an aircraft from the sky, like that shit knocks you out. It's so strong. The gun is so strong. So I mean, maybe the bullet is just resisting the curvature of the Earth, like the spinning of the Earth, going straight to the target. I don't know. You tell me.
And then if you want to attack Chicago from the lake, no chance. Fucking Mirage, you cannot shoot a Mirage. But you can see only 60 miles, not a lot. Only 60. Refraction. Oh my god.
Nowadays they have a railgun, right? It shoots like they say 100 miles. A railgun, yeah, 100 miles. They say. Let's say it does.
It's 250 miles. It shoots.
Well,
how many of them do they have?
Not very many. Only the U.S. have those.
Only the U.S. right?
Yeah, they probably have like 1 or 2.
Well, the thing is, they tear themselves apart. by firing the projectile.
Oh yeah,
It was too powerful, so they had to downgrade it. So now it only shoots about, I want to say 100 miles, because they had to drop it because it would destroy itself. So it's almost like a waste of a weapon.
Yeah.
You know?
That means everybody who is protecting from the projectile also need to count on rotation.
Like the old school anti-air rifle that I used in the army.
Need to also count
it's fucked up.
Rotation.
You shoot it once and you lose consciousness. It's like that's how bad it is. And you're supposed to you're supposed to shoot aircrafts in the fucking sky. Sorry if I swear a lot, but yeah, there's no way you could do that if there's a Coriolis effect. Impossible.
You have battle of Coriolis.
Yeah, you're gonna count the Coriolis effect with that old school anti-air rifle. Oh, come on, dude.
Everybody, it's not a war. It's who will first discover Coriolis effect.
It's so funny. This guy, I watched this guy in America make a video because so many people at his gun drive, like he had a gun. What's this called? He had a gun range, a gun place, and people were coming in like gun range, yeah. And people were coming in and asking him like, "What about the Coriolis effect? Do I need to count for that? How do we count for that?" And he had to make a video explaining that there is no such thing as Coriolis effect, and he had to explain it. And he played that video for his trainees. Like, shut the fuck up about, like, don't even talk about Coriolis effect. That's not something that we talk about. We never account for it. It's not something that we do. That was so funny.
Well, listen to this Black Swan example. Look at that second oil ring. Put yourself on that oil ring and look in the direction. No, look at that. Put yourself in that second oil ring. Turn around in direction of the beach where is photo camera now. And you will, let's see like this, you are photo guy and I'm on the oil ring. And I'm looking at you and you're looking to me. And you see flat, but it should to be curved at on 1 mile. But if I look from the oil ring to you, it should to be curved on 1 mile. That means
if it's not curved when I look forward.
Yeah, but if I turn
curved when I look left to right, then it's
I know. I'm saying
it's not curved. Yeah, I know.
If you go the other side and look, that means that you will be on somehow on the top and I will be down. If it Earth is globe, or I will also look for the 8 inch per mile square.
It's so flat. Because I was about to ask, like, how can
I will post you a picture that QE said that is the best proof of the flat Earth, and I said it is because 2 people cannot live in the same time on the Earth, on the globe.
It's so obviously flat. I was wondering, like, what do you guys think is like the number one reason why people don't see it? Like, what is it? How can you not?
Fear of body of science.
Fear?
Yeah,
brainwashing. It's just brainwashing. That's what it is. It's hard to unlearn something you trusted for so long.
Space indoctrination. That's it.
NASA did a good job on screwing with people's minds. A real good job.
People on the street
see it when it's like
or
there,
people not fear, let's say brainwashed, let's say if you say people on the street about flat Earth, they will tell you immediately like, science, man, what are you saying, They will say only science. Only that word, nothing else. And you are dead because you will go against the science. And nobody will discuss with you.
Their whole shit is going against science.
I know.
That's
because it's pseudo science, yeah. But they will call that because do you know how many years people?
It's incredibly embarrassing. Like, what is it? Like, everybody's talking about this cognitive dissonance or whatever. But what is it really? What's what is this rock that is keeping them away from this? Like, seeing this? Like, it's so obvious. Like, it's in your face. I just wonder. Like, why can't you?
Because of history of flat Earth. Because if you know, I don't know. Everybody thought that this is some retard thing, some so stupid people think like that. Blah blah blah. In the past.
Yeah, but I've been listening to this podcast, this live stream a lot, and there's been a lot of debates, a lot of trolls, and a lot of people coming in here, but they don't still change their opinion. So I just wonder, like, you guys put it down so well. It's like chop chop chop, but they still don't see it. They still don't get it.
And
it's so obvious. It's so painfully obvious.
It should be opposite. Like Glover coming and do chop chop chop, and we are finished. You know.
It should be like that because it is finished.
Because look,
it's
this
like
is rotation.
Like
this
5 years back.
Yeah. Finished.
Been there, done that. Yeah, it's been finished a long time ago. Yeah.
And then we will be caught, you know, believing in something.
Yeah. I just wonder. They all come with this nonsense stuff like refraction. Oh yeah.
Or
Black Swan,
no,
refraction.
for me, it's how you can see curve. It's flat. I don't know. The horizon. It's flat, you know. And you need to say only that. Yeah, maybe it's curving, but I see flat, and that's it. But there see. So one guy said that he see the curve on the Black Swan example. That was incredible.
Wow. Like, what is that? I don't get it. I really don't get it. What's the root? Can we uproot the root of this?
You have that Bolivian Salt Lake. It's I don't know how many kilometers, miles it's long, and it's flat, and it should curve. I don't know, a lot. It's not curving, and you can make a beautiful photos there. But no, that's not enough. That's not good example.
Is it just so unpopular to admit that the Earth is flat, or is it just like what is it really? Is it scary to admit that the world is created or something like that? Is it too scary for the mind? I don't know.
I had a doubt, but I was in a plane and I watched it like 10. Because in the last 5 years, like let's say 30 times, but all 30 times was so flat, incredibly flat.
Yeah.
And people saying, I saw the curve from the aeroplane. Amen with that explanation of the windows. But I saw all the time flat, no curving with any kind of windows. You know, I can say 30 for sure times in the last 5 years. I was watching every time because I was interested every time. Sometimes it was cloudy, I could not see, but many times was also sunny day and it was flat.
Yeah, it's so obvious too. Like it doesn't really, you don't really need to be high IQ to see that it's flat. It's so obvious. Like it's so obvious. It's painfully obvious.
The logic should be ball. I don't know. You are retarded if you see flat. No, you can see flat, but you need to think that it's curve.
You lose
it's
friends.
500 years old.
You you lose a couple retarded friends when you say that the Earth is flat. Well, good riddance, I say. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. What is it? I've been listening to this live stream for a long time, like a couple weeks. No, well, that's not very long time, but still, it's mind blowing. I just don't get it. You guys have put it down into like a real good science.
Welcome.
Still,
it is I. I'm glad you made it.
Thank. Hello. Yes.
Yeah.
It is I. Thank you. Thank
It
you.
is I. Welcome.
It is
man.
I.
Yeah.
But it's like super strange for me. Like, how is it not? Like, it's painfully obvious. I don't really know what to say.
It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Right here.
I will never start something to speak.
Oh, it was a question. So I don't know. Okay.
Hello? It is I. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Did I come through?
Hello?
Hello?
Is this It Is I? Can you hear me?
It is I. It is I. I can hear you. Yes.
All right. What's going on? What brings you to the server?
I'm just here. Just.
Yeah, we already
Yeah.
talked to him, Dave.
Oh, okay. I missed your conversation. Sorry. Thanks, Roger.
No, no worries, man. No worries, man.
Anybody else on here new? Got something to say? Questions, issues, concern?
I do have a question though.
Go ahead. Roger knows.
What do you think is like the number one thing that prevents from people seeing this as a fact?
Number one thing.
Yeah. What is it? Like I've been wondering. Like how can you not see it?
It's generally like cognitive dissonance. It's just some people will not go past that level to actually look at the information for whatever reason.
Yeah, but what is cognitive dissonance?
Blah, 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 you know.
Like what? Are you scared? Like what is it? I don't understand it.
Well, it's just the idea of having your entire worldview and belief system challenged when you're presented with information that contradicts that. You just kind of block it out because you don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Forever. What's this? What's this?
But it's so obvious. Like I don't understand. Like how can you not change your view? I don't know.
I hear what
Maybe
you're
it was
saying, man.
just way too easy for me.
But
I just don't get
once
it.
you realize the simplicity of this, it is hard to understand how others don't see it, and it's
I guess.
frustrating. But you know, people are in various levels of delusions, and some of them are just
I mean,
too far gone.
you guys are real troopers. Like I've been listening to this like a couple of weeks, just because I found Witsit just like randomly, and he said one of his videos like, "What are you even doing if you're not in Flat Earth Discord?" And I was like, "There's a Flat Earth Discord. All right, I'll go in there." Yeah.
Cool. Glad you found it, man. Welcome anytime.
Who's that?
Because I'm not really up to debating. I just wonder like how do people not see it? Like it's so plain. It's so obvious.
Yeah, you would think that just water itself, the physics of water, destroy the idea of the globe. So many people will not even get to that level.
Maybe it's like
about it.
Yeah, people don't feel comfortable in the field of not knowing what everything is, because you know the mainstream gives you an answer for everything. So you step into a field like you don't know what that is. So that's like too much. I don't know.
It's above their pay grade. Smart guys got it all figured out. Most people assume that.
I myself I enjoy the mystery. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm cool with
it. It's like a new awakening when you realize that not almost everything you've been taught is bullshit, and everything becomes a wonder again. You know, it's got majesty, and it's a magical awakening. You know, it seems like we may never get all the answers, but there's some famous
obviously
quote,
not.
rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. Right?
Yeah.
So
And I do wonder why people like struggle with this. They come up with this all kinds of nonsense to
our main
try and
opponent,
defend
yeah,
the globe model, heliocentric model. I've been listening for 2 weeks, and Jesus Christ, these people. It's like it's a struggle to listen to it. Sometimes I cringe. I cringe.
yeah, man, it's hard to defend a fantasy that doesn't exist in reality. They think it does. You know, once they realize it's just a belief system, not much they can do there. But the main thing we're fighting here is apathy. People just don't care, you know. They don't care enough to actually look at the subject and really understand the significance of this, you know, getting lied to
Yeah.
at the actual place you live on. People just won't comprehend that for whatever
What?
reason.
Once I got old enough, I was smart enough to figure it out.
Yeah, but the basis of where you think you are and what you think your place is, like that's gonna affect you like mentally.
Yeah.
Well, not is ontologically grounded in how you think everything was created and everything's being. If you think that you were created by God or whatever, you're gonna base a lot of your knowledge off of that. But if science is making you in its own image, then you're only gonna trust what they say, and you're gonna become a man or a woman that's made by science. And so a lot of this ontology and how creation is, made and structured and based, and who we're trusting based off of ontology and philosophy.
Well, I don't really know what ontology means. Like, there's a little bit of a language barrier here, but
It's a philosophy term for how something was made. How things were made, what made this, what made this, what made the thing that made this, that sort of thing. Kind of like what made the thing.
oh yeah. Like how does a seed grow into a tree? How does it know how to create everything from a little bit of a seed? I mean, we could use this for a human being as well, you know. How does that knowledge know how to create all this? I could eat pig meat and pig tissue, and my body would create it into human tissue. Like, how does that happen? I don't fucking know. I don't know.
They say something like your body breaks it down and then uses it to build up something else out of the basic building material. So they say, but do they see all of that with their eyes? Not
everything is known. Everything is so-called known by the mainstream. Everything is known. You don't know jack shit. That's kind of like how I see it.
Part of it is just those stories in a world of ideas. They call the world of ideas epistemology, how ideas come about and how they originate, what idea gave rise to this idea, what that gave rise to this idea. That's epistemology versus ontology. What being gave rise to this being, which gave rise to this being, that sort of thing. So you got epistemology, the world of ideas, versus ontology, the world of being.
Yeah, I can't really fathom this world not being created. Like, that's nonsense.
Well, in the current philosophy, the current way of thinking, they break down everything into these atomistic kind of pebbles that everything's basically made of. If you break down things to their, pebbles, their atomistic parts, you can convert it into anything you want or change it however you want. That's basically the philosophy that we have right now. Do we necessarily see that? No, not quite. But it's the story that they tell themselves to kind of make sense of the world. And so it makes sense to them on a sort of philosophical level.
So do you think like people are mostly scared of the mystery of it all? That's just what they're scared of. They're scared of not knowing, because the mainstream gives all the answers for everything, but they're scared of like stepping into the reality of things that we actually don't know. Most things.
People are scared of that, but they also need something to help guide their action. And so sometimes a Just So story, even if we haven't seen it all, just helps guide their action and tell them, okay, what do I do next and why? If you think everything are these, atomistic pebbles that just bump and, collide and exchange energy when they collide, like atomism tells us, it's going to lead to kind of a mechanical way of thinking. Life is going to be a bunch of gears and parts that kind of lock together, fit together, bump into each other. But beyond that, that's it. It's a very mechanical way of looking at reality versus something that's more cult. Saying that I can't tell what this thing's going to do down to, every interaction. There's still going to be some mystery here, some occult hidden mystery that I may not understand. And I can wait for something else to reveal to me, the other stuff that I'm missing, versus saying it's mechanical and everything we understand, everything about it. There's nothing beyond this, atomistic pebble here. There's no secret about it. It's just a bunch of colliding, moving parts. That's it.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, the information of flat Earth. Like, it's so painfully obvious that it's flat, right? It's not moving. Everything revolves around the Earth. Like, it's so painfully obvious. It's just like what is it like? What like you could provide all the proof, but still people won't just leap. Can't take the leap in their own minds. Attain the idea, even though it's true. It's not just an idea.
What if it's
it means a lot of things. It means that we haven't cataloged everything because this bumping, moving parts way of thinking, this mechanistic way of thinking that basically reduces reality down to a car, kind of assumes that we know everything about the way these things interact and that there's nothing that's hidden from us. So some of this, kind of goes against that and say, okay, well, we need knowledge revealed to us by, kind of a superior source.
So people are just afraid of stepping into the mystery of existence that we actually experience right now. They're just afraid of not knowing.
It's a battle, and I won't expound on that, but that's the answer to your question. Why can't people wake up to this? It's a spiritual battle.
And science is trying to tell us we've got this. We've got all the interactions down, and there's nothing left. Science has cataloged everything, but maybe they haven't. Maybe they're kind of lying.
I mean, I was like 15 when I realized that all these countries, most of the countries, are all in cahoots, and this is all bullshit.
Exactly. And why can't people wake up to political theater?
Yeah. It's complete. It's a complete farce.
And we all basically fall into the same general category where if you can understand the Earth is stationary, you can understand that political is theater.
Yeah, but what is like preventing them from seeing it? Because there's obviously proof. It's so obvious.
It's spiritual.
Part of it is desire.
Well, it wasn't a struggle. It wasn't a struggle for me, and I didn't really have a spiritual basis. I was never an atheist. I thought atheism is a retarded.
Well,
it's like the most dumbest fucking shit ever.
Said that so you are spiritual, man. If atheism is retarded to you, you have a spiritual mindset.
Well,
yes, I suppose so.
I think science has kind of blinded people.
I never really thought that reading a book or following a specific guidelines or whatever is gonna lead me to anything. So I pretty much just went for like free fall.
Science
But
sort of
atheism
blinds
is like
people.
the most dumbest thing ever. And I can't believe that people actually believe that. It's like, you really? Nothing exploded? Like, come on, bro. It's not real.
Well, really, the Big Bang devolves into an eternal pantheism. It just says everything now is the way that it ever was, and it's kind of like they're trying to work in, a bang and a crunch, a bang and a crunch, a cyclical sort of cycle of creation and destruction that sounds very pantheistic. So I think they're really working on eternal pantheism with that. Pantheism being,
I don't think they
God
work
is
on
part of
any sort of
creation, or
pantheism. I have a friend who's an atheist. I was always like, well, I think there's more to this meets the eye. And he actually really believes that when you die, it's nothingness. Like, this is called nihilism.
Right.
It's kind of like that. And I'm like, dude, really?
Or they believe they just go out into the universe and they no longer, feel or have consciousness, like a personal consciousness. You're just part of everything, kind of like that. There's different offshoots of it, but basically it's where you become part of the universe and one with the universe, which is kind of like this godlike force of creation and destruction.
So does this really boil down into beliefs and religions? People have such grounded beliefs that
it has to
in the global model.
It has to, because we can't see or catalog everything. So eventually belief has to come in there. It's just how grounded is the belief, or, how faith-based is it, or both. We can't see all of reality. So eventually faith and belief have to come in there, even with science.
Oh, obviously, yeah. There's nothing wrong with science. Like, the whole idea of nothing exploding, that goes against science. So nihilism and atheism are not valid options. They're like ruled out. It's just not real.
It's a fill in the blank. They're like, we have a blank here, but we will fill in the blank, and we will choose what we put in there to fill in the blank. We're not going to have knowledge revealed to us by, the person who is there, aka God. We're going to reveal the knowledge to ourselves by, materialistic exploration, or at best, fallen angel demonic gnosis, gained during, a seance or a meditative trance. But we're not going to let this, God figure tell us, or reveal to us, truth that we're not ready to accept.
Oh shit. I just really wonder, like, why do people not see this? Like the flat earth information, like, how do you not see that as a valid? Like, how do you not actually, you can't even entertain it? Is it really that bad? The mind control or the spells cast on people, is it really that bad? Can't even entertain it. Just humor it a little bit.
It's bad if it destroys humanism, which, as far as I can tell, ultimately leads to, a type of worship of everything like human, which basically starts with rejecting a worship of, a divine God. So you start worshiping yourself, kinda. But man knows that, he's not a worthy object of worship. So he's looking for something beyond man to worship. But if God's out of the picture, that only leaves, the pantheon of fallen angels and demons. So in that regard, as far as I can tell, humanism, this man worship, devolves into Satanism.
Tell me about demons then. You say such things, but tell me about demons.
Demons that possess people, demons that, give people knowledge in exchange for a bunch of destruction. It looks like people are channeling them, speaking with them in, altered states of consciousness, according to the testimony.
You say seem. You say seem to be doing these things.
Giving them superhuman strength, superhuman knowledge. A person that has never studied a language all of a sudden speaking in Latin or speaking some other language that they've never been exposed to. Knowing secrets about the person, things that only the person would know. Like, stuff like that appears to defy a materialistic explanation.
Is this something that you have experienced, or are you just
only like briefly? I've never been possessed or anything like that, as far as I can tell. But I've heard the accounts of people who say, "This is what I saw. This is what I went through," and seems to make sense that there's some sort of spiritual realm of some sort with demons, angels, and a god up there in the sky.
All right. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this sort of subject. Just keep it on a flat Earth.
Well, the pseudoscience would call demons aliens.
Demons, aliens.
People talk about alien abductions ending when they cry out in the name of Jesus. Sometimes the event is so mundane, like they don't even speak your language, but some people say that they're supposed to be advanced and telepathic and able to read your mind or whatever. But one person said that they were just pointing and saying, like they couldn't communicate. They were just pointing at, things and saying, like, basically pointing and, saying there, or whatever. Or there wasn't real communication. It was just gestures and pointing, like there wasn't a telepathic link. Different things like that make you wonder about the abduction, the nature of the abduction, and the nature of these entities.
Well, I heard some accounts where two human beings, that's just normal, ordinary human beings, being able to link their thoughts. There was a story about two old couples when the man went to the store to buy stuff, and the old lady forgot to mention that she needed eggs, so she actually contacted her husband with her mind. Sorry, his and her. In Finland, we don't use his and her. We just say han to everybody. But yeah, contacted with her mind and to say bring eggs. So this is like another weird story. So apparently human beings can do this to each other too. So who knows?
It does make you wonder
maybe your neighbor is trying to put some bad thoughts into your head. Maybe it's not a demon.
Well, there are many ways to look at it. You can look at it as a natural ability of men, of people to connect with each other. You can look at it electromagnetically, where you can use EM waves and sound and frequency to vibrate, the bones next to the ear and send a message directly to the person that you want to hear the message. You can also look at it as spiritual or demonic, where there's this unseen entity that is communicating with you on some level. So there's even multiple ways to look at this, all the way from extrasensory perception, ESP, telekinesis, to electronic and mechanical and scientific, all the way to occult, spiritual, and paranormal. So I guess we'd have to explore, what if any of those elements, are involved.
Does occult just mean secret?
Something that
really have any meaning.
Yeah, hidden knowledge. But if you're talking about occult knowledge versus divine revelation, you're talking about knowledge that was hidden from us for a reason that tends to lead toward more darkness and ultimate destruction.
That would be occult, would it not? Even if it is like true knowledge from, let's say, a creator, it would still be occult because it's hidden knowledge. Because it hides from us. in a sense
basically
that not ready for it or something like that. I'm just
stuff like
spitballing
how
here.
to appease a demon by like blood sacrifice. You know,
Like I heard
stuff
about
like that.
the original Freemasons when there was just a brotherhood of people who were just trying to figure out everything about the world, and they apparently discovered some key info, and they decided like let's keep this info and let's like spoon feed it to the population. They didn't want to keep it to themselves. They wanted to actually release the info.
Yeah.
Apparently, the whole idea of Freemasonry is totally perverted now. So even today they do like give it to you the info, but they obscure it. Like they make it laughable and shit like that. But then
Things
they
like-
make it like
Yeah, there's things like how to appease demons by blood sacrifice, how to break the mind with MK Ultra, satanic torture, to amplify its abilities.
in Finland, you wouldn't even believe the fucking Finnish Freemasonry. Like I watched, they're so weird. But yeah, they worship Lucifer.
Oh yeah, at the top they're all
fucking weird.
Yeah.
I don't even understand the whole, the biblical point of view. They're like, yeah, we worship Lucifer, and they have like statues of golden dicks curled, like spiraling, and they like this, like this is real in Finland. They have golden
Phallus worship.
dicks. Yeah, they have golden dicks, and these golden dicks, they like spiral around each other, and they call this statue of this little statue sculpture, they call it brotherhood, and it's so fucking weird.
Yeah, the thing is, it's basically a way to keep people carnally minded and stuck in the flesh, because the flesh is an enemy of God. It's an enemy of the spirit. It doesn't. In the proper hierarchy, it's spirit, then flesh. If you flip the hierarchy where it's flesh over spirit, you become this carnal kind of beast-like creature that is basically just looking for hedonistic pleasure and not looking to, go toward a higher self, love, justice, something that's more long term than just your temporary flesh. And so all of this stuff is just distractions for the flesh on a certain level. Sex, orgies, hedonism. It gets you stuck and trapped in the flesh as opposed to looking for the spiritual self.
But I mean, it was so funny because like about 5 years ago you could find pictures of the statue, but you can't find them any. You can't find any picture of this. I could find the video where they show the statue of these golden dicks. It's in Finland, and it's called Brotherhood. And fuck, the document where they're like showing this statue. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. But yeah, the guy who made the statue, he admitted that Freemasonry up to 33rd degree, they admit that they worship their god called Lucifer. So yeah, in Finland.
There was a author named Kurt Barker who talked about basically the future being homosexual because it would help curb the human population and it would help people take care of their, sexual urges or whatever. But he said that one of Sigmund Freud's students was a Satanist. And he basically wrote a book saying that a hidden book saying that the future would be homosexual, and there were people that took this to heart and took it seriously. And so they said, for the duty of the planet to stop human population, we have to, practice homosexuality. And so I guess if you look at it like that, maybe there is kind of an agenda to kind of push certain ideas because of a need to basically curb humanity or to, serve Gaia or whatever. Maybe homosexuality is seen as part of that as well.
Well, they just talk about Lucifer. And in Finland, there's something called tarring your nuts. So this is real. In Masons, they actually put tar on your balls in a sauna.
Why do they do
this
that?
This is one of the rich. I have no idea. You tell me.
Is it like a pain or initiation or something? I don't understand why people would do that. That makes no sense.
They're so freaky. I've been looking into the Finnish Freemasons, and they're so fucking dumb. I imagine, like, if I was like initiated into the club, and I was like, yeah, I'm in the big boy club, and then I go into the Grand Mason Lodge, and I see a golden statue of 3 dicks entangling each other, and they want me to tar my fucking balls. I'd be like, is this a sex cult? Is this a sex cult?
Gosh, fertility, yeah. But there's different degrees. I mean, who knows what they have to do to climb the ladder with some of those organizations, but
I don't know. There's an actual lodge called the Tar Lodge in Finland. You can look it up. Terva Lodge. And so it's an actual thing. It's weird as fuck. I cannot begin to understand these guys. Give me a theory as to why would someone want to tar your nuts.
I don't know.
So weird. They take a bucket and they put water and tar in this bucket, and you need to dump your junk in it. Holy shit. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
What happens in the lodge stays in the lodge.
So how do we segue from tarring people's nuts?
No tar on a flat Earth.
How does that work on a globe, man? Anybody new on here? Any questions, issues, concerns? You got the mind of middle-large women here right now. Pick his brain if you want to.
The Earth is demonstrably flat and motionless by laser test and infrared and long-distance imaging, but if you look at the conspiracy side of it, it's like the final conspiracy. It's the final nail in the coffin. If they lie about the shape of the Earth, there's not much else to lie about, is there?
Yeah, I hear you, Lemon. It pretty much fits all the puzzle pieces together for the most part. Makes things make sense a little bit.
It puts so many other things into place in some ways. The secrecy, the conspiracy, the inaccurate maps, the occultism.
No, you didn't say like so strong. So I mean, maybe the bullet is just resisting the curvature of the earth, like the spinning of the earth, going straight to the target. I don't know. Tell me.
I hear you, it is high, but you're kind of low.
And then if you want to attack Chicago from the lake, no chance. Anche Mirage, you cannot shoot Mirage. Hello?
Hello, what's up? He said
Is
hello.
there any? Yeah, I did. Hello? Is there
Hello?
any Globers here? Globers?
I don't think so. Let's give him a chance to speak up here. Anybody wants to talk about the shape of the earth? There's one. Sonny in California thinks he's on a ball. Tell us why, Sonny.
Spinning.
We feel your pain, sir.
Spinning, curved.
Earth is
Coriolis. Pictures from space.
Yeah, that does it right there.
The ISS. Curved water. It is funny, huh? That's what they do, man. That's exactly what they do.
NASA showed me a picture. And it was a globe. It was a globe.
You gotta say it in French. Globe. Globulaire. What? You trying to take my globulaire Earth away from me? What? I need my space toys. Spaceships. I love spaceships. I can't live without my spaceships.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Submarines push against water. Airplanes push against air. So what does a spaceship push against? Nothingness? How does it move? How does it move?
To move. So you're new here, it is I? It is I. You're new here?
Yes.
All right. What's your take on Earth? Yeah. What's your take on the Earth?
It's flat.
What's your number one best proof of the world Earth being flat?
Number one. Well, there's no measurable curvature, so there's no such thing as curvature.
That is number one. That is literally number one. All right.
No such thing. That's like my first question when I came here. Like, why do you guys think, like, what's the reason why people don't see it? But yeah.
Because it's not there.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of people come in here and defend it with all kinds of things.
Crazy things.
Gravity, refraction, all these nonsense.
Mental gymnastics.
How they know? How can you not? Yeah, how can you not see it? Like, it's so obvious. That's it. The end.
Bye ball.
Whole model is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. Check out what one of them posted on a group chat we're in.
Yeah, let's see. Fire. That shit's on fire.
You read the right side. Like, oh my.
Let's start a campfire. It's so bizarre, man.
Okay, one of y'all verbalize what you're laughing at, because I can't see the screen.
So a friend of mine I was speaking to, that he he was talking. He posted that God created the light, meaning the sun. He didn't say let's start the fire that's on the sun. Which reminded me of the song clip about the sun being on fire.
Okay, I got you.
There's sunspots on it. Have you ever seen those?
I created the fire. Let's put it on fire.
Why does it have sunspots?
Somebody
Who knows?
redo that song. The sun is on fire.
Maybe
we don't need no water.
Maybe they're burned out pixels, bro.
Yeah. Couple of dead ones.
Got to change the light bulbs in some of them.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Could be millions of freaking pixels.
Have you guys seen the?
I really want to know who's running the projector show. So I think what the alignment is, alignment of the comedy of the globe fairy tale, because that shit is funny.
It's hilarious.
You guys made me laugh already. Thanks, Albariqua. That made me laugh, man.
Yeah, that little clip of the Rumpus going, we do, we don't, we do. we do. It's just comedy gold. Just those few seconds.
Everybody wins. Everybody's a winner.
I heard someone trying to speak, and I really want to hear what you have to say, but I can barely hear you. Whoever that was.
I didn't hear anybody. So we just came in.
Something about 6 feet.
Nah, it was me. I was watching a video. It came through my microphone. My bad. My bad.
It is I. Where are you from? That's right. I guess we'll get around to that. No biggie.
All right. Did you ask me something?
Oh, yeah. I asked you where you're from, just like general area.
Oh yeah, I'm from Finland. Finland.
Finland.
Finlandos.
Finlandos.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes.
We have some.
Yes.
We have some other Scandinavian people here as well. Roger's from. Where's he from? Denmark, I think.
Denmark is like way south.
Yeah.
So, Sonny, did any of your Navy adventures take you near Scandinavia?
Not at all. No. Only Adak, Alaska. Which is way.
Weird thing is, there's no snow last time in Finland. It's
So
pretty
it's
strange.
dry.
There's
So
no.
it's So it's dry.
Yeah, it's not cold. It's.
Wow.
Yeah, no, well, not dry. It's actually pretty wet. But it's not cold. There's no snow. Strange.
That's just global warming, man. It's another symptom of it. The globe and it's warming.
Global warming. We must take action.
Yeah, what's that one little girl say? How dare you?
You did that? I actually feel pity for that. What's that girl's name? What's her name?
Gretchen something.
Yeah, Gretchen something? I feel pity for her. She's a total puppet. She has like her handlers all around her every time. It's
How
kind of
dare
sad.
you?
How dare ye? How dare ye? You have ruined this planet for all the future peoples. Oh, nosies.
You're funny,
Yeah, the first step for global warming, you would actually need a globe, bro. Need to see that first.
She was like Greta something, right?
What is she, like a
Greta.
Glover? Is she a Glover or something? She's got a show?
Total clover. She's a total puppet. And it's so sad because she's like so young.
Global warming.
Is she the one with We're Intelligent Rocks?
No, it's a different.
No,
that's Michelle Kelly.
Oh, that's another one.
She's
This
like
Gretchen
so
girl's
mainstream.
Like a teenage
She was
girl
invited.
that goes around and speaks on global warming. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, she was invited to a panel for the coronavirus too. She was invited for that. And she's like, what is she, like 13, 14 or something like that? And she has her handlers like on standby.
Your name's Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg or something like that.
She's just as qualified medically as Bill Gates, right? So.
Yeah.
So sad.
It is. It is so fucking sad.
So are they lining up in California to get their V word, Sonny?
I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like anything's really going on. Nothing drastic is happening. Actually, I don't see
The
any
first
change
shipment
here.
would be to California, probably. Just assume.
It is a communist freaking state, that's for sure.
I left there, man. I came to Oklahoma. Thank God.
Good for you. Who said that?
It was Ryan Eartherton.
Oh, okay, cool, man. Wish I would have got out of here before now.
Yeah, we got out of there pretty quick. As soon as all this started going down, I could see it coming from miles away. Whole family thought I was nuts. And now they're all talking about homesteading.
Mm-hmm. How dare you? I remember that now. Oh my God.
But Oklahoma is huge on the war on drugs. I mean, how do you square that? They actually give police officers awards for the more people they arrest during traffic stops that escalate into a vehicle search.
What?
No, they got a dispensary on every corner nowadays.
Oh.
Oh yeah, doctors get money for vaccinating people too. Did you guys know that?
Of course.
Yeah, I guess my news on Oklahoma might be outdated, but the last I heard, there was a huge lawsuit it went nationwide. It went to Supreme Court about the level of civil forfeiture in Oklahoma. The government actually seizing people's property if they simply suggested that you gain that property through the sale of drugs. The police could just say, yoink, that house, that car, that boat, anything you own now belongs to the government if the government suspected it was possibly purchased with drug money.
Yeah,
I mean, that's worse in California, in my point of view. I mean, I don't think California has that level of civil forfeiture.
Yeah,
just don't go to the court. Just don't.
No, you got the court. The police seized. The government seized it.
Well, if
you actually had to go to court to try to get it back.
Well, if they say, "Do you understand the blah blah blahs put against you blah blah blahs," and you say, "No, I don't understand."
I came here for
they actually can't punish you.
I come here for the ability to basically walk the streets with a gun strapped to my leg, and there's plenty of places to hide with wild food growing everywhere. That's what I was thinking.
Oh yeah. You guys got no problems there. You guys have like so much land. No problem.
Yeah, don't they say something like you could fit the world's population in Texas and they, fit comfortably?
Yeah, the whole population overgrowth or whatever the fuck. It's called like there's too much people in the world. That's all horseshit. That's so nonsense. That's nonsense. There's no 7 billion people in the world.
Yeah, I agree.
Nah,
probably not.
That's not real.
This is pretty funny.
That's not real.
I was looking for news for Oklahoma. So apparently this internet celebrity lawyer called the drug lawyer, Oklahoma City. I will help you beat your drug charge. Like Just Ask Sal from like whatever that show was, Breaking Bad. There's like the dude who just specializes in defeating government claims in Oklahoma that you're a victim, but you're also the criminal. So I'm going to steal your property and lock you in a cell. And there's a specialized lawyer that just his only caseload is trying to smack government claims that you're a drug addict.
Yeah, it's because you represent the straw man that they have created at your birth.
It's not as
bad. They make you represent that.
I wouldn't say it's not as bad.
If you just keep saying no,
you're done.
They can't actually do anything. Even if you go into court, even if you do that, they will ask you, "Do you understand?" If you keep saying no, they can't do shit to you. They just have to let you go. I've tested this. In my desperation in Finland, I've tested this. It's true. They actually can't do anything to you. So you can literally throw any bills that you have like in the garbage. Except maybe like power bills, like if you want to keep your electricity and your water going, like pay those. But anything else, you don't have to pay. Actually don't.
Don't be ridiculous. You think you can just not pay your bills and everything will be okay?
Yeah.
Don't be
Well,
stupid.
if you don't pay your electricity, they will cut your electricity. So pay those. And if you do have like.
What world are you
bills,
living in when you think you can just not do stuff and not get arrested by the police?
Yeah, they won't. I got lawyers at my doors. No, they won't.
No, I know where he's going with this. He's saying that he's like pretending to be like mentally like deficient. So he doesn't he needs someone to,
It's true.
Like someone says like, "Hey, you're not paying."
They need you to represent a straw man that was created at your birth. So when you're born, they will create
don't talk rubbish.
It's not rubbish.
Yeah, dude, this crazy time.
Tested it.
If you're able to sign up for a service,
fine.
you're able to pay for it, or understand that you have to pay for it.
Don't have to. You never ever have to go to court. Even if you do, just say you don't understand.
How many times have you been arrested for things?
A lot of times.
Did you go to court?
Yes.
There you go then, you bloody idiot.
Never had to pay anything. So, who's the idiot?
Don't talk rubbish.
Yeah,
No, it's
dude.
not
If
rubbish.
you're good, listen.
Complete bullshit, mate.
Yeah,
Nope.
I'm about ready to say no Xbox.
I don't want to argue, but all right then.
Okay, I'm about ready to tell you no
Alrighty then.
Xbox for the rest of the day if you keep this up.
Okay.
Let's have an example.
Orton just said, "Oh, off you go, mate. You're okay. Nothing to worry about."
Example of what?
What happened when you went to court then? Get found guilty or not guilty?
Say I don't understand.
Did you when you went to court? What did you get found guilty or not guilty?
I say I don't understand.
But did they find you guilty or not guilty at court?
No.
They had to find you one of them.
I say I
If you
don't
went to
understand.
court, doesn't matter what you say. If you went to court,
It
you're
does.
guilty or not guilty.
I say I don't understand.
If you don't understand, then they'll put you into mental
You
hospital.
are not in trial. The one who is in trial is the one who was born like.
No, you're just telling lies,
the
mate.
number.
You're not telling the truth
It's
at all.
not a lie. It's not
Right,
a
you're not telling
lie.
the truth. There's no truth to what you're saying at all. Just completely,
It's
you just,
not a lie.
just made it all up.
Okay, let's move on to their topic.
You are not in trial.
Listen, time to move on.
They get
Listen,
you to represent the one that you were created at your birth.
Listen, new topic. You're done.
It's not real. Okay, fine.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me talking?
Yes.
Okay, did I tell you new topic, or I tell you to keep rambling on with this nonsense about you don't understand? Do you understand? I told you.
Answering a question.
Okay, but do you understand? I told you to talk about something else.
Would you like to change the topic then?
Yeah.
Sure.
You just said that you would.
Yeah, I can change the topic. Maybe it was my fault 'cause I did bring up the war on drugs thing, so I'll take responsibility. So how about the Earth? Is it flat? Or do you not
Yes or
understand? Okay, D&D. You're saying of course not?
Are you directing it to me?
Anyone. The panel. Either one of you. I mean, or no Xbox. Which one do you want?
Yeah, it's flat.
D&D. What's up? Are you talking about Dungeons and Dragons? Sounds like he's having mic issues. Okay, what do you think of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth?
It's flat. I already said that many times.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I apologize. I understood now. So why do you think it's flat?
Why do I think it's flat? I already said that many times too. But let's say it again. There's no measurable curvature. Therefore, what is it? It's flat.
There we go. Hey, you hear that? Living D&D life, or my best D&D life? There's no measurable curvature. What say you?
For my curvature analysis. So,
Yeah, your mic is pretty bad right now. It's like getting it starts out. Maybe go push to talk. You get your voice activated, seems to be failing you.
Is this better?
There we go. Okay, so it said there's no measurable curvature. That's pretty standard understanding of flat Earth and the rest of humanity. Actually, even some of the most staunch globalists will tell you the curve can't be measured. So, what say you? Yeah, your mic's messing up again. Okay, maybe try to fix your mic issues and come back when you figure it out, because that probably falls under the 10% rule. You have to at least be 10% as smart as a person who invented the piece of technology to use it. In other words, they dumb it down. They invent something and then dumb it down for the end user.
So we got anybody else to talk to, Chris? Yes or not?
No, I guess that's, see, it says there's no curvature, and then we got D&D, who seems to have mic issues.
What about Jesus loves you? We talked to him yet?
Yeah, sure, we could try to make that work. All right, Jesus loves you. Can you type in live stream to make that you're there?
We also got a long frog. We talked to them.
Where's he at?
Long frog right below living my best D&D life.
Oh, yeah, he's VC verified. Yeah, go ahead. Long Frog, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what's your idea in the shape of the Earth?
At the moment, I'm not 100% sure. I'm still trying to be convinced by this community. And I mean, it's working some. I can...
Well, the idea here is that I'm not trying to convince you, and no one else is trying to convince you. All I'm doing is sharing my point of view with you and saying, this is why I think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And if you can come to a different conclusion, share that with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because from my understanding of reality, of creation, it appears to be flat and stationary. And I've never seen anything other to the contrary, except if you go into full pseudoscience, appear to authority, batshittery, that NASA explored space so you don't have to, not flat, we checked, and they did it once 50 years ago for peace, so they bombed the crap out of Cambodia because they were mad at Vietnam due to the way that their government was spending money. So if you've got something better than that, so that's a very low bar of evidence, okay? You basically just have to outdo Nixon. And Nixon was thrown out of office for being one of the most corrupt people in history. He basically said, if you get elected to president, the laws don't apply to you, and you get to set your own rules. So if you can provide something a little bit above that, you know, like the limbo, you know, like say how low can you go?
Mm-hmm.
You can go. You can't go much lower than that. So, where's your bar of evidence? How would you say that the Earth is a globe, other than what you perceive it to be?
I mean, like you said, there's no real evidence. I mean, I don't know how to tell you the truth. I kind of just go with the flow.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it, and that's kind of what I did for my the majority of my life, and I just kind of went with the flow. And the flow was saying that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning and it's in space. And I'm like, sure, whatevs. I'm just living 9 to 5. Trying to enjoy life, just being a good old boy. And it wasn't until later on in life where I started to think, hey, there's more important things than just trying to, wait for the weekend and slam a bunch of beers and watch football. I started caring about stuff more and started thinking about the world that that the world around me. I started looking outwards more. Yeah. And that's when I started to discover a lot more stuff than, what was presented to you. Or like, not you, Long Frog, but you, the person that the.
Crit, before we continue, can I ask Long Frog one question? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I sound young, but I mean I still am young. I'm 16 is all.
That's okay. That's all we had to hear. Go ahead, Crit.
Just want to make sure, because there is a Discord terms of service says that you have to at least be 13 to use to use Discord. So if you were younger than 13, we'd have to remove you from the server.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So how about so you're kind of on the fence per se?
Yeah.
So what would you tell this D&D, living my best D&D life as a 16-year-old? What would you tell that? Oh, go ahead.
I don't have much to say. I mean, I'm not the one to listen to.
Well, yeah, sure it is. You can speak from your personal experience better than anyone else in the world. You know you like anyone. No one knows you like you know you.
Yeah, dude, use your voice, man. You have a right to tell other people what you think. Use it.
I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth. I mean,
you want to hear something interesting? Is that Jesus told people, his disciples, that to view reality as if you were a child. And you're clearly a child. You're 16 years old. So what is share your ideas? I mean, because a lot of us are much older than that. I mean, I'm much older. So I mean, go ahead. I mean, no one here is going to fault you for saying, "Hey, I understand. This is what my takeaway is, and I'm on the fence for these reasons." I mean, you're kind of the person that this platform is looking for.
Yeah, I mean, on the edge of like thinking the world is flat or a globe. Like, you want me to explain that? Like, my thoughts on it?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I kind of just obviously go with the government because, like, the U.S. is, I mean, it could be worse. I think that knowing the Earth is a globe or flat doesn't have much of a, like, impact on me. I don't get much of, like, it doesn't bother me if it's flat or a globe. To tell you the truth. I mean...
Yet.
Yet, I mean, I don't...
That's just because you don't pay taxes yet.
Okay, but we don't put taxes...
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's just, but it's $50 million a day that they get to tell us nothing. And they take from us. We don't have a choice. The government takes money from us, does whatever they want with it, and they give us lies. I mean, I've been looking into the government lies longer than you've been alive. Not, it's like these guys have never told us the truth, ever, unless you can think of something.
And one thing too that I want to express to you, that the government doesn't care that you're a child.
Yeah.
The police will shoot children just like they shoot adults. These are very evil people. You can look at, like the youngest person shot by police is like 6 years old. They just open fire. And that's one thing you really need to know, that when Jesus said, anyone who brings harm to a child, there's a special place in hell for them. So just to let you know that the government sees themselves as almost a new level of divine authority. That they can just say things and it makes them true.
Mm-hmm. So many people that would believe them on that. Yeah, I'm gonna let someone else go. I've got to get some schoolwork done and then what all.
All right, take care.
You too.
All right, so D&D life. Is that Dungeons & Dragons you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
You play a lot of D&D? What edition do you like?
I started on 5th edition. I started like 8 months ago. I made this account so that I could actually play on Discord, but those plans kind of fell through.
Yeah, I'm really into D&D also. I've been playing D&D since I was like in pretty young, like junior high. So yeah, I mean, I'm not really happy with 5th edition. I think it's probably one of the worst editions there are. It basically turned it into a video game from my point of view. It's no longer a role-playing game. Everybody if you try to play 5th edition, the DM will give you some sort of scenario, and the first thing everybody does is just look down at their character sheet to see which power they can select that will overcome the obstacle.
That's true. The biggest problem that I have with it is the new source book that came out that basically made for min-maxers.
Oh yeah, the power creep. Like if you look at the player's handbook and then go through as they keep releasing source content. And the next thing too is a critical role. I mean, those people are just like critical role fans, I guess. Like they got this idea, like somehow, like it's the most purest form of Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, no, this is actually a very toxic community, and I'm not even sure what is going on with these people.
I like that meme. Hey, is that an Ohio flag in the sleeve? That is.
Yeah.
I'm from Ohio. I love that meme, but people can't always do it well.
See, like the issue, one time when I talk to people who really love 5th edition, I'll say, can you give me a reason why critical role content is banned, just straight up banned from Adventures League?
I've never actually used critical role, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying, but it'd be interesting, right? The critical, like Adventures League is all about all this, like standardized gaming experience and all this stuff. And if Critical Role is supposedly the standardized experience for 5e, why is Critical Role content completely banned from Adventures League?
Probably because it breaks the game.
Yeah, it's complete bullcrap, right?
Well, it can make your characters really, really OP. There was one time I was in a basically like a Dungeons and Dragons Gladiator arena where we all built, super powerful characters. There was this one dude who had this Echo Knight fighter. He could not be beat. I don't think he was using Critical Role, but like no matter what you had, the dude had perfected that character. I mean, he was a good power builder. They also kind of nerfed all the monsters, so I was kind of pissed off about that.
I mean, maybe like 6th edition will fix it. There will be a 6th edition. I mean, if you don't delude themselves that somehow, if you listen to some 5th edition players that tell you this is it, the 5th edition will be the only edition ever. And you're like, dude, after they get done selling books and book sales start slowing down, out comes 6th edition. This is the Wizards of the Coast model ever since they took over with 3.0. If you really, from my point of view, if you really want to understand how to play D&D, you gotta go back to TSR and Gary Gygax. The game isn't been the same since Wizards of the Coast took it over. It's like when Disney took over Star Wars. There's a bunch like Disney with Star Wars. It's just a princess story now.
Wizards of the Coast do the Magic game as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that was how they cornered the market somehow. I don't understand that either. How can people? I mean, it's a really popular game, but it's like completely dumb. It's like you have a deck of cards and it's like you're playing War, but you stack your deck with a bunch of stuff that costs extra money. I mean, how is that even? I mean, people spend thousands of dollars on this. I'm like, if I play Warhammer, I mean, sure, I spent a lot, on miniatures, but at least I have miniatures at the end of the day. I've painted them and kind of had fun with the hobby. People play this Magic the game, and at the end of the day, they've got a box of cardboard.
Yeah, but the originals, I had the originals. I left them in the house that I left. I forgot them in the attic. I bought them way back in, I don't know, it was like 90 something when they first came out, and I freaking left them behind, dude. And they're like,
hey Mac, turn your volume up to 11. I barely hear you.
They're worth thousands now. Any better, Dave? Hello, speak up. How you doing?
There you go. Speak up like you got a pair, Mac. Come on, man.
Yeah, look, I got a pair. Yeah, I was whispering into the mic.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. But I feel there's a difference there between a collector and someone who plays.
There's a guy on Twitch. I forget his name now, but he does the Warhammer thing, and you can see how he takes a pleasure out of it. He paints the models and everything, and then he actually streamed. When you go and play against people and you roll dices and stuff like that. There, he did that. Yeah, that looks like fun. It looks better than a pack of cards. But there's people who do it professionally too. You can actually, I don't know why you would do that, but there's people who buy these Warhammer models and they actually send them away to somebody to paint it for them.
Yeah, I actually did that for a little bit. I was taking a college class in the 90s about like a small business thing. So I would buy, at the time, there was another game called Blood Bowl. And I didn't want to paint Warhammer because I thought the Warhammer market was satirized doing eBay. So this other game called Blood Bowl released a 3rd edition. So I bought a lot of the miniatures wholesale, like boxes, and then painted them kind of like not really detailed, but about probably 80%. And then took a lot of photos and posted the photos on eBay, and then resold the teams. And then at the end of the semester, I showed, hey, I made it costs this much per unit, and I made this much money, and then factored in as if I had hired a painter instead of painting them myself. And it was an interesting thing to do for a semester, but I never kept it up. Like how people do now on like Etsy and things like that.
That sounds nice. Yeah, there's people doing it full time now, isn't there?
Yeah, it's kind of like their job. But for them, I think they do a lot of airbrush. They don't use actually like a paint brushing. Or they paint with a brush and then go back over it with airbrushing.
So is the D&D guy still here? Have we asked him about the shape of the Earth yet?
Yeah, he disconnected. He's solid. He's a solid globalist.
Oh,
I've heard him talk before.
he believes. So.
Yeah, that's why. If you heard him earlier, he said that humanity has measured the curve.
Humanity did it. Okay.
Yeah, or something along the lines of that. You know,
that pesky humanity takes care of a lot of stuff. Yep. Looks like he's gone now anyway. You gonna go back to D&D or whatever.
Yeah, both of them are gone too. The It guy, he left. Anyone else that you can see there, Hank? Dave, I mean.
Every time
Sorry.
Every time PMAX shows up, all the Globers just run and hide.
I'll say Extremis is here, but he's deafened.
That's because I smell funny.
Oh, Jesus loves you. Are you there? Jesus loves you. If you type in voice, or maybe he can't type because he has no roles. Here, send me a message, and if I get a message from you, I'll know you're there, and I'll give you VC verified. Give you a chance to talk. Let's see who else. Nightlight, but they're deafened. Looks like it's it.
Just us crazy people that don't believe in the globes sitting around here. Huh?
Oh, Jesus loves you is actually typing up in the lobby.
What's he saying?
He says flat earthers believe gravity doesn't exist.
You're welcome to open your mic and say that here if you'd like. We won't bite.
Or he's welcome to prove that it does exist, as the positive claim would suggest.
Exactly, folks.
I mean, that really always gets me when people say, you didn't, like, oh, I believed in everything you're about to say for 35 years. I went to look into it and can't find evidence of gravity. That's why we think it's bullshit. Not, we woke up one day and we're like, I don't know. I don't even know what they think.
Got the flat smack the Salvation Army to the players. Y'all ready?
All right, there. Go ahead. Jesus loves you. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Did you ever think about the Earth, whether it's a spinning ball? Your first initial thing is to laugh. Look into it, I promise you. Prove it you live on a spinning ball, zipping through nothing. Have a Merry Christmas.
Okay, the floor is there. Your floor is yours. What do you want to talk about? Just want to play the drums?
At least play them in rhythm.
I know. Hello there. Jesus loves you. You got something to say, or are you just gonna? There we go. How's it going? You got a lot of claims. Yeah, no, I got you. You made a lot of claims about flat Earth. Do you have any claims about the globe?
Like what? Like evidence?
Like what size is this globe that you speak of?
Evidence. You said evidence.
Yeah. Like what size? Like
yeah,
I could just like sit.
Yeah, what's the size of the globe? Do you know that?
You mean the diameter or like?
Yeah, sure, diameter, radius, or anything. What size is the Earth? Google it? I'm asking if you know.
7,917.
And you figured this out by a Google search?
Oh man, if only we had Googled this many years ago, we could have saved ourselves a lot of headache. Oh man, why didn't we think of Googling it, guys?
Yeah, Jesus. When Jesus loves you, I'll just say loves you. Okay. So when I asked you if you knew the size of the Earth, I wasn't asking you to Google it and then just regurgitate.
But that's like saying you can't just like what do you like? That's basically there's no point in saying that. Why do you think that this specific Google search is false?
We're asking.
You want to try that again?
Yeah, I got it. He thinks, why is Google false? Because I can Google stuff and get false information. So is that enough for you, or do you need more than that?
Yeah, but just because you can get false information doesn't mean that it has to be false.
No, but you would verify the information that you're getting through Google. So what have you done to verify?
It's why it's taken years, not a 30-second Google search, to figure this out. It's taken years to look into the Google results, not just accept what it took 5 seconds to look up.
Yo, new guy, is your name a meme or do you actually believe?
Actually believe.
Right, do you know where Jesus is right now?
In heaven.
Right, do you know where heaven is?
I don't.
Well, if you were to read the scriptures, heaven is quite obviously above us. And when he comes back, he's coming back through the firmament. It's gonna open up, and he's coming back with the city, right, the New Jerusalem. So for that to make any sense, and for the Revelations verse that says every eye shall see, the earth has to be a level plane. Otherwise, it wouldn't work, right? If it was a ball, as people falsely claim, if it was a ball as people falsely claim, and when he comes back down through the sky the same way he ascended, half the world wouldn't be able to see him, if not more than half the world. But it states quite categorically that every eye shall see. So for that to make any sense, because we hold scripture, if we believe we hold scripture as the authority, then by definition, not to mention all the other verses that talk about the nature of earth, but by definition, for every eye to see, the earth would have to be a level plane.
You know, God can appear. You know, God is timeless, so can appear at the same time.
Yeah, you're just pulling up a red herring. That's got nothing to do with what I just mentioned.
No, you know, after Jesus died, he appeared to 500 people at the same time.
Not at the same time. He appeared to 500 different people on multiple occasions. And even if it was at the same time, which by the way is possible, you know why? Because he's in his resurrected body at that time. He was in a new kind of get up, right? It's like he upgraded his Iron Man suit, so to speak. I'm not downplaying Messiah by any stretch. I'm just giving an analogy, right? So that's why he could go into rooms that were locked. That's why he could appear to people and they didn't know who he was. Same way the angels can change their form. That's why. So that has nothing to do with the fact that when he ascended, he ascended. He didn't go out into space, into nothingness. He ascended up to heaven. Heaven is above. We're down here on the base floor, right? And then you got the basement below. That's how it works. You need to go back to Genesis and actually understand that when it said he created it in 6 days, he created it in 6 days, and the sun and the moon and the stars were created on the 4th day. So that is in direct contradiction to everything these NASA, these globe people say. Direct contradiction. So you have to pick who's true and who's a liar. Is the word of God true, or is the word of a man or a bunch of men called NASA, etc.? Are they true? Because one of them has to be lying, because they're in direct contradiction to each other. So that's a decision you have to make.
Are you a Christian?
I'm a believer, yes.
Are you a Protestant or Catholic?
Neither. I take the. Hold on.
You are Protestant. So
No, sorry, I had food in my mouth. I said neither. I take the Bible as my authority, right? So I follow the way, the narrow path. The path that Messiah talked about, doing the will of the Father, that's what I do. So any label that someone wants to put on me, that's their business, but I don't ascribe to labels like that.
So you pointed out that Jesus coming from the heaven is like, and Jesus' second coming will be in his one body. Actually, I screwed up. So Jesus, when he come back in the second coming, he's coming back in his glorified form. So there's no reason to believe that he couldn't just appear at different times, at different places.
Nah, you're not understanding the scriptures correctly. He ascended in his glorified form, to start with, by the way. And of course he's coming back in his glorified form. Why would he come back different from how he went up? It has nothing to do specifically to what I told you about. When he went up, he went up. Heaven is above. It's not all around like space nonsense. It's above us. You actually have to go and take the scriptures for what they say, and don't allow any other idea from a man or from yourself to impose upon the scriptures. You have to let the scriptures speak to you, because they are all there, completely corroborating each other, completely accurate to our history, to the truth. They need no counselor. They need nothing to add to it. They are what they are.
So you know that when God created the universe.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you fix your alarm? You got to fix your alarm. It's triggering me every time to check my phone. Please, just someone get that alarm. Sorry.
What do you think? Where do
That's
you
a new
think
troll technique. The iPhone alarm troll.
Where do you think God was before he created the universe? Like, where was he?
What's that got to do with anything? Are we dealing with the unknowns that aren't even written about anywhere, or are we dealing with the here and now?
You said that God is inside, heaven is inside the universe.
What are you talking about? You're mixing and matching the words that I'm saying.
Where do you think heaven is?
It's where it says it is. It's above us.
So is that inside the universe or outside?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Outside.
Yeah, that doesn't work unless your idea of universe is completely made up. If the universe is to be that which was created, then it's within that which was created. Because if you read Genesis, so I'm saying, go back to the basics, right? Read Genesis. He created what? The heavens and the earth. And he dwells where? The heavens. Dwells in the highest of the highest, right? The top of the top. That's why he is God of gods, King of kings, the most high, right? So he's there at the top of his creation. I wouldn't say chilling, but that's kind of the parlance that I like to use. But he's doing his business up there, waiting for the time to which he was going to send his son, the New Jerusalem, and himself to come down and then start the millennial reign.
Where's there proof that Jesus is real?
Yeah,
I'm not having that conversation with you. I'm talking with someone else.
I'm not studying that subject, so I won't be debating that.
The things, if you're gonna bring up
History's a joke,
religion,
Cephas.
like
Game over. Try again.
there's no proof that religion is true. Like if I say in the Quran,
No, this isn't about religion. You asked, now you're trying to move the goalpost. The
What do you
histories
mean?
of
Yeah,
Josephus.
and like I said, I
history
wasn't
of
talking to him,
Josephus.
so he can shut up.
Well, anyway, I'm going to just address this nonsense. The histories of Josephus, written by the Romans. And Josephus was a Jew, by the way. So, yeah, Jesus existed.
Yeah, and then you have other witnesses like Pilate and all the other historical
But like
figures.
I'm referring to Jesus as God because you're saying it says in the Bible this, so it must be true. What if I told you the same thing? It says this in the Quran, so this must be true. You would
But
disagree,
like I said,
right?
I wasn't talking with you, so if you don't mind, don't butt in because I'm still talking with this.
But like, don't you understand where your argument went wrong?
No, I do understand. It's you that doesn't understand. You're coming in just with a red herring to try and prove a point, but your point has no legs to stand on. So again, shut your mouth because I'm talking with someone else. So back to Jesus loves you. I mean, your name is funny, but I'm gonna carry on using it. What I was gonna say is respectfully, I would encourage you to go back to Genesis, actually take it for what it says, right? Because if that's your foundation, then everything else is irrelevant, right? Even what I say is irrelevant. Take what the scriptures say and take them on their value for what they say, right? So I'd encourage you to go to Genesis, read it carefully, make notes, even draw pictures to try and understand what it's actually telling you, because it's not a fairy tale. It's a very accurate description of what happened. I'd also encourage you to read Jubilees, which goes hand in hand with Genesis and Enoch. But if you're not into that, stick with Genesis. It's enough for you. And then also Psalms, right? Can't remember what the psalm is, but there's one psalm that if someone claims to be a believer, they have to really get their head around this if they still think they're living on a globe, because it says, who set the foundations of the earth and laid them upon pillars, right? Who can move it? Or something to that effect, right? Depends which English version you're reading. But the simple fact of that is saying he set earth on pillars and it shall not be moved. So if that's the case, then when someone then comes and says, oh, by the way, earth is a ball spinning in space, then that is a direct affront to what the scriptures say. And by that alone, I mean, I could go on and on, right? But I don't want to hog the mic because this is an open room, right?
Can I ask kind of a question?
Can I just,
like, Jesus loves you, right?
Can I just finish the point, right? Real quick. Just want to wrap it up. So with that specific verse about that, you don't even really need any other one, in my personal opinion. But with that, set on pillars and shall not be moved, that one should be enough for a believer to go, well, anything anyone else says, even me, even anyone else, even yourself, right, even the mirror, is incorrect. Because let God be true and every man a liar. So I'd leave you with that.
No sense.
Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Can I say something about?
Well, do you know what was the psalm that? Or let me just ask your opinion. What do you think it means that Werner von Braun, a Nazi who also helped fund NASA, who's the godfather of NASA, on his tombstone, it has a Bible passage, or it has a Psalms 19:1. It literally says, and the word firmament, and what, in your opinion, would that mean? Or I don't know, like, what do you think about that as a believer? Because does that make sense?
You broke up, dude. You didn't even get out what you were saying. It was on his tombstone.
Sorry. So I'm just wondering if does he see in the what Chris just posted here? Psalms 19:1. What exactly do you think that means? Why would you think von Braun would put that on his tombstone to be immortalized forever?
Hey,
Jesus loves you. Your mic.
yeah, dude, you got your mic.
Drumming is the answer. Come on, man.
Yeah, you can mute your mic if you're gonna be typing like that.
Okay, since everyone shut up, I'm going to talk because people ask what a proof that Jesus is real or that God is real. They're asking for scientific proof. And the moment you ask questions about God, it is no longer science. The science is about the natural world. The existence or non-existence of people or the supernatural is not a scientific question.
Okay, but is there any proof that's non-scientific?
There's
any proof.
There's evidence. There's evidence, dude. There's a difference between evidence. Can you prove the existence of any dead person that's been dead outside of living memory?
I've heard people in the server get mad at me, and they said there is proof God is real, and they sent me articles. So are you saying they're stupid?
I don't know who those people are.
Okay, I can prove God exists very easily because
see, another person here is saying they could prove it. You think
human rights? Listen, human rights prove that God exists. Where does human rights come from if not from the Creator?
What do you mean by rights?
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We'll just paraphrase it to that.
That's human made.
You bring
that's human made. Citation, please.
What? Well, where did happiness come from? Can you answer that? Send me a citation.
It comes from these are endowed by a Creator. How about you believe that all people are created equal, or do you think that you're above others?
What are you talking about? Do you guys understand him?
Listen, the only way you can prove God is by prayer. Prayer is the only way you can prove that God exists. But you have to believe. If you don't believe, you can't prove it. See what I'm saying? If you believe in prayer, that's how you prove God. No amount of evidence is going to help you because you're one of those people.
Okay,
right? You ever want to prove God? You pray. You ask Him for something that you need in life that you cannot provide for yourself, right? That's the only way you can prove it.
What if you don't get that?
I said you have to pray and ask. Have you asked? So you would never know, right?
No, I have.
You know, praying for Cyberpunk 2077 doesn't count. And there are conditions, okay? There are conditions. He's not a, okay?
What are the conditions?
That's for you to know, man. You to find out. If you were a true believer, you would search. Obviously, you're a protagonist and a skeptic. That's all.
No. I grew up. I grew up in a Christian household. I was a Christian for like 16 years of my life.
So what kicked you out? Your parents, right? Because your parents are too strict, right?
No, none of that.
Oh, so you hopped on the what was it? The Gracian train? Is that what happened?
I went on a search my whole life and felt absolutely nothing. Here, let me give you a scenario. Say I was born in a Muslim household, and by your words, Muslim isn't like the right religion, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So why would I ever pray to Jesus if I'm Muslim? Like, how am I supposed to find God then?
Listen, the word was supposed to go to every corner of the earth, and then when every ear and every mouth has heard the word of God, then Christ comes, right? So everybody's got to hear it. Everybody has to know of His fame, right? So He has a time set aside for when He's coming. It says, "He that will be just, let him remain just. He that be righteous, let him remain righteous. He that is wicked, blah blah blah." Right? So everybody gets an opportunity, okay? But when the time is up, it's up, man. That's it. So you have to figure out for yourself what is true. That's why you're given a brain for yourself, man. We can't change your mind for you. We can only give you the evidence.
There's been no evidence like the past 16 years when I was a Christian.
No evidence. There's no evidence.
No, zero. Absolutely zero. I prayed 3 times a day, read the Bible, absolutely nothing.
You know, just going through the motions don't count, dude.
It wasn't going through the motions.
It sounds like you do. You sound ritualistic and habitual.
No, it was completely not.
There's a relationship you have to develop with Christ.
Yes, exactly. That's what it was.
And you have not. Neither have I.
You're assuming my life
relationship is not the greatest.
You're assuming my life right now.
You've never got an answer through prayer. So I'm sorry you were not talking to Jesus. I don't know who you're talking to, but it ain't Jesus. If none of your prayers have ever been answered.
See, that makes no sense.
Well, we see that you have a little faith.
No, I had full faith before. Full faith.
No one has full faith, man.
What are you talking about?
Why did you stop? What made you stop?
Because after 16 years, I felt absolutely nothing. Never seen any miracles. Never felt anything.
Miracles? What? Come on, bro.
Your life isn't a miracle?
What do you mean miracles? Have you seen a miracle before?
Why don't you just keep going?
I kept going for years.
No, but I mean keep going till you drop, right? Because if it really is worth it, right? You would go until your last breath. You wouldn't stop, right?
But the thing is, if it's not real, why would I do it?
Listen, what was your expectation?
Sounds like a you problem.
Listen, let's figure this out.
Zero expectations.
What was your
Zero.
expectation?
Zero.
What was your expectation to get after 16 years? What did you think you were going to get out of it?
I just said it 10 times right now.
Did you expect 17?
Your burden was you got to see a miracle.
No, it was not.
Then what was it? What
I said
was it?
absolutely nothing.
I mean absolutely nothing. What does that even mean?
Does that mean
I didn't expect anything?
Today? You got that?
So you expected anything and you weren't disappointed, and now you're not a Christian because what you expected you got? Like what?
But then from all the stories, I've heard.
You act like God is a genie, man. That's not how it works, man.
Why are
Look,
you
you're not gonna
still assuming my life? You keep telling me things about me.
Rhetoric, dude.
I've literally talked to you for 15 minutes and you're telling me about my life. Like what?
I'm asking you questions that you can't answer, man. Answer
I'm
the
not.
simple
No,
question.
I was.
You said
referring to
you were
fraud.
a Christian for 16 years and you
Yep.
didn't get anything out of it. So
Yep.
what did you expect to get?
I expected nothing at first, but then I realized I should have felt something by now, right?
Felt what?
Salvation?
The presence of God?
Have you guys ever heard God's voice?
Yes. Why? No, dude. Well, maybe they have. I haven't.
How would I know if it was or
I haven't
wasn't?
heard it audibly, but I've read it on paper, so
Yeah. Okay.
that's good enough for me.
You're letting this guy get out of his bullshit, dude.
Can I
Stop
propose
it.
this
You're
real
letting him
fast?
get out of his bullshit.
Wait, let's talk to the
because
guy who
he's selling a
said
whole
he's heard
bullshit
God's
story.
voice.
I got 2 seconds, okay? And I'm getting on a loud elevator and all this and that. Listen, I've asked myself the same question: why haven't I had the Holy Ghost? Why haven't I spoken in tongues? Whatever. Why haven't I had experiences that other people
Spoken
have had?
in tongues.
Yeah, right. I put air quotes around it that you can't see. Don't worry about it. Right? So the point is that it wasn't until I had my spiritual experience last year that I realized I wasn't listening. It's not that, and it's not the kind of thing you're expecting or waiting for. It's not. It's that's
What was your
that's the
experience?
best I can explain.
Just curious.
Well, my experience was it just seemed like it wasn't like God was like, "Yo, I'm here, hello," right? It was more like
He didn't send you a text?
No, it was more like I was having a conversation with myself and going back and forth with ideas, and then all of a sudden I just thought to myself, "Why am I talking to myself?" And then I asked myself, "Am I talking to myself?" It was a little odd because it was like I was bouncing off questions, and I didn't really understand exactly why I was going down that line of thinking.
So would you say 100% you could put your mom's life on it that you were talking to God?
Yeah, because that's what I truly believe. Again, that's believe. I felt it. It's something that you feel. It's not something that I can point you to or draw up on a piece of paper. It's an experience.
So if you found out later that that wasn't God, you would be willing to kill your mom?
How could I find out that it wasn't? How?
Well, if you did.
I've already experienced.
If you did. I'm just saying this to see how sure you were it was God.
I'm answering your question. I've already experienced it.
No, you didn't. That's not my question.
So you're gonna tell me what I didn't experience? How?
No. Are you listening to me?
Are you listening to me?
I'm asking you to see how sure you were it was God. I'm saying that if you found out later that it wasn't God, would you be willing to kill your mom to point out that you were wrong? No, answer the question. Just answer the question.
What else would it? I can't answer.
No,
the
you
question
just
because I've
you just
already
moved the
experienced it.
goalposts again, dude.
Exactly.
Your rhetoric ain't gonna work here, dude.
What?
Sophistry.
No,
Dude,
no.
you're-
My point
First you
here.
said, would you bet your mother's life that
Yeah.
it was God? And then you
Yeah.
said if you found out later, would you kill her?
Oh, yeah, it's the same thing.
No, it isn't, dude. You flipped it.
Your mom's dying either way. What?
You flipped it, dude.
Okay, then you don't kill your mom. Your mom dies. Your mom dies then, okay? Are we good there now? Can we continue?
Are you an atheist, dude?
No, okay, can you answer the question?
Apparently.
Well, I answered the question. The point
you
is,
didn't.
I'm answering.
See, that's
it
not
now.
an answer
You're
to the
saying
question.
He
That's not
did
an
answer
answer.
your question. He said, would he bet his mother's life that it was God? He said
Yeah.
yes. And then you switch it to, if you found out it wasn't God, would you then kill your mother? What kind of stupid question is that, dude? That's a moving the goalpost bullshit.
What?
It ain't gonna work here, dude. What?
Would it be another? Would I have another experience? Would I have another experience that would lead me to believe, haha, I wasn't God, I was actually Satan? Like what?
Yeah,
what
yeah.
exactly are you talking about?
Yeah, let's use that for a scenario.
Maybe this crap works on the politics server. It don't work here, dude.
You guys aren't listening.
I mean, well, no. Can we comment? Can everyone calm? Because Monkey, you came in here like and your very first question was, "Do you have proof of God?" And now you're like, everyone's triggered because that's like you're just cutting right.
That's a different question. Wait a minute. Do we have proof of a creation? Have you ever seen anything created out of like nothing that just popped into existence? Whoop, there it is, an airplane. Oh my God. Oop, a series of complex events.
Okay, well now we're getting contradiction.
Beautiful, haha.
We're getting contradiction of ideas in the server because from what you're saying, I assume you're saying there's proof of God, but a lot of other people were getting mad at me saying that there's no proof of God.
This is a flat Earth server.
Well, you might be talking about
opinion.
You might be talking about religion and what people liken to God, and their anecdotal experiences versus objectively there needing to be a creator for this created existence. That's a different question, like I just told you.
Well, you're saying there's proof. People in the server are saying there's no proof. So you guys could debate about that.
There's different types of proof, dude.
Yeah. What type of proof?
So there's legal proof, there's logical proof.
Well, you guys were. I don't know which one of you guys, but some of you guys were saying there's no proof of God's existence.
I said that you can't prove it scientifically.
Okay, well then it wasn't you, but there were a couple other people that said there's no proof.
You have to specify, man.
Yeah, but are those people here now? Does it really?
Yeah, can you guys speak up?
Yeah, could I add
Why don't you just stay in the lane that we are in? You keep just jumping everywhere.
I can talk about proof of God.
Yeah, you guys could talk.
Pardon me, I spoke over North Star. Go ahead, North.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you can't really prove God to those who are unbelievers. God has already proved himself past tense to those believers which are believers. That's a relationship. That's what happens. As far as proving God to an unbeliever, they think the word of God is foolishness, according to the text. So you can't prove it to them. It has to be, they have to initiate that want to know the truth. And when they initiate that and they really want to know, instead of just shaking their fist saying, "Are you real? Are you real? You better answer my question." He doesn't always answer the question you ask. And if you don't believe that, you can look to his disciples. They asked him 3 questions in Matthew 24. He ignored the first question and answered the second 2. So you might not even get an answer. You might be asking the wrong thing. Or it might be your intent behind your question.
And that's exactly kind of what I said, right? So like I grew up as a Christian, right? In a Christian household. And I used to ask these questions, why don't I hear this? Why don't I experience that? Why this and that? And it wasn't until literally last year that I actually had my spiritual experience. And then retroactively or in retrospect, it was only then that I realized I just wasn't paying attention. And again, I can't prove that because that's not tangible or physical, right? So I can't quantify it for someone outside of my experience. So you're asking for proof of something that can't be proven.
Well, actually, he killed himself.
But it's not proof
killed
that you can give to other
mate.
people.
Hey, mate, you killed yourself when you spoke out the words. about someone else's mother being dead or that she will be dying and stuff. When you say such words, it means that you yourself have no respect towards your own parents and towards no other people. That's what it means. Yeah.
How?
How?
Yeah.
Get the books and read to find out how.
Wait, you're saying I don't respect my
Or
parents
shut
if
up
I...
and listen to people here. Don't just
Or
ask
God.
stupid questions. Yeah.
Here, I'll
Wait,
give you. Can I
are you
answer your
trying to
question?
say that I don't care about my parents because I gave a hypothetical of someone's parents dying?
Nah, he's not trying to say that. He said what he
doesn't
said, dude.
exist, mate.
Whenever someone
How do
says
you
what you're
prove?
trying to say, you're trying to
Yeah.
reword what he said. He said what he said. Address that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to summarize that to see if I heard it
How
correctly.
about you just address what he said instead of trying to redefine it?
Redefine it. I'm sorry if I redefined it. I was just trying to understand what he was saying.
Well, I have some news flash for you, mate. The words a man speaks out through his mouth is reality.
So my mom's gonna die?
Whatever you're saying, that is what you are making.
So if I say you're going to get $1 million, am I gonna get $1 million? That's exactly what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand here. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I think his questions are kind of irrelevant, but a relevant question would be, can anyone prove empirically who wrote the text? Like the different stories and the different chapters? No one can. That's one thing that needs to be addressed.
Man wrote the text
Who wrote
inspired
the
by
text?
God. Come on,
Right,
that's
but
not.
no,
But his
what
question is
what I'm
is
asking
there
is
God? But I think what he's asking for is there proof for a creator.
right, and that can only
And
be
I answered him already.
that can be answered in many different ways, especially on a personal level. But my question is, I think a relevant question is to prove to the life of those people that exist, historically that wrote it. That would be important, but we can't really do that because I know other scriptures and holy texts where the person that wrote it, everything about their life. They really, they lived, and there's a lot of historical proof of it, But that's the thing about the Bible that needs to be addressed. But I'm not saying they're not relevant texts. I'm just saying we don't know empirically who wrote them.
So you don't know if they're true? Is that what you're saying?
That's problematic, but it doesn't mean they're not true.
I've heard that there are more historical accounts for Jesus than there is for Aristotles. That's what I heard.
Probably is. I don't. Those all those people.
There's no primary source.
All right, Monkey.
But the texts are important. They are important. You should read them.
I think Monkey needs is the actual proof here, and he wants to talk to someone who thinks they can prove a creator. Is that true, Monkey?
Because like if
wait,
say you're a Muslim.
You actually want proof. Why are you asking us? Why don't you ask the creator himself?
Say you were Muslim and
no, Monkey,
you guys were
no
trying.
hypotheticals. I got one for you, and this is you and me. Okay.
Yep.
So I'll read you a statement. It says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." Are you part of that we?
Yeah.
That they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. Are you still part of that we?
Yeah.
Among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah.
There you go. Welcome back to humanity.
What if it says that in the Quran?
You believe in the creator. Now we're just going to talk about what version of the creator you think is true versus me. So tell me about your creator. The floor is yours.
I don't have a creator.
Any creator.
You just said you agree. You said you were part of the we when I said we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And you
I
said,
agree.
yep,
I agree
100%.
to that general statement.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell me about your creator.
No, to that general statement.
Yeah. So tell me about your creator.
If you didn't read that from the Bible, I would agree with it. If you wrote that yourself, I would agree with it.
Okay, sure. So tell me about your creator.
I don't have a creator.
Yeah, you just said you agreed with the statement.
Yes, I agree with that general statement.
Okay, there we go. So tell me about your creator.
What?
Do you know what that general statement is from? Do you know?
I know it's from the Bible, but I'm saying if you wrote that yourself by your hand. I would agree
Dude,
with
it's
that.
not from the Bible.
Man, wait, hold on.
Listen, it's not from the Bible.
It's
Okay,
not?
you never read the Bible in your fucking life, dude.
Dude, serious.
It's the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America.
Wait, so if that's from the Declaration of Independence, what does that have to do with the Creator?
Dude, you never read the Bible in your life. You never were a Christian. You're a liar.
Yeah.
You're exposed.
Apparently never read the Declaration of Independence.
I'm from Canada.
Oh, that
That's a fair
explains
point.
everything.
That's fair enough.
He's you're not from Canada. You're from the politics server.
I think he's trolling.
Yeah.
This is the type of shit you get from the politics server.
He's just deflecting and trolling.
Here's the funny part, right?
Yeah, he's been here before as well.
He has no problem lying. What does that say?
Yeah.
How
do you know
I'm God?
How do you know I'm lying?
You have no problem lying.
How do you know I'm lying?
I don't hear any honesty.
You said you read the Bible
I
3
did.
times a week for 16 years.
Yeah.
You're a liar.
No. I said I finished the Bible. Not for 16 years now.
No, you didn't, and now you just.
I never said that. I never said that. Go pull it up back in the live stream. You're lying right now, straight through your teeth. Pull it up in the live stream and clip it. Clip it in the live stream right now and send it in the general, and everybody could watch you be wrong.
Just because you read it doesn't mean
go clip it right now,
DM
Indy.
it to me from somewhere else.
Indio, clip it right now.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it was funny how he said he finished the Bible. I know a man who finished it too, like burning page after page, you know.
And I could have missed it.
He never said he finished the Bible. He said he read it 3
Yeah.
times a week. Man, that's a lie.
I mean, we were talking with
read it.
Pardon, French. We were talking with Loves You before that guy Rumpus. So if you want to get back into the conversation, Loves You, then you're welcome to, because otherwise we would have carried on talking with you if it wasn't for him.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanna point out something you said earlier about God created the earth and heavens. The earth and heaven refer to the universe, not the heaven.
Can you do me a favor and explain what your understanding is of universe and where in the scriptures it uses the word universe?
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that it uses the word universe. I said that.
I didn't say that you did. I'm just trying to understand what you're understanding. Because if we're going to use terms, right, we need to define terms and be on the same understanding of what these terms mean. Otherwise, we're going to get nowhere.
I'm just trying to point out something that someone else said earlier about heaven meaning his own God and where he abides. But I'm saying that the earth and heaven refer to the universe, not the actual heaven. So
okay, well, in that case, if I understood you correctly, then you're plainly misunderstanding the text, because it's very clear and there's so many references. I'll take you to the one that is the easiest one to go to, right? It says, when Messiah was telling us in what manner to pray, he said, say it like this: Our Father who art in heaven. Right? You don't even need to read the rest. You don't even need to read the rest, right? Because the rest is good. Read it for sure, but it's not relevant to what we're talking about. It says art. Now, obviously, that's Old English. If you want me to translate that, it's very simple. He dwells. His abode is in heaven, right? Then there's many other texts that say he sits upon the earth, and the earth is his footstool, right? So if you take all that, the only way you can honestly understand that is that he is physically dwelling on the top of heaven, and he's watching everything, right?
I think that heaven has multiple meanings. Heaven can refer to
it doesn't have multiple meanings. It's very specific. If you read Genesis, it's very specific, and not just Genesis, but the rest.
It
is an actual place where things actually go down, you know, where the Most High actually dwells, where Messiah actually went up and is sitting at his right hand right now, right? He's sitting at the right hand of the Father. So when anyone imposes an idea or tries to make it like it's an airy-fairy spiritual thing that doesn't really exist, and the reason they have to do that is because they're trying to pair the scriptures and their understanding of the scriptures with the globe understanding. Because if you remove the globe, you remove that confusion, you actually go back to what the texts say, you actually understand that he's actually up there. He's not far away from us. He's actually up there. We are going to be held accountable for what we've done. And his son, who he promised, and is what our whole faith is about, right, is coming back. And he's coming back through heaven. He's not coming back like through an imaginary portal in some spiritual dimension. He's coming back through heaven down to earth. Because that's the whole thing, right? When he created it, he created everything, and you know, he's like, this is good, and then he created us, and this was very good. So his whole thing is that how we understand him, and what makes us so unique is that we're made in his image, right? Is that he's a creator. So this actually is the center of everything. Earth is actually important. It's not some speck in the middle of nowhere. It's very important. It's central to the whole narrative of everything in our faith, from Genesis to Revelations and all the other books that people like to ignore, right? It's the playground, for want of a better description. It's the someone give me a word here, please. It's the stage. It's where everything happens.
Kingdom. He created kingdoms.
But yet he's also omnipresent. So I think we can't describe him in a materialistic way whereby he's only sitting at the top of heaven. I would say more akin to that he is everywhere. But then his manifestation...
I would have to disagree with that, because
his physical manifestation.
He is clearly not like us. He's not of flesh and blood, right? He is what everything came from, right? So yes, everything is sustained by his thing, right? When he breathed into Adam, he breathed into the spirit, and then he became a living soul, right? So everything, obviously, he's on another level. If you read Enoch, it describes that his clothes are so brighter than the sun. So we're dealing with things that we can't, at least in the earthly carnal mechanisms that we have available to us, we can't really get our head around it. But he's clearly actually up there. He's not somewhere in our imagination. He's actually up there.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
But when it says,
"Amen, brother," okay, right? But at the same time, like, you know, it's said that everything that we say, everything that we do is recorded, right? Well, we have these things, right, called cameras, in which we record things. But we're his creation, and we have eyes. Could it simply be that he sees everything through us?
No.
I mean, he's not like, see, this is what I would go with that one. With that bit specifically, is another level, right? Because he can see into our hearts. No one else can see that. Even ourselves, we don't even understand our hearts. If we're honest with ourselves and we take the scripture for what they say, the heart is a deceitful little thing, right? Let me finish let me finish my point, please. So that I think it was it Elijah I was speaking to?
Yeah,
no. I was responding to someone. Was it Elijah or someone else?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It was Elijah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So with that thing, so he can see. Obviously, he can see on another level to us, right? He's not deceived by our heart like we are. But in terms of actually, you know, like you're saying, recorded everything. I wouldn't say it's a no that he couldn't see through our eyes, right? Because he can understand how the nonsense that goes on in our minds, right? But in terms of actually the witness and the record of everything, if you understand, as we do, the earth, the way it's made, and that he's sitting up at the top, and he can see, he's not got like limited vision like us, right? He's got the most high vision, right? The top of the top, right? He can physically see everything because he's on top of everything. So in terms of that, and then obviously if there's a wall in the way, a wall's not going to limit him, because if he can see into our hearts, he can see through the basement and knows what those degenerates are doing down there. So you had to throw a little joke in there.
Let him finish.
And I'd like
Yeah,
to
so
respond to that.
Yeah, so that's pretty much my point to Elijah. So not in a complete disagreement, but in terms of the record, he doesn't need to look through our eyes because he can see from above everything.
And I would like to add to that, because the whole thing is that, remember, he doesn't need to see what's going on at the moment because he knows everything that happened or will happen beforehand.
He's the Lord of hosts.
Yes, that's true.
Lord
Okay,
of hosts
can I correct you guys here?
every knee has to bow because everybody will die, and he will be there when you die. So every knee bows. He's a Lord of hosts, King of kings, King of every single being alive.
But I like
You
that
see,
fractal
the truth
idea
is-
of looking through the eyes, in the same way that a creator of, like, say, a painting or a sculptor will call someone else to come and look at it so that he can get their
Guys,
interpretation of his creation. I
this
have
is
also
what you are
thought
doing,
about
guys.
that.
Interpretations and
Flat
assumptions.
Earth solar, but that's a difference. Let's say a person that paints a painting, he's not going to look to the eyes of the painting, is he?
The truth is,
Let me
so the
respond again. I just thought of something. Well, you can go and then I'll go ahead after.
sorry, let me just finish that point. So in the way that, like, God created this amazing creation called the earth, for God so loved the earth or the world that he gave his only son. So this creation, the world, the people in it, but also the world that he had created, this thing that he'd created, for he loved that so much that he gave his son. Now, if he loved that so much, if you understand the journey, if you've got kids and you see their wonder and their discovery of this place, when they see the moon rising and the moon's in a crescent or a full moon, or there's this wonder and this level of discovery of something that is often mundane to us as adults. And I have thought about it when I've stood at the bottom of an amazing mountain, and I've thought, how many eyes have looked at this? Now, obviously, the Creator, the Father, created it from above, and he views it from above. But I've often wondered, can he see how we see how beautiful his creation is? So it was quite a nice...
I can answer you.
Hold on. I wanted to go after everybody. Okay, all right. After you.
Yeah, he was waiting.
No one else.
Yeah, I'm done. You can go.
Okay. You see, it's about the child who is being born by the parents, by the mother, and the parents teach the child. They teach him to walk, to eat, to speak. They teach him many things, and I don't know the parents who actually come to forget these kind of actions, but the parents do behave very funny way, like when they children grow up and they say things like, oh, I'm so smart, I'm greater than my parents, I know so much more and stuff. And their parents, they stay silent to everything what their children say quite often. And about the God seeing the human heart, when you study medicine, you will find that above the heart there is this organ, the coronary artery, and it's a medical term, and it's not by coincidence, because it really is a crown. It symbolizes royalty, and this makes the human heart the throne of God, of God of life, because the heart is the organ in the human body which is pumping life through our body, literally, not metaphorically or stuff. And in the book of Revelation, the throne of God is very precisely described. The throne of God is surrounded by 24 elders, clothed in white robes and bowing to the one sitting on the throne, worship, praise his name and glory. And human heart is surrounded by 24 ribs, which are white bone. And this bending around the heart, it makes up a cage, a protecting cage. So God, we cannot say that God sees into our hearts or through our eyes. He's literally at the driving wheel, you know. But it's
Wait,
up
do you want to repeat the
to.
last sentence, please?
I mean, God is not like someone who gains access to see in our heart or see through our eyes. He's actually right there at the driving wheel on the throne, sitting and driving everything, you know.
Right, but with what I said about the heart is specifically, I have to find the scripture, so I'm not just quoting from thin air. But it says that he knows our hearts, right? And then we have the example of Messiah knowing the thoughts of these guys who came to trap him and all that. So it doesn't say specifically that he sees through our eyes, but if he knows what we're thinking, if he knows our motives, that even we ourselves don't fully understand sometimes, right? Because I mean, the scriptures say it and we understand it if we're honest. Our heart's deceitful, right? We do the things we don't want to do, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, not that he physically has to see, but if we have a thought of something, he knows what we thought about. That's not hidden from him. So that's what I was getting at.
Look at the image. Look at the image in the chat that I just posted now, seeing as we're talking about the eye and about God. Quite an interesting idea.
And you know, when Lucifer said that he will set his throne above God's throne, is actually quite possible, and it is actually really what he did. Lucifer is setting his throne in the human brain through parasitical idea, bad teachings, deceiving, propaganda, doctrines, you know, which makes the human mind hardening his own heart, you know, he takes over.
Yeah, I believe that's why we are specifically called to take every thought captive.
Yeah.
It cannot be reverse engineered. He's reverse engineering how God communicates to us and how our minds work and how we telepathically he can use all that. But there's limitations. God has made limitations. He can't go too far because that's why if he does, there's consequences and it won't work.
I don't think the scripture says that he was going to set his throne above God.
Did I get?
You did get skipped over. I apologize. Let me just get this thing on. He said he will ascend into heaven, and I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. That's what he said. But go ahead, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had said a whole lot there and talking to the wind. But as far as seeing into the heart, like when we say things like that, the best way that we can describe what we mean when we're saying that in relation to another is by their works or by what they do and accounts of that, right? So you say the measure of man is by his actions, and so perhaps like God seeing into our hearts even is merely him. Like, say if I say something right now, like I'm white, right? In my mind, I'm like, nigga, you lying, you black, right? And he hears me say it, like if he's, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to hear my thoughts, right? Because that's what we do when we pray, right? Most of the time, and that's the experience that I had when I thought I was talking to myself and realized I don't believe that I'm talking to myself. It was just too real for me. Well, I don't know if I'm making sense now. I said it so much better before.
I can tell you something. I can tell you something
well,
which
real quick,
kind of explains.
Okay.
When you do actions in the world, like with the ones which most upset the Almighty God. When you do such actions, He will give you more power and rulership over this world. You know, the sad truth, actually.
Okay. So
It's
I
according to
guess
your
part of
words.
what I was saying was, like for instance, when we pray, the power comes from, or him hearing us comes from the intention. If the intent isn't there, then it isn't real, right? So there must be something to do with intent, or the feelings that we have when we're serious about um, our
It's also
words
has to. Also has.
that he can hear, right? Like,
It also has to
and
do with your
also,
words.
who's to say that we don't emanate like some kind of aura when we feel things that we can't see? Like, because we only see in a specific spectrum. I would assume that God can see everything, right?
Right.
So
I
there's just
gave
a
I
whole
gave
bunch of stuff
some.
that we don't really know.
I
We're
would say
also
that
Yeah.
that's electromagnetic. It's like a frequency based thing. So
We
when you
also
meditate, you can get your brain into a certain beta frequency wave. And it's the same thing when you're praying. You are putting yourself into a different frequency, which is like scientifically has been shown that it's not just you talking to yourself in a room. There is something else happening.
Yeah. So one of the things that in scriptures it talks about when you pray, right? Not to be like them that just pray with lots of words and go out in the streets and pray. So one of the things that the Lord says before you pray, it says, "Be not
You
ye
already know.
therefore like unto them." Yeah, exactly. Before your Father knoweth what things ye have need of before ye ask Him. So that's
Right.
why you pray in the matter of my Father which art in heaven.
Exactly. And I posted. I'm not sure if you can see it, Elijah. I posted a handful of verses to back up what I was getting at, because it's not that I'm just pulling it from thin air. I got this understanding from the scriptures themselves. So many times it talks about how he weighs the motives of our heart. He looks in, like, what's it say? I, the Lord, search the heart. I test the mind, even to give each man according to his ways and according to the result of his deeds. That's Kings 8:39. That's just one example of what I was getting at. But I posted you the links, so you can look into it yourself later.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people
Thank you, brother.
they don't realize they might have a good life and everything's going really, really good, but you might have something you have to pay that you don't know about, you know. So you have to pay it, and then when it's done, then you're done, you know. But God remembers. It may not have happened in this life.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to tag on to that too, and again, thank you, Elisha. But to what you said, there are things that I totally forgot that I've like taken, out of my train of thought for years, and it's not until I meditate that I remember something that makes me feel guilty because I never actually dealt with it, and I just moved on from it. So I guess I see what you're saying. It's like every time I talk I'm talking to God. It's like, oh man, yeah, you're right. I was supposed to have fixed that thing or done that thing. All I can do is say I'm sorry and try to correct whatever it is that I'm feeling guilt ridden for.
Yeah, and then there's also the fact that there's certain truths that aren't to be known by the young souls, and so we being more advanced, we sometimes get punished for no apparent reason. Well, that's because this is a school or a prison, you choose, and you might not. The shit you know is not for everybody, so God stops you. It's really weird, you know. You think that the truth is like good only, but it's not here. So, you know, but God, like I said, it all really does end up being perfectly balanced at the end of the day. So God is totally giving you according to your works. But what I know is that it's not all just in one lifetime too. That's the difference.
I don't know about all of that. Yeah, I don't know where
Yeah,
it's
there's no second life. There's no buy a heart for a few gold coins. Nah, none of that.
Well, the thing is,
This isn't a video game, dude.
This is a school.
Once it's game over, it's game over.
This is a school, and you can't learn all the lessons you need to learn in one lifetime. You may make some big mistakes, and you may have to come back. You may make some big mistakes, and you may have to come back to pay them.
Guess what? There's the Bible that puts, urgency in me that, oh man, I better get something right because this is my last shot. What you're talking about reminds me of one of my favorite books, which is what's that book called? What's that book called?
Not what I'm saying.
I'll come back.
I'm not saying that you should just live however.
No, I'm saying the book that we're speaking and pulling from says one thing. You're saying that we have multiple times and multiple lifetimes to get this right, which comes from a science fiction book. That's my favorite book. I'm just trying to tell you that one book says one thing, and you're saying another thing.
They took these old concepts and put them in a science fiction book. So what?
It's called Anime Indian version.
They're old ancient concepts. So what I'm saying is, you see somebody's life, and they do horrible things, and so yeah, you could think they're gonna go to hell. That's a good way to feel better about it. But another way is to understand that person is gonna learn from that, and in his next lifetime, when he comes back, he will pay it and blah blah blah, and God is teaching that soul until he goes through many lifetimes. And then,
but if you're gonna say something like that in a server like this, you gotta bring evidence, dude. What are you talking about?
He's not listening until he goes through many lifetimes, and then
where are you getting?
Yeah, where's your evidence?
That's all. The reason that we're
be able to graduate.
The reason that we're piping up,
that it's just a different philosophy.
Listen,
he's not listening.
Right.
He's not listening.
So you're about to get muted, bro, because I'm asking you a fair question. Right?
It's just a different philosophy. You're not used to it. But
No, it's an incorrect
philosophy coming from. That's the point. Like, if you believe something different that's not of the good book, that's okay. Tell me where it's coming from, because I don't want your. Give it to me. I don't want your interpretation. I want to see the writing.
Oh yeah, this is a huge there's a huge canon of literature. This is a huge body of knowledge and literature that I can refer you to. So it would take a takes a lifetime to learn this shit, So if you want, I can start.
Hello, Baba Rocking. What's going on?
You made it up.
We have to keep philosophy and facts separate.
To give you the short version, Elijah, it comes from the demons by way of Nimrod, and then through certain other splits off. When all their languages were split, they took the different parts of all those lies and those deceptions and confusions, and they took it and they ran with it, right? So the one he's speaking of comes from this Hindu reincarnation idea. You don't know what I do. You don't know what I do or don't know. So shush your mouth. Shush your mouth. I'm giving him a synopsis because he asked for it.
Well, I hear you guys talk about it, and I know that
but like I said, I hadn't finished speaking. So shut your mouth for just 60 seconds if you can. So roughly speaking, and summarize, Elijah, from the demons, the Watchers, Nimrod, and then this one specifically is in the Vedas and that kind of reincarnation idea. Not the only place, but I'm just giving you a brief timeline breakdown.
Yes, and it's very, very deep, profound knowledge. So your little sentence doesn't even put a dent in what this knowledge has. But
like I said, I was giving him a brief so that he knows where all these lies come from. I'm not just gonna spout off nonsense like you.
But okay, put it this way: you got two.
Hold on.
You got two religions,
hold on,
right?
brother.
You got two religions.
That's what I meant by hold on. You're not going to hear me and keep stuttering over me until you get your point out. So check this out. I've read at least 4 books from Terry Scott. Terry Scott is the writer for The Game is Life, where they actually have multiple lifetimes. There's a creator of this system, right? And they go into this virtual system in which it simulates a real life, right? But outside of that system, time is different, all of this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. But you get multiple tries, which goes towards credits for the real world, which turns out to be yet another creation that they didn't realize. So even they have a creator, but it's an infinite regress fallacy. The point is, when you talk, that's what I hear. Anybody like simulation, they want to get into that type of thing, you may as well read The Game is Life by Terry Scott. But if we're going to be talking about Bible, don't be mixing that in there unless you're going to point me to the verse. That's all I'm saying.
What you just said is kind of like saying I watched the Matrix movie, because a lot of these concepts are in the Matrix movie too, but it's a very simplified version of it. Obviously, it's a movie.
Nothing I said had to do with the Matrix.
No, what I'm saying is a lot of these spiritual concepts, are the Matrix takes from these ancient Eastern concepts. So it's like watching the Matrix movie and thinking you understand what the Vedas and the Upanishads and all these, like I said, the huge body of literature. You can't understand that body of literature by watching the Matrix movie. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but no one has to understand it if it's in direct contradiction to the scriptures. And I just posted Hebrews 9:27. So anything that says anything in contradiction to the scriptures, I can quite happily laugh at it and ignore it and never gaze an eye on it. Now I won't necessarily do that because that's not how I roll personally. But I can quite happily and scripturally justified ignore it for the rest of my life.
All right, but it's not in contradiction. That's what I've been trying to tell you for 5 minutes.
But no, it is. It is. Read Hebrews 9:27. That's just one example. Everything you just spouted off is in direct contradiction. So if it contradicts, then I have no reason to pay it any mind. Now, like I said, not that I won't go and test these things and look up these things, because that's personally how I like to do it. I do like to, know what the enemy's talking about, know who I'm dealing with. That's just me.
I'm trying to tell you that
I don't have to pay it any mind. And I'm trying to help not just you, but everyone else. Because if you're trying to marry two ideas in your head that are contradicting, you're gonna break your mind.
That's not what I'm doing. Listen, there's perspectives.
That is exactly what you're doing.
Listen. Just listen.
Yeah, sorry. Just while there's a little break. No. Why don't you just stop talking for a second? Yeah, I just wanted to mention.
Because you don't let me explain it. That's the problem,
dude. If you talk again, I'll ban you. Shut up. Okay. Now, what I wanted to say to everyone here is just, can we please move it towards the flat Earth, please? Because this is the live stream for the flat Earth. If you want to talk about religion, you can do it fleetingly, but don't keep the topic there forever. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. And I just wanted to explain what you misunderstand.
No, you don't. We don't want an explanation. I said it quite clear. If you're gonna claim that it's not in contradiction with the Bible,
it's not.
Like that, you're just objectively wrong, because you would need to pull up scripture. That's it. You're not doing that. I don't need an explanation. I need citation.
You won't let me explain why I said that.
I don't want an explanation. And you just killed the whole vibe. You killed the whole vibe. Crypto said it's done, so it's done now. I don't want an explanation.
Then you won't understand. Then you won't understand why.
Yeah, well, I mean, are we gonna move on, or are you gonna get muted? Which one?
I just think a suggestion, please.
Survey says
that's a joke. You're a joke.
I want to make a suggestion. I think if this continues, just needs to go to biblical. I don't have any problem with people discussing it. I've rather enjoyed the conversation. It's been very good, actually. But, I think that needs to go to biblical to get into that deeper, because we are talking about curvature, rotation.
Yeah, because we've kind of gone down far too far the rabbit hole, because the whole reason we got here was because we were talking about the creation with regards to where the Most High dwells and how it actually is a stationary level plane. But if anyone, it's not my style, but if anyone here wants to grab someone who's new or verified, that would be a good start to get back on the right track.
I just wanted to say for myself, I'm not opposed to talking about the creator, and there's a lot more that I need to learn about that than I actually know or think I might know. Like, I don't know any, like, I know very little about it. I don't mind speculating on all of those things, but when I start to justify a speculation, then I just need to, like, back up. You know, there's very
Yeah,
little
just to clarify. Sorry,
about the spiritual realm. We don't know anything about the spiritual realm other than what we can sense with our intuition.
Whoa. I know about the spiritual realm.
I mean, yeah, I do.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm not saying to move on because I don't like the conversation. I'm just trying to be a moderator. This live stream is for primarily flat Earth conversation. So 5 minutes here and there going into other topics, absolutely fine. When it becomes 20 minutes, you need to start ending it and move to the place which has been crafted for that conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Thank
you, Crypto. You're correct.
We're on an hour.
Every house. Yeah, every house has its rules, so you got to go by the house rules. I did a little check. I don't think anyone here is new or whatever. But if anyone has got information on or photos of the conjunction, I would appreciate that.
Oh yeah, let's start. Dang, anybody want a sun and moon tag so that when we make these observations?
No, I'd like a damn good diagram of the selenilion. I'm still waiting on that.
I'm getting a laptop. I'm getting a laptop so I can do all that.
Selenilion.
And it's been more than an hour too.
I've only been listening for like 10 minutes, so I thought, yeah, this isn't changing. I've got to step in. That's all.
All right, so none of us believe that the system.
I should have known it was going to go downhill because everything everyone was saying, he was just saying random stuff. And I was trying to appease him by addressing what he was saying, kind of like, holding his hand and shit. Like, come on, you ruined the conversation.
You even agreed with him at one point. You said, yeah. I said, what? I said that to myself because I was doing something. I was doing something in the background. I got a lot of work done during the hour, and so spiel. Thanks.
What
did you enjoy the majority of it at least?
Yeah, I was listening to it. I don't want to say it was noise, but I need the background a little bit when I'm working. So I threw you guys on, and I wasn't paying. It's just a couple things that jumped out at me. Like Elijah saying, yeah.
I went with that. There was a
reincarnation
that I said, no. I said,
but that's a New York.
No. Time out. I said no. I said hold on.
No, you did.
Elijah, back me up. Isn't that when we started having static when he mentioned in cars?
Recorded, right?
Yeah,
but like I said, when the New Yorker says yeah, it doesn't mean yes.
It doesn't mean he agreed with the previous statement. He's trying to continue the conversation. Right? Yeah, that shit doesn't fly. New York.
Yeah. Especially when he's trying to get his wording, because you know how he gets rumpused all the time.
Hey QE, do I owe you any songs?
No, I'm good for the next one.
But for real, has nobody got a photo of the conjunction?
Speaking of, we haven't. Listen, Crypto, since you're there, where the hell is our song from December 15th deadline? Oh,
Crypto has left the building. He jumped.
I want to get on this thing, Elijah. We need to figure out a way that we can collaborate. I'm going to start doing some, rhythms and laying them down, putting them down there so that you can play with it. I need a lot of help with getting things like beats together. I like that's my weakest skill. Like I don't have a lot of skill in doing that. So like I can provide my part, and then I need someone to like put it to beat and put some words, do the singing, whatever.
I can do that for you.
Who is that to the V?
It's me. Living D&D Beyond Life.
Really? Oh, okay.
I mean, at risk of repeating myself for the fourth time, has nobody got any photos or any information on the conjunction at all?
Let's talk about that.
Conjunction function. What's your function, Matt? No, who cares?
Oh man, forget who's in the room. Bro, I just want some photos because there's nothing but clouds over here.
Same here, man.
I'll see what I can do this evening.
All right,
But I don't have
that was like
P900s like Fuzzy Swan does. Where the hell is he?
Oh, can you like compound interest those together to get super shots? Imagine that. You just got them end to end.
Matter of fact, who we got? Well, call him out. We got Lou with his drone. We got Fuzzy Swan with his shopping cart full of P900s for whatever reason. We got we got a lot of people in here with good cameras. Come on, man.
I always think Elijah's about to get hit by some sort of vehicle.
And some of us are hoping.
I was gonna say that. I didn't expect you to tackle into that, but I know Fraud is back there like, yeah, I've been waiting.
Shoot. I knew QE was listening to that. I could tell. So back to the selenium. What were we on about? Curvature? Wow.
Or the lack thereof.
No curvature. Brain damage. People believe.
Oh, Sonny. Real quick before we go back to that. If we could do a mashup of Switchfoot, So Much More, and Dare You to Move. Oh man. And I just put some Flat Earth changes in there. That'd be amazing.
So 2 songs, So Much More, and what was it again?
So Much More and Dare You to Move by Switchfoot.
So what I'll do is I can listen to those and then I can do my own rendition and then we'll see how that goes.
Man, that what? We would kill it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, see, I can orchestrate the whole
thing. Carry on.
I can orchestrate the whole thing with my guitar. I just need to put some tracks, and I have really limited equipment, so it's not the greatest, but I think I can still manage. Is anybody else feeling anything interesting the last 24 or 48 hours? Like, I'm just curious.
Itchy nutsack?
Not talking about that.
you set yourself up for that one.
Not that personal. Just feeling something inside, like spirit on a spiritual level. Has anybody noticed?
The darker energy is overpowering the light.
Pardon?
Oh no, I'm just peaceful. I mean, I'm interested to see what happens as a result of this wahala, but I ain't bothered. I ain't fussed.
Yeah.
This world's in distress.
Yeah, I sense it out there.
Mm-hmm. It's strong.
Not swaying me at all, because I know I'm standing on solid ground.
If it becomes too unbalanced, they'll need to open the gates.
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
There's another one.
Did you guys hear explosions in the middle of the night?
Mm. crazy people though around in my building and stuff though. Absolutely just nuts.
Nothing
Yeah, you
loud
know
on
why
the
that is,
phone.
Sonny?
Yeah. Tell me. I'd like to hear
Because
your-
like attracts like.
Oh shit. No man, I'm out of place here. I don't belong here.
I'm just playing with you, man.
You think during judgment we'll all sense some type of energy through us and just, feel all the darkness is within us and all the light and kind of just overtake us?
I haven't taken enough mushrooms to know what you're on about.
I wish I was under some influence.
No, you don't. You can do you can achieve whatever you want to.
I have not been able to meditate or get into that level.
You just have to do it yourself. You just say, "Who's responsible to do this inside of me?" And I come to the realization it's my responsibility. So, my attitude, I have to take care of that.
Yeah.
Yo, so what was QE referring to about the Sunny this however you say that word? And and the diagram. What did he mean by that?
Not exactly sure.
Elijah, I think he was directed at you. Do you know what he meant?
Estoy bien.
Well, I know I was supposed to do diagrams for multiple things, but I wasn't talking about the selenium today, so maybe it was a conversation you guys were having before I came in.
I don't know exactly what he was directing.
Okay. I think he's just busting your chops because you hadn't got it done yet. Are you gonna get yourself one of those drawing tablets to go with your laptop?
Well, I have a tablet actually. Maybe I could get a little pen or something.
Yeah, because I've actually got one in the post now, so I'm gonna start getting back to those things that we were talking about like a few weeks back. You know, with the logo design and that. Because other stuff got in the way, so I had to put that on the back burner, as it were. But the thing should arrive this week.
Implement that idea, because the moment we get the design is the moment we can actually get the tangibles. And once we get the tangibles, we can actually say, "All right, guys, we're going out at this time," because we need an influx of people in here.
Yeah, if you like, maybe I can do like a D live stream working specifically on that logo, and then you lot can give your like play-by-play input and direction on what's working, what's not working. Because I should have the tablet by the, I think the 24th they said. So from then until like the 4th, I have loads of time to get that done.
All right, cool, man. Just keep me updated.
Yep.
I was supposed to have a laptop by now, but gotta.
Yeah, everything's stupidly delayed with all this nonsense, isn't it?
Well, I didn't even have the money for it because I want a good laptop. Man. I didn't have an extra $1,000, $1,000 or so bucks.
Right. So you got yourself one of those gonna last laptops then, yeah?
Say again?
You got yourself a decent
good good lifetime type one, yeah.
Oh no, I didn't get it yet. I got a whole bunch of other stuff for the kids. Still working on more gifts from a girl because our anniversary comes up on the 1st. So it's like just, and then birthdays come up. And, there's stupid holidays. Got February coming up, so there's Valentine's Day.
Oh, I found my life so much easier by just staying away from all those heathen festivals.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what you're going through, kind of, but I would encourage you to step away. Exactly right, but I would encourage you to to step away from them, at least the more heathen side of the things.
Yeah, I used to watch that channel. The guy that shared those videos with the
Hey,
paragraph.
sorry to bust in. Hey, Elijah, are you talking about Javier Omar?
Which Elijah? Well, I'm Elijah. Elijah.
The song "So Much More" is that by someone named Javier?
No, they're both by Switchfoot.
Switchfoot. Oh yeah. Dang. I think they're a San Diego band.
Yes, they are.
Dang. Okay, hold up. That song's called "Meant to Live." Wow, I can almost sing that. Yeah, that's a good one. We were meant to live so much more. We lost ourselves.
And then listen to Dare You to Move. Watch the video too. One of my favorite bands.
So, what's up, guys?
What's up, my dude?
I'm just reading a a study where they say that they followed almost 75,000 participants, and a symptomatic case will result in usually 18% of the time to another infection. But an asymptomatic case will be 0.7%. Can you imagine?
Could you translate that for me?
So if you have a positive test and you don't have symptoms, that's called an asymptomatic case, right? You don't have anything, but the test went off. It results in 0.7% of you, quote unquote, infecting somebody else. And even if you're symptomatic, so you do have like a runny nose or fever, it's 18%. Right?
But check this out. Like, and everybody gets into the. Here's my thing. Oh, you're telling me I have something by way of this test. Okay, what's the methodology of the test? I think people don't ask that question enough. How the fuck do you know that I have what you say I have?
Well, did you see all the memes that people were doing with the test? They were literally doing the test in like different random fluids like ketchup and just stupid stuff like that. And then the best one I saw was one guy, he just opened the test, activated it or whatever it was, put it back in the container, didn't touch it, didn't nothing, right? Put it back in the container and sent it back to the guys, right? It's the post system that they had in the UK. And it came back positive. He didn't do anything. He literally didn't do anything to the thing. So it's a meme. It's a meme.
Right. I call it the white lab coat religion, right? Because everybody believes the white lab coat has made something that they can use to detect the most deadly virus ever.
Dark magic.
But hey, it's now even mutating, right? It's like the X-Men. The whole of London is going crazy.
I wonder if they'll find the COG-DIS virus. That's the one they really need to get down. You know what the vaccine for that is? A swift kick up the rear end. But it's only like 25% effective.
The deal is they are locking up people with no symptoms and a positive test. So now this study has come out where they followed 75,000 people. And it seems like if you don't have symptoms but have a positive test, chances are you're going to infect one or more, 0.7%. And if you do have symptoms, it's 18%. So it's not even 100%, right? It's not even, it's in inside households. So people who are living together, sleeping together in the same bed, still have only 18% of quote unquote infecting each other. I mean, sounds like the flu, right? Sounds like it.
Mr. Sniff Sniff has a better chance of winning the election.
Mm-hmm. Man, world has gone crazy. Crazy.
Always has been.
Yeah.
How about Roger, have you been able to see the conjunction? Do you have a clear sky?
No, it's rainy.
Man, I've got the same thing too. It's just overcast completely. They're trolling us big time with this one, huh?
Mm. It's raining now for a day, so typical Dutch weather, right?
Is it typical Dutch weather? I didn't know.
Yeah, rainy and windy. Usually, it's winter, but it's autumn weather, right? It's like 10 degrees, 12 degrees Celsius. Should be a lot colder.
Because I went once, but I only went for like a few days, so I didn't experience enough of the weather.
Yeah, I think you can say that Dutch and UK weather is the same.
Yeah,
more or less.
But what I did remember is on the boat ride there, the seas were stupidly choppy. It was so much fun. I think the ship was getting air from the waves.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a good trip for me. I mean, when I even look at a swing, right, or a merry-go-round, I get nausea.
That's why you live in the flattest land of all, right? Don't give me hills. I can't handle them. So you're the kind of guy who likes a peaceful canal boat ride instead of a sea ride. Where is the curve?
In your imagination.
Yeah, curves belong in only one place. Wait, on only one type of person is what I meant. Would you look at that? The market is spiking. Very nice.
Which market?
The Forex market.
No, Forex.
I'm looking at the pound dollar, and it just went.
Yeah, Bitcoin hit.
I knew something was going to happen today. I knew the market was going to be one of the biggest reactions for this conjunction. Just glad that I was right.
Yeah, Bitcoin hit 24K like a day ago. It's now at 22, almost 23.
Yeah. I reckon it's going to push maybe 25 before Christmas and then drop down after.
Yeah, probably.
But that's by no means is that financial advice, people. It's just my thoughts. Just, covering my backside.
Yeah. I mean, it's so volatile, crypto. It's just... If you have patience and set your stop losses correctly, then you'll be fine. But I won't recommend anyone buying other crypto than maybe Bitcoin or Ethereum. It's just too volatile. And patience, people, patience.
I mean, if you're gonna do anything, you gotta look into it for a long time. You don't just jump in and even like silver and gold, right? It's fundamentally the case is solid and it makes sense, right? But if you're gonna talk to anyone, you can be like, look, don't take my word for it. Go and study what it is.
But you want to
because if they just buy themselves like a handful of silver because somebody told them, then they haven't got the point.
Yeah.
And they're still going to be in the same position they were when you told them, mentally at least.
If you want to invest, and I don't recommend it. It's not financial advice in any way, but if you want to invest, do your research and just hodl, right? Just hold and don't look at it for a month or a few months. That would be the best.
Invest.
Sorry?
The long term.
You're a bit quiet, Elijah.
Good investors invest for the long term or over the long term. Sure, I guess there are a lot of guys out there that have an eye for this thing and can get lucky, but most part. Long term are the safest. It's a way to do it.
Yeah, scripture says the same thing. Something about accruing, to the effect of, accruing wealth bit by bit.
Yeah.
Let me find that. Let me find that so I'm not just saying it from my memory.
There are people who got rich, right, from Bitcoin, but those guys usually bought in very, very low. So don't expect to get very rich off Bitcoin.
Yeah, I believe it's Proverbs 28:20. 1 second. Yeah, so, I mean, it's King James, so it sounds funny, but a faithful man shall abound with blessings, but he that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent. That's one part, but there's another part that actually speaks specifically about getting it. But you see the implication of that anyway, so I'll leave it there. I don't want to go off another rabbit trail.
So which terror level are you in now, Elijah?
Bruh, I've never been in any terror level.
Yeah,
I'm a child of light.
They're doing tiers, right, in the UK?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are, but I pay it no mind.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on.
I had to laugh when I heard that.
I'm supposed to be this scared? What?
Yeah, tier 4. I'm in a tier 4 area, right?
Yeah, the corner shop is still on tier. We open. We always will be. So that's how I roll.
In New York this entire time. New York is the epicenter of all this BS. I've worked pretty much 5 days out the week since I started. I'm fine. As a matter of fact, I've even got tested these bull. And the test says I'm fine. So, out of here.
So this is not medical advice.
I get on the speak all this, and I mean, I guess I'm immune. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to start testing my blood. I'm an outlier. Uh-oh.
It seems that even if you got antibodies, you can get it again, right? I heard a story in an article that somebody got reinfected. So what was it the first time, right? What was it the first time?
It's just to fucking scare you. That's what they're doing. It's propaganda. Bullshit. Reinfected. What's the point of taking a damn vaccine if you're gonna get reinfected? So stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Fraud. Have you heard? So we started getting vaccines maybe like 5 days ago, and then a day after that, London has this new mutation. Fuck out.
So stupid.
Did we panic this much every year?
With respect, guys, a bit of moderation with this topic.
Yeah.
I've been suggested to say that.
I don't know. We've been talking about it lately. No one said anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm just helping out.
I know.
No, but what I'm saying, I think it was moderators that were talking about it. So that's when I don't know if it's still under the same scrutiny as it was before. So I don't know.
I understand. Obviously, I'm of the same mind as most of you. I'm just doing a bit of moderation help, even though that's not my job.
It's crazy, right? If you want to speak your mind, people can close you down. It's just we all know how we
just codify it or just speak about the positives. I think if you're going to talk about it at the general topic, I would just focus on telling people how to get healthy, because people still are retarded when it comes to their health, right? I mean, they're still eating sweets. They're still using the microwave for their food, etc., etc. Like, I think we should just focus on that. So anything people know about healthy eating, just that would be the main thing I would.
Or
I'd talk about.
exercise,
Because you
going
can talk
outside.
about that freely without any concern.
Right? Going outside, exercise, take a little bit of sunlight, vitamin D. All good for you, man. Go to a beach, watch some ships that you shouldn't be able to see because of the alleged curvature.
Yeah, go barefoot. Go barefoot everywhere except for those drug parks. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of joking, but for real, if you actually have a chance to go barefoot in the dirt or in the sand on the beach or whatever, it's very healthy for you. And with all this contamination of the airways with frequencies, Wi-Fi, etc., it's actually a fundamental necessity to ground yourself, because otherwise you're just gonna get all out of whack. I hope everyone understands what I'm talking about.
EMF, right?
Yeah, like we're electromagnetic in terms of, look at the way the heart works and stuff. So I mean, I don't know what people's experiences are, but you might have even noticed it or felt it. Some people are more sensitive. Like when you say you're on the phone, you had like a 10-hour conversation with someone, you kind of feel a bit dodgy. So you just go out, stand barefoot in the ground, and it actually helps out. I mean, I've always been a bit more attuned to that. Like fluorescent lights, always had no time for them. They annoyed me to no end. I mean, I can deal with it, but I'm not gonna by choice stand under fluorescent all day. But actually, the healthier you get, the less those kind of things can affect you, and the more you kind of tend towards considering what you eat, considering how you behave, turning that stuff off when you sleep. I guess the stronger you get to deal with it. And I'm pretty sure zinc and that actually... This is just me kind of putting two and two together, so it's not necessarily fully accurate. I'm just putting that out there. But I think with the whole zinc thing, I think that has a part to play with how we are able to handle these kind of pollutant frequencies, so to speak.
Okay.
But look into it, I guess. But at least from what's kind of made sense to me, I've kind of linked them together in my understanding.
So have you seen the tweet from the United States Defense Department Space Force?
Wait, Space Force have little birdies that tweet for them?
Yeah.
Never would have thunk it.
Wait, let me look it up. It's hilarious.
Okay. Oh, of that I have no doubt.
It's hilarious. It's a Marvel movie. Posted it.
Space Ghost, coast to coast. It's not.
It took them a year.
Bruh. Guardians of what? They're not gonna say it, are they?
No.
Check.
Guardians of Culture, lol.
Yeah, man. A name chosen by space professionals. For space professionals. It's like a movie.
This is where you're looking at the corners. Like, where's the key to say what space actually means? You know, like in like schoolwork, you do little markers, and then at the bottom you had the key, and this crosshatch would mean this, blah blah blah. Somewhere they're hiding where space actually means retardation, or the empty space between their ears.
Oh, didn't notice it, but in the left upper corner there's Semper Supra, and the right upper corner says always above.
Interesting. Oh, that must be the. Oh, you know what? That's actually I don't know if that's intentional, but that's a subtle hint to above. Well, above can only be in one direction, so that goes against the globe idea. But anyway, that must be their. You know, like in the other military branches, they have different Latin phrases or whatever. I think what is the marine one? Semper Fi or something like that. I think that means always faithful or something. But yeah, that must be their one. Always above the curve. It's such an interesting set of words, though. Heritage, mission, and culture. I'm sure someone could decipher that, but like they almost have nothing to do with each other nor space. What are they getting at?
They're guarding their heritage, they're guarding their mission, and they're guarding.
Yeah, it makes me think of like the whole Nimrod roots, Tower of Babel. Because that's where all this heritage comes from. That's where all the culture comes from. And the mission was to get into heaven and, take over, kill God.
Listen,
good. I wish them all the best, but they're a bunch of mugs if they think they can pull that off.
I know. Hey, Elijah, check this out. It says right at the bottom, you got to read the fine print. It says, a name chosen by space professionals for space professionals. Whatever that is.
It's a meme.
I guess they're good at measuring length, width, and height. Space professionals.
The tagline should be Guardians, we guard the truth so that you don't have to swallow it.
Let us do the measuring of length, width, and height so you don't have to worry about it.
Black Wine sound off today, or is he just on mute?
What's that?
Black Wine, you there? Guy up here in the Globe Earth tag wondering what's going on.
Yeah, that's a friend of mine. That's a friend of mine. He's
yeah?
He just want to come in and listen and learn. Kind of
okay.
See what the conversation's about or whatnot. Yeah, he had a little thing to say about y'all. He was like, y'all are aggressive, man.
Oh, shit. We're sorry.
Hey, Black Wine kicked off a Flat Earth page, a Flat Earth Discord. So I'm like the least aggressive dude there is. I'm like an old man. My days of fighting are over. Okay.
Guess I still got time.
I'm curious what his life experiences are if he thinks we're aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, like if Paul thinks I'm going to stand here and fight for a globe model, it's like, nah, hard pass. Okay.
Hey, give him a break, man. He's Canadian, yo.
No, I'm.
Oh, see, that's what I was again. There we go. Problem solved. He clearly doesn't play hockey.
That's funny, man. Yeah, I don't know. It does get kind of tense sometimes, but if he thinks we're aggressive, he needs to go spend some time over at the Gamma Panda server for a while.
Well, the issue where it gets aggressive is when, if I try to explain something and someone doesn't get it, and they come back pretending like they get it, and they ask some sort of scientifically illiterate question of flat Earth. And I'd be like, didn't I just explain this exact thing like 4 different ways the last half hour? And you're still asking me about how the moon affects, I mean, come on, dude, let's move on. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They transmute what you say. Like, you can say the sky is black, so what you're saying is the car is red. What are you talking? Like, yeah, that would make anyone upset.
Yeah, that's not just flat earthers. I mean, you can go into any arena, online forum, and try to talk with people and get pedantic with them. I mean, you can even go. I mean, this is even okay. Even to get silly here, you can go to fan sites like, I don't know, go to Master Chef Online, whatever fan site Discord they have, and get pedantic with them and watch how aggressive they'll get with you. Tell them in episode 3, Gordon Ramsay said "uh-huh" when he should have said "he." And then they'll be like, well, yeah, but that was because they were, serving ranchers that day. So they changed what they meant by, like the next round was going to start. And then you'd come back with them saying, are you trying to tell me cowboys aren't ranchers? And just watch how silly people get. When someone's stood and they're not heard because the receiver is just trying to act like an idiot, that might seem like it's aggressive, but it's not. Because I think at the end of the day, the goal should be for you to express your ideas, not for you to try to not understand somebody else. Not you by Black Wine. I mean, you as like the third unnamed person. How about Shadow Elite? You hear, dude? He's a prime example of one of these pedantic dickweeds that just doesn't get it.
Bro, we just ad homing? What's going on?
Yeah, this guy's glorious. Tell me, no, okay.
I just went down, take a pee, and then come back, and people are just like firing shots at people who are not speaking. Like, what's going on?
He just said that he's not aggressive. His days of fighting are over.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, Shadow Elite is like one of these special dudes. This is like a special numpty numbskull nymph shit. Come, El Barica, you can vouch for me on this one, right?
Who was this?
This is one of the atheists that they would get.
Just pray for him.
Yeah, this is like one of the atheist numbskulls that they would give temp mod perms to.
Oh,
signs for the pseudoscience. Yeah. So after they ran that server into the ground, now he's done and he's over here now. Shadow, you going to speak up or are you just going to pretend like you're not there?
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I bet I'll just deafen him. He's probably over here just recording it and then feeding it to Gamma Panda so they can do their Sunday roast of Flat Earth. Because he likes to be a useful idiot. But check it out.
You're going to scare the Canadian.
Yeah, I want to check it out. Hey, like Black Wine, I would never treat you that way for 2 reasons. Number one, you have to prove yourself to be that level of numbskull numbshittery. And the second reason is El Barica vouched for you. And I respect El Barica's opinion on multiple different things, not just a flat earth. But a friend of his is a friend of mine.
He's honest. So you had a few too many coffees today, yeah?
Me?
Hyped up.
Or maybe not enough. How's it go for you?
I'm doing all right. Do I sound like I'm coming in hot? Because maybe I should dial back some.
Nah, you're fine. It's dead air anyway, right? So you might as well.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking. I was thinking it was kind of
not entertained. Yeah, I would just caution the railing on a silent man, because we're gonna be held accountable for every idle word. Oh, Crit, were you here earlier when I was asking about the conjunction? Have you seen it? Know anything about it?
I mean, it's something I don't really follow. I mean, like, I get the value of it, and I like hearing about it, but that's about as far as I go. I don't have any opinion one way or the other. It's interesting. Apparently, I guess the moon, Jupiter, and Saturn are going to be aligned, and something. I guess that means something for like the first time in like X number of years.
Yeah. See, so on historical analysis, it's basically every time this happens, there's like different events that have coincided and kicked off, like World War I, II, Vietnam, those kind of things. I'm not saying that I was specifically correct. I'm just going from what I've heard. But if you go and do the research, I'm sure you'll find that most of what I said makes sense. So yeah, it's just that. But I was more, for me, like that side of analysis, I kind of can do on my own. I'm just more curious if anyone has images of it, because right here, I've got no visibility. It's just all clouds.
I Googled it earlier just because I was curious to see what was going on. And it's like the same thing about, I have the Book of Enoch tagged too, because it's not so much I understand the Book of Enoch. It's like I want to hear other people tell me about it, because it's interesting to get someone else's take on more than just like the Bible, like everything that people have come to understand about spirituality. So if someone is saying that I've got some spiritual understanding of when the moon, I can't remember if I'm even saying it right. Is it the moon, Jupiter, and Saturn will all be aligned? Or is it something different than that?
I think something to do with the moon partially, but the main thing is those two wandering stars, they basically align to the point where, unless you zoom in like super far, they look like they're one giant star.
Yeah, kind of like an eclipse almost, right? But like an eclipse of the two. Okay.
Kind of, but the effect is like that it's doubly bright. And yeah, they call it different things, but that's why it's called conjunction, because they conjoin, I think.
And it has something to do with like the Roman understanding, right? Where like Saturn, or no, what, Jupiter was the king of the gods, and then like Saturn has to do with something else. Like
this goes into like, so I don't know what you know about the Magi and that. Now, obviously, you have the corrupted versions of it. These dark ones are obsessed with this stuff. Like, I mean, obsessed to no end, right? Because of all their nonsense. And
like all the information out there.
Yeah, and all the links to I guess the Watchers and Nimrod and all that kind of stuff, ancient Babylon, that kind of thing, right? But sugar, I forgot my point.
Well, if I could go,
what was it you said that triggered
so basically, from my understanding here, is that if you look at the Roman understanding of Jupiter and Saturn, Like one is a father and one's a
Right.
son.
Yes. Okay. Now I know where I was going. So you have, like I said, you have all the corruptions and all like the evil fascination with it, but then you have the Magi, right, which comes from what Daniel set up when he was in captivity, right? So that's how the wise men knew when Messiah was coming, right? So they knew like that was his star, and they knew to come and visit him and do their, give the gifts and the obeisance and all that, right? So with that understanding, now I don't know enough to speak with authority, but I know like the general gist. Those two wandering stars have different things associated with them, right? And like with the understanding that when these conjunctions have happened in the past, different cataclysmic or different nasty events or different like world-changing events or whatever you want to call it, right, have happened at these very times throughout history. And then with the understanding of these different wandering stars have different attributes and etc., when they come about, at what time of year they come about, etc., you can kind of from that kind of understand, go, okay, well, this clearly has something to do with what then proceeds to happen, right? And then if you're even at a higher level, and I'm not saying that I am, I'm just saying kind of I understand what you can gain from it, if that's what you want to study, if one wants to study it, you can probably even predict what's going to happen, and you can kind of not be taken by surprise by what's gonna pop off. But yeah, so the main thing that I noticed with this is because it's kind of already obvious with what's been going on anyway, that it's going to trigger stuff with the market. Like it's clearly has something to do with the election that's going on, etc. So yeah, and I don't know about anyone else, but if you thought 2020 was peak, then 2021 is gonna knock you off your feet.
Yeah,
the alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah, that's what I got too, is because you've got this conceptual idea that one is a father and one is a son. And that if the father, I'm probably just destroying it, but just basically kind of what the gist I got. I didn't write down notes or anything.
Yeah, I don't want to delve into specifics because I don't want to be speaking from something that I don't fully understand. But but like I said, there's attributes to them. There's things that happen when they do different stuff, right?
Like the parts of the body.
Correlation, maybe not causation, but at least correlation. But in terms of like the safer way to go about it, I would, if you're interested, or anyone who's interested, at least from a scriptural point of view, is look up Daniel, look up the Magi, and look up the Mazzaroth, and stay away from anything about reading your own signs, because that's indirect. That's a direct directive we're given to not do in the scriptures. So that's me covering all the bases so that no one's doing anything foolish.
Yeah, it was like when I was listening to it.
I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
Spoken to Spisma?
Pardon me?
No, he's VC verified.
VC verified.
Not someone I checked in. Hey, Spitzma, you there? Spitzma, you there?
Yeah, get wrecked. I'm off of that pink Moscato, son.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome to the server. Or if you've been here before, welcome back.
Is my sound okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, okay. Because I'm traveling, so. Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you taking the red pill or the blue pill today?
Excuse me?
Are you taking the red pill or the blue pill today?
I don't get it. What do you mean by the red pill or the blue pill?
It's a very real question. People just take it as a joke. So there's this fictional story called The Matrix, and Morpheus before Neo, the red pill and the blue pill. And as funny as it may seem for people to believe in flat Earth, it's a very real reality, and it gets a lot realer than people would think. So I just want to make sure that you're ready for the red pill if that's what you want, or are you here for the blue pill?
The red pill meaning truth, blue pill just living the dream.
Bro, I'm taking the white pill, the pill of light.
You mean the blue pill is the truth?
No, that would be the red pill.
No, the red pill is.
Oh,
It is
think
for
I've been
some.
I've been taking the red pill for a while. I think.
Amazing. Okay, sorry.
No, I don't mind. I really
forgot your name
appreciate you
because
guys
I'm
talking.
drinking.
Spit
My boy, I kind of bogarted his. Where you at?
President-elect Crit. That's who he changed his name. He changed
Crit. There you go. Go ahead. Crit.
He
I'm
rigged the
sorry.
system.
I did. I totally rigged the system. I self-identify as president-elect.
Hey, Elijah, I think you're.
Hey, you can do it.
I think Elijah, I think you're spot on the money with that red pill, blue pill, because that's important. That's a good question to ask right off the bat. Which one are you here for?
That might be my thing now. From now on.
I think it's brilliant.
Okay, awesome. Well, so Crit, yeah, go ahead and lead us.
All right, so Spetsma, you say you've been taking the red pill for quite some time?
Yeah, I'll say yeah, because I've been really skeptic of a lot of things, and more now recent. But all my family and stuff, I don't know. We're not really into like medical, all this pharmaceuticals, and I don't know. We live in the system, but we have another type of living.
How about this? If I complete this sentence for me. 9/11 was a
hoax.
Pretty good. Inside job would have been better.
Yeah.
Same thing.
The lunar missions are.
For me, they're a hoax because I don't know. I don't really get how they get there.
Perfect. That's the top answer. The government is.
Taking advantage of us all the time for their and for the ones they serve, even if they know or they don't know.
Yeah, pretty good. Government is violence is a top answer in that category.
Yeah. I think we should have people, not politicians. Like we should have people for each job taking responsibility of it, and we should be able to take those people down whenever we want, and not be voting once every 4 years. We should be able, and we are, to participate a lot more than what they make us think.
So that's pretty good too. So then how about the Earth? What is, if I say the Earth is...
To me, the surface, to me, is flat. I don't know what else, but it's flat because observations and because of not more, so it's not 100% certain to me, but there's nothing else that, like in the globe model, everything's falsified. Like in observations and some other stuff they claim, and they just make stories up. So it's so, I don't know. To me,
Yeah, I think you're significantly red-pilled compared to the vast majority
everything
of the
is
population.
all up to determine. Thank you.
What do you think, Elijah? Is he significantly red-pilled?
My bad. I wasn't listening.
Legends half drunk.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. What do you think, El Barica?
I was talking to my girl.
I was gonna say I was hoping you're listening. I think you can probably give him Flat Earther tag and maybe some other stuff. He answered everything I think is
I think Spizma just.
You can give me one. I've been listening to you guys for I don't know, like 2 years.
Yeah, Spitz. But the only thing, Elijah's a moderator. He could have done it for you, but he wasn't listening.
Okay, so you guys think he should have the Flat Earth tag? I'm gonna blame any.
I haven't touched much.
What do you think, El Barica?
He definitely sounds pretty red pill to me.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I was listening.
Yeah.
Spizma, I think from what I've heard, it sounds like you just need more information to, it sounds like you're pretty close to letting loose of any of your bias. So, there may just be a few more things that click it for you in a way of personal observations and more information from us. And so you can get your head wrapped around it and can make your own critical decision about what we're showing you, and then you can see it for yourself.
No, I'll tell you, I'm certain I've been not only in your channel, I listen to Nathan Oakley, more like Eru, because I'm from Spain.
Right on.
So I've seen a lot of spaces. I'm seeing really what right now really fucks me up. Hello? Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Some of it cut off.
Sorry. Yeah, what really gets me now is like all the the virus, the way that they think they should handle what they suppose about.
Yeah, you cut out. I could tell.
Virus. Change subject, of course, but like in the flat Earth thing. Sorry. Can I talk now? Yeah, like in the flat Earth stuff, I think I'm pretty confident. I've even talked to my parents in dinner, and I have they like try to laugh at me, but I try to make the points, and they couldn't get through them. So
exactly.
So
that's awesome, man.
So it's they start getting mad, and with my friends, I don't actually talk a lot about it. I have like 1 or 2 friends because they're really close up, and we can actually talk about it. But not really. Like it's like he always wants to pass out the conversation and talk to about another thing because he's like, it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like you're here. Sounds like you're here to.
I got an idea.
I'm sorry.
Actually, I think I spoke a few seconds or a second at least after.
I can't hear you. It's really low.
All right, let me ask you a couple of questions. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Before you do that, actually.
Okay.
Because I thought Sonny was gonna, but what I was saying is, and I'll speak a little louder. I have an idea. So
I like that question.
I think that Miggy and Miggy should either record his 3-point conversation with someone, like the one that goes as good as possible, or he can go back and forth with the flat earther who would answer the questions as if maybe they're a glober, record it and have that in a short video for people who want to know how to do the 3-point presentation, because I think that's very powerful for people who are trying to break it to their families, etc.
True.
Well, welcome to the server. Good to have you here.
Thank you. I'll mute myself. Thank you, guys.
Not a problem.
Please continue, Obadiah.
I was going to ask him, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Spisma. Well, never mind. You already got the flat Earth role, so
Yeah, I've listened to this topic. I don't know, about the gas pressure without a container with you guys and Nathan, and I think it's really obvious. I don't know. I can't really say that much. There's no other evidence where you can see gas pressure without a container, so I can't.
Right.
I can't say anything about it.
Right. Well, by definition, right?
It's irrefutable.
I don't know. I couldn't make up one example, or maybe I don't know. Colliding particles make pressure, but yeah, it dissipates at instant, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. But what I think, maybe there is not a. It could be a dome, but really, I don't know. I know you guys don't claim it, but maybe not like close to us. Maybe it's like really far, and what they so-called space, it's like really low density. I think they cannot go there, but it just goes beyond and beyond, and maybe of course there has to be some kind of container somewhere, but I just think it should be really far.
Yeah, well, who knows where is that? If there is one, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that there isn't one because they need a container to, to have pressure, and hence the definition.
Something should be contained.
Yeah, I think there's even from Elmhurst. There's that says the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's from Elmhurst. I'll post the link.
Hey, Elijah, are you there? Oh, he logged out. Okay.
Sorry, guys. Whenever you guys want to mute me, I'd rather you guys have me mute because I don't want to grab my phone because it fell down and I'm driving. Do you want to mute me, please?
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, sorry. If something like that ever happens and someone's hot micing, we generally mute them because we know that sometimes it can be kind of embarrassing to people to hear something you don't want broadcast. When you come back, just let us know, and anyone can unmute you pretty much.
Yeah, God rockin'.
Even NASA has the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of its container because
the walls
because the molecules are in
yeah.
Wait, is someone strangling a cat? What's going on?
Talk about the walls of the container.
Walls of the container.
I'm gonna need a bit more reverb and a lot more echo.
Somebody meet Sonny.
Sonny went from 100 to 5 years old. At the drop of the hat.
Thanks.
You're only as old as your heart is.
That's right. I'm really young.
Well, about 60, right?
Right out loud.
Probably about 5th grade science. Yeah, probably about right there. No, maybe a little more. Give myself more credit than that.
No, I'm good. I mean, I don't know, but a year ago, I used to argue with QE about scientific observations, and I was dead set on that shit until finally I was like, "Wow, I'm way wrong." I don't know where I learned that, but it was completely stupid to even say something like that.
Isn't it weird? We never learned this, even though like in the natural world, I think a lot of us here like have done real things, and I think that's why it was easier for us to see the real what Earth is, where we actually live, because we've measured things, we've looked at levels, we've operated on that kind of level.
This is what happens if we don't have a Glover to speak with.
Well, I mean, this is like interesting. Okay, so anyway, Sonny, do you remember doing like science fair projects? Is that still a thing anymore?
I think we did. I don't. I can't even tell. I can't even remember even what any of my science projects were about. I can't remember any of it. I'm like, it's been a really long time ago,
Well, so this will age me. Like, I mean, people kind of think it's funny, but because nowadays, pretty much every household uses paper towels. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. That's a thing, right? Everyone just buys paper towels. But when I was younger, paper towels were kind of brand new, and people were still. They basically used washcloths. Like you had like a napkin, and you washed it after dinner. That's where they put brown out and things like that. I mean, well, anyway. So one of my first science fair projects was testing which paper towel was really like a cloth.
Wow.
It was just a disposable cloth. And I remember I got it wet and put like a 5-pound weight in it. Like I then held to see how much weight could it hold. I did all these, like how much, spilled like an ounce of water on like a bowl and see how much water would get soaked up by the paper towel. And that was like considered like cutting edge. Like I went to science fair with this, and people are like, wow, that's really cool. It's almost like technology is so great, it invented a paper towel that's better than a towel.
So people could spend all their like money on like paper products.
Yeah, it was like, and then later on, then after I moved out of my parents' house and stuff and got an apartment, paper towels were great because you had to use like a community laundry room. So who wants to have a bunch of paper? You don't want to go down there to like wash napkins and stuff. You just want to go down there and wash your work clothes so you can get in and out real quick.
If they used hemp products, they could make paper towels that you could rewash over and over and over again. They would still last and be just like a paper towel.
Yeah, just like with hand soap. You could just squirt some hand soap into it and boom, it's like brand new. Like the shower thing.
Yeah. So a lot of waste going on. That's not us making that waste.
Mother's science fair project was I did like thermal, like sun energy, and like how quick I could use a magnifying glass to burn through different materials.
Yeah, I used to do all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah, burn bugs with the magnifying glass. Like try to start a fire, leaf on fire. Yeah.
Well, basically what I did, I used like different colors of construction paper, and how quickly the light would burn through the construction paper based off this color.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And then later on, it was also some random other items like a box of matches. I mean, can you still get matches anymore? Is that even a thing?
Yeah, you can still buy them. Like you can buy them.
You just go to the gas station and be like, "Hey, can I get some matches?"
You still can, I think, at some gas stations, but that's probably all going away.
Yeah.
They want you to buy their lighter and stuff like that because they're more expensive.
It's so weird how like basic items that we had, as like just everyday household items are now like relics of the past.
They've gone away into this rapid, what is it called? what's the guy that wrote the book Future Shock? An accelerating rate of disposable material objects. That's accelerating, like more and more junk.
Yeah, and that the Blade Runner, the original book was called "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?" And in the book, he talked about clutter, that the house was nothing but clutter. Like individual items you used once and then threw away, but no one wanted to use it because once you used it, it was gone.
Uh-huh. It's really weird to see that actually happening in my lifetime.
Yeah, I just looked up. The paper towel was actually like started being mass produced in 1931, but I suppose it really didn't. Maybe I'm thinking the paper towel roll, that you put in your kitchen.
Yeah, I never really saw. I don't remember seeing that until about like the 70s, maybe.
Yeah,
mid 70s is when it started, and then late 70s, and then on. Yeah. Along with like people using like plastic diapers, they used to only have cloth diapers. And they used to deliver milk in glass bottles. I remember some of that in Chicago growing up, visiting my mom. A lot of beautiful days by Lake Michigan. Wow, what a spectacular place that was back then.
Here, I see a guy up in VC check-in. I'm gonna jump up there real quick and see what's going on.
Hold on. I need to take off so I can go outside. I've been inside yesterday all day, so I need to go out and bike ride, maybe sit out in the woods like Elisha was talking about. Oh, he's deafened. Oh wow. Maybe we should do like Jedi does, a roll call or something. A person, hey, welcome, a person. Welcome, believer. Ben the Honky, Black Wine, Bushel, California Nightmare, Dehe, El Bariqua, Elijah Savvy.
Hi.
Yeah, you're supposed to say present.
Oh.
Or here. Just kidding.
What's up?
Factatician in the house. Fe Batman in the house. Gemsy in the house. Gizmo. Globus the Antipodal. There's an antipodal person upside down. How's that feel spinning around upside down? Jay Doherty. Lunatic. Nazifer. Nightlight. North Star. Roger. Bisma. Sunny. Telx. Telex. The True Flat Earth Knowledge. And will be flat. Welcome, everybody. I can't believe how many people we have in the chat. Sometimes, some nights it looks like it's like 70 people. All of us, 70 of us, man. It's pretty awesome. That's why I like to say they're not going to make it through that gauntlet. Let them try. Maybe that scares them away. I don't know. Maybe I should should I tone down the gauntlet thing? No comment. Okay.
Iceman, welcome back. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm the Pogler.
You're the what?
I'm the Pogler. I changed my name up. I was getting sick of that name.
Oh, the Pogler. Okay, I remember you.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, I was just wondering if I could get permissions to screen share, because I was trying to screen share this stuff and I can't do it for some reason.
Yeah, you could probably only do that in another server other than the 24/7 server.
Channel. Yeah, this channel is only for the live stream.
No, I'm talking about the chill one. I couldn't do it in there either. I couldn't do it in any channel for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
You should be able to. What does it say?
No,
if you try
hold on. What's your highest rank? Who are we talking to?
Cinema.
Who we talk? Who is that?
Iceman. I'm third from the bottom.
He's a Glober.
Okay.
I think that's my highest rank. Yeah.
Indio was pretty clear when I was making a room. For being able to screen share, he only wants valued flat earther and up to be able to do that. You might want to talk to him about an exception. Just message Indio and see what he says.
I'm not really a Glober anymore. I'm kind of on the edge, but I don't know if that's higher or lower.
like a gamer channel?
We have a big fear of people coming in and just, throwing up porn or some shit. So
I'm just we're trying to screen share videos. I'm with Relic in a channel, and we're talking about, all sorts of stuff, and we're screen sharing, and I can't screen share for some reason, so it's like, I was a bit confused.
I can give you a little bit of a workaround. Here, meet me down in Games VC.
I was thinking too, if you had a gamer tag, right?
No, not exactly. I'm not going to talk about it in here.
Yeah, I gotcha. Hey, also, if you MG42 has been looking for a mod, he's still in Cog Dips.
Who?
E42. Pillbox, I guess. If you
I'm not gonna by
Okay.
I don't know who did it. I'm not doing it.
Well, I saw that Brad said he had to be there for 24 hours, but that was like 4 days ago. So I'm not sure what's going on. So well, he asked me, and I said, well, you probably should talk to a mod. And I just saw that. I was going to ask Elijah earlier, but he had logged off. So when Lou was here, I figured I would, ask Lou.
You should ask him who put him in cock this.
Yeah, Brad, but he's not here now. I don't know. I guess I just figured I'd throw it out there since Lou was here. But whatever. Moving on.
He might be able to DM you or something, right, Crit?
Yeah, that's what I was talking to him in DMs, because I noticed that he sent me a message like he was trying to respond in voice text, and I was like, "Dude, just post it. I don't know why you sending it to me." He goes, "Because I'm in Cog Dis." I'm like, "What? That was like 4 days ago."
I was talking about the other dude.
Yeah.
The one that was called the Pogler.
Yeah, he's working with Lou, so we'll just leave it at that.
Like Julius is back.
Say again?
Julius? He came down here.
I remember him.
Oh yeah, Julius. Julius, you here? Type in lobby if you're here.
No roles.
Yeah, he was in VC verified, and I think I tried to check him in, and then someone else jumped up there too, but he never responded to anybody. So, if you can hear me, Julius, type in lobby that you can hear me, and I'll just give you a temporary VC verified. Then you can talk, and as long as you don't start dropping the N-word and acting ridiculous, it'll stick. It'll be permanent. Or not permanent, but,
Easy as it goes.
I got it. Thanks, Emerald. I'll let them know.
Bam, 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 bam. I'm going to take off for a little while. I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Have a good one.
See ya.
See ya.
Got any Star Wars fans in here?
Hell no, that stuff is lame.
What? He's tripping.
It got bad. Okay, I'll say it got bad when like Disney took it over and turned it into a princess story.
Well, I mean, aside from the movies, has anybody been watching The Mandalorian?
I haven't. I want to watch it, but I don't know Disney.
I can't get down with Disney Plus. I mean, I just can't. Maybe there might be something. Like, it's hard to blanket swipe something as completely numbskull, nimshittery. But Disney Plus is about as numbskull, nimshittery as
No, I would never pay for it.
Okay.
One of my ex-girlfriends, I just used hers, so that's why I have it. So yeah, that's the only reason I've seen that show.
I like the actor though, the guy who plays the Mando or whatever. He's done a lot of really good things in the past.
Yeah, he's decent now. He's been in some good movies. It's actually better than those silly movies that they've made. So that's the only plus about it. If they had just made movies out of that, it would have been a whole lot better.
I find it just amazing, especially like amongst flat earthers, how many people are so much into Star Wars. Like, I've never been able to get into Star Wars. I tried. So many people are like, what do you mean you don't like Star Wars? I tried. I've never been able to make it through a single one of the movies. The shit's terrible. I don't know what you guys all love about it.
It's just dude, you have to be sci-fi. If you don't like sci-fi, you're not gonna like. You're not.
I like sci-fi. I hate Star Wars.
Come on, there's no way. There's no way.
So I got it. Hey, Fraud, check this out. Okay, Lou, how about this? Okay, now pretend you're an old fart like me, and you actually saw Star Wars in the movie theater, and you were a big-time globalist at the time, and you thought that there was galaxies far, far away. Would you think like it's kind of cool?
So yeah, I mean, like if when did the first Star Wars come out? Like 1972 or some shit? Like
I think was it 77 or 70?
I think it's
76. Okay. I remember I saw it.
If I was like a teenager then, you know, and I saw it, yeah, it might be different, but no, like I grew up I was born in the early 80s, like or 81, right? So
yeah, it was over by
like
then.
it was still pretty big in the 80s. I just never got into it. Never ever got into it.
I can't remember.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing for me. Like, I thought Alien was way better than Star Wars. I mean, I saw Alien in the theaters too when I was a teenager, and it was scary. You know, it was like
it was scary as shit.
Yeah, it's still to this day. You show that to people, and they're like, "Damn, that movie is scary." And I always liked that sort of franchise. But even now, today, if you look at the Alien franchise, you're like, "This is some bullshit."
Yeah, like
well, the first one was scary because they didn't have any fucking weapons. There was no. I mean, they had a flamethrower. That was it. I mean, yeah, I would have been scared too. You can't do anything.
Like, funny enough, I mean, like, I hate Star Wars. Star Trek is okay. I don't mind Star Trek. Star Wars sucked.
Yeah, but the Star Trek, the old school Star Trek movies are better than the new school Star Trek movies. So it's like which one do you choose?
See, I couldn't get into the old Star Trek though. I mean, like that real old Picard.
No, like the original one. No, I didn't really get into that. But like Next Generation, Next Generation. When I was a kid, I used to like to watch that, and even Voyager for a little while. Like I never was diehard about it, but
Oh, you guys missed Star Trek then, because Star Trek was all about talking about real world issues in a fantasy environment where Nixon couldn't claim it was communist propaganda. Like, look at some of the real old episodes in historical context, and you're like, damn, those sci-fi writers were really trying to break through the Republican propaganda.
I gotta make me want to watch it.
Yeah, like the one. Look at this one here. Let it be our last battlefield. This episode was so famous because these two sides hated each other, and one side had whiteface and blackface. The other side was blackface, whiteface. And the crew of the Enterprise like, what the hell are you guys talking about? You're the same people. Why are you fighting? And then the bombshell happened right at the very end. I mean, not to do too many spoilers, but go watch that episode and then put it in the context of the race riots of the 1960s. And you're like, damn, these people, like, they got that on air in the era of Nixon. Like, wow, good job, you know?
No, the old school Star Trek storyline was way better. The execution was terrible, but the episodes were great. I mean, just the stories. Like the special effects and everything was bad. It was so bad. It's so terrible.
One thing I know about what's on the old Star Trek, you didn't want to be the guy that got beamed down to the planet with Spock and Bones and Jim because you wasn't coming back.
They're the red shirt guys.
Yeah.
Because I kind of felt like that just sort of added grit to the story. You know, like the red shirt people.
But what in Next Generation, people used to kill to be that guy. Because it was a one-time thing. So
get a cameo.
They would use fans and just stick them in the part so they could get killed. Everybody loved it though, you know.
In a way, I mean, if you think about it, the first Enterprise, they said they had a 5-year mission. They're going into space. They had just a limited number of supplies and food, and they had to get back to Earth. Otherwise, that was it. Game over. They're just going to be a floating piece of junk and never be able to do anything because they'd run out of fuel. And you fast forward that to the Next Generation. They're like, yeah, we can like just make food and we can just drive indefinitely. It's like, how is this even like a story anymore? There's no sense of urgency. There's
what about Voyager?
Yeah, or Voyager too. It's like, here's Voyager. You just got teleported halfway across the universe. What are you going to do? I'm going to fire all my officers, replace them with rebels, and expect everyone to be happy about that. It's like, woman, you're fired, right? That's why you never put a woman in charge. You know. Oh, oops! I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? But you look at it, the only dude they kept around was the ensign. You know, I'm like, for real? You've got these Starfleet officers who trained their whole life for this exact scenario. This exact scenario they trained since birth, and you're going to tell them they're fired so you can put some sort of rebel in charge of their position? Please.
Okay, did you realize that they're making an Alien series now?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, go Google it. It's supposed to take place on Earth, and I'm not sure the timeline. And there's no footage yet, but it is going to be made.
Like Alien versus Predator, when Alien, took over. Well, with the Predator birthed another alien.
Oh yeah,
man. That for me, that was like, okay,
that's really dumb because it doesn't match their current rhetoric.
It was so stupid. They messed up the whole timeline of that whole alien thing. It just
on the end, yeah.
I'm so mad at that shit, man. It's so stupid.
Yeah, if you go to Google, it shows that thing that Elijah was talking, or not Elijah. Yeah, Elijah, right? Is that what you go by?
What was he talking about?
Where he said that the moon, Saturn, and Jupiter were going to be aligned. Just open a random Google page. It shows you some sort of the two O's in Google show are Jupiter and Saturn, and it looks like Saturn tips its hat to Jupiter.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it now.
So that's kind of what he was talking about earlier, where one is supposed to represent the Father and the other one's supposed to represent the Son. Or something like that. I don't know. I went to go. The only reason why I went to Google is because Fraud told me to Google it, and I just capitulated and surrendered to its authority.
No, just look up that shit, man.
No, I'm just joking. I'll have to admit, I will confess that my search engine is Google.
Well, I do Google and
You cut off, Rod.
See, I gave him the peer pressure. Fraud told me to Google it, so I did.
No, like I said, when I Google, I use Google, then I go to I pull up Yahoo, and then I search at Yahoo. I use Google to find Yahoo and go from Yahoo to find whatever I need.
Why don't you go straight to DuckDuckGo? You don't use DuckDuckGo?
Here, that reminds me of something real quick. If you look at here,
somebody use that.
I went to my my search engines to see what it was doing, and look at what it came up, because it told me about like how to disable Bing on because sometimes if you Google something, Bing comes up, and I don't like the way it looks on my monitor.
NASA.gov.
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at Google it. There's actually, if you go to NASA's website, NASA.gov, they install a search engine onto your browser.
Do you use Chrome?
Yeah.
Oh, there's your problem. Use Firefox or Brave or something else.
I know I'm kind of an old curmudgeon, so I would actually need to help on how to install that stuff or how to make that happen. Someone one time
just YouTube Brave, but I would start with Firefox because at least for me, I've had problems with my PC and installing Brave. But that's just because how I've had my PC arranged, I think.
Yeah, I know this is going to sound really dumb, but how exactly do you get Firefox onto your computer?
You literally just Google Firefox, download it, and it's simple. It will just give you prompts, and you just go click, click, click.
Oh, and then you click that link next time you want to search internet?
I think there will be an option. So basically, it'll just be like an application, right? You just instead of opening Chrome like you normally do to go browse, you just open Firefox, and then what you can do from there is you can then go to one of the settings and make Firefox your default search default browser. I think it's called.
Yeah, pretty much it asks you every time when you first start it up.
Oh, did you say yes? Make it my default or browser. See, I did that once.
It will give you prompts. It's pretty handholdy, so it's not a problem.
There was something that happened.
You can also use the Opera. Opera, definitely another one that's pretty good, and also has like built-in torrent finders and downloaders.
Okay, you're okay. Slow down. Okay, I feel like when I'm talking to my nephew.
Come on, he's 100 years old. Give him a break.
When I talk to my nephew and I ask him, "Hey, how do I do this on the computer?" He starts spitting out a solution, and then right away he says, "Or you can do this, or this, or this." I'm like, "No, dude, just stop. Okay, just tell me one way how to do it, so I can write it down, so I know how to do it next time." You know,
what you gotta do is you gotta sharpen your chisel and get your hammer all stronged up and like start hacking away at the stone.
Yeah, so there's different type of browsers, right? So there's Firefox, Chrome, Opera. What's that underground one? Tor?
Brave. I don't know. Oh yeah, Tor, Onion Tor, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
But Brave is better. If you can get Brave to work, use Brave.
How I got Chrome to work was because the hardware part I'm pretty good at. So I installed a new router, and then the router I called my ISP, and when I tried to connect to the internet, it wasn't working. So then the guy said, "Here, I'll send you this ping," and then he sent me the ping, and I tried to open it up, and I said it was like Internet Explorer. The Internet Explorer doesn't support this option or something like that. So he said, well, you can go to Google Chrome, which is supported by Windows, or I'm not sure what the deal was. So he then sent me a ping for Google Chrome, and I've been on Google Chrome ever since, except for my cousin set up a Firefox. But then for some reason, there's this one website called Roll20. It wasn't working in Firefox, so then I stopped using it again. That's kind of the whole story, anyway.
Oh, so you still have Firefox and just update
it's still here somewhere.
Just update it.
So I just got to click in, I know how to run a program, so I just got to click /run, right? Is that how that works? And then Firefox.
Oh, this is a good troll.
No, I'm serious.
Wait, are you that old school?
Yeah, I just do. So I just do.
You don't use the mouse.
He used the run command.
Where's that?
That's fine.
He's an ancient hacker, man.
What Windows?
No, I got it. I did /run Firefox and it's open. So it's been on my computer the whole time. Okay.
Yeah, just update it, I guess.
Yeah, I think you got to click it as run as administrator.
You've probably got it on automatic update, no doubt.
What Windows do you have?
XP.
Windows Millennium.
Emmy.
It's Windows Nunya.
Got him.
No, I'm not a complete curmudgeon. Okay, I've got some of this stuff worked out. Here, look at it. I'll even prove it. See? Right now, that's what's going. My computer's doing.
And that's what makes us warriors. Damn, I went in the crib. My girlfriend's playing some fucking music. Now it's in my head.
See, I can do stuff. I just need little prompts. I just need someone to point me the right direction, and I can kind of figure it out.
What's up, Biggie?
Crit, do you have a floppy disk in your computer right now?
Oh my gosh! Don't stump his. Yeah.
You remember that shit? Floppy fucking disk.
No, that reminds me of that really joke. It's like, hey, do you want to sit on my lap? Top. It's never floppy and it has tons of hard drive.
Like, how would you even rip anything off of those nowadays? You'd have to have a drive for.
Okay, this is the part where I get confused now. So now it tells me that Mozilla has changed their privacy settings. What does that? I'm like, this is where I just hit exit. This is where I hit control.
Okay, just take a little breath.
Yeah,
Mozilla is who made it.
Yeah.
Oh, so Fire is the same thing.
Yeah,
it's like the same word.
So technically, it's Mozilla Firefox.
Oh, okay.
So like it's Google Chrome. Mozilla is the company who made Firefox.
Okay, so it was telling me like Mozilla has changed their privacy. We need you to accept this, and I'm like, no,
yeah,
no, thank you.
Accept it.
Okay,
you don't really have an option.
Well, that's why I was like, what the hell is Mozilla?
If you got your VPN set up, it's not a problem.
Okay,
but I mean, I don't want to go into a whole explanation of.
Yeah, well, no, I clicked no at first because I thought I was being crafty. But then it sent me another message that says, by accepting, you improve performance and stability. You can set your search default browser to Firefox. Well, I probably should have read that first. We can suggest relative content. We can improve your security for you and millions of users everywhere. You can report crash reports, and we can measure support for our marketing teams.
Yeah, you might as well accept it because like whatever you're doing with Chrome is going to be no worse than Firefox.
Yeah, I got it. I'm in.
Dude, I can't believe it's 40 degrees in North Dakota. It's fucking big.
What was that from?
We're trying to teach Grandpa how to use the internet. And my man's just like, it's flipping cold. Who cares about the internet?
Oh, you know about Sebastian, don't you? Sebastian Maniscalco, is that what you're talking about?
Midway.
Nah, I just find it funny how you're like, bro, I don't care about the internet. It's cold.
Someone say did somebody rumpus Miggy? Or Miggy's here?
Midway.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
I'm on my phone right now. I'm out and about. What you guys up to?
Don't say it.
Oh, need tricks.
Teaching President-elect Crit how to use a computer.
We're doing a force update of Crit.
A false update? What is this tech support?
No, we're force updating him because he's been stuck in Windows XP.
Didn't they outdate that? I thought it was outdated.
Yeah, I thought you said it was in me.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with it. No, he's gone now. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
I just don't get your jokes, so I'll just.
I see Midway here. Anybody spoken to Midway?
Oh, you guys are hazing Crit, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
We haven't had any luck with Glovers today, so we've been on tech support.
No Glovers came in here yet?
We had some few earlier.
Yeah, we had, but it ended up going scriptural.
Well, that happens sometimes, but I mean,
it's because his name was Jesus Loves You. So I just asked him, was that a meme name or do you actually have the faith? And then from there I was like, okay, well, you realize, and then I just listed a bunch of stuff. I'm not gonna go recap that. That was long.
Was he still, staunch in the globe?
I think he was not fully convinced, but I mean, what I said, you can't really refute. Scripture is scripture.
Yeah, there's two of them too, because that monkey guy, which I checked in about a week ago, where he tries to pretend like he's not an atheist.
Yeah, but his one was different. He just interrupted, so he was just being a pain in the neck.
All right.
Pretty much a new flat earther joined too, the Spezma. He rocked it, took the red pill before we even had to really talk about it.
Cool. Was that today or?
Yeah, just today, right on the live stream. He came in as VC verified and just knocked out of the park.
Yeah, he's been.
He said he's been listening to this group for a couple of years, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he's been listening online for 2 years and then finally decided to join.
Yeah, I'm excited about the Flat Earther, the Indian guy. Yeah, I haven't heard anybody from India actually join our group and is super woke, so that's a new one on me.
Oh yeah, I remember him too. Because at first when he came in as that Flat Earther, because that's if you try to say Flat Earther in Google, it says Fat Earther. So I thought he was trying to be funny with it, but yeah, it turned out that guy, he's pretty woke. Especially for India, because India's like state religion is like they landed on the moon.
Yeah, they're pretty staunch
Who
there for
landed?
the
Who
globe.
landed on the moon? Talking about India?
India, yeah, Indian government says they landed on the moon. They were the second to the moon.
Where's the video? Where's the video footage of them landing on the fucking moon?
It looks like anime garbage. It's hilarious if you ever look it up. It's like, are you serious? This is your proof that you landed on the moon?
Dude, have you just looked at their space program? It looked like their rockets look like giant Legos. I'm not fucking kidding.
Yeah, that's what. I just want you guys. Okay, not to brag or anything, but I did run Professor Phil off the server. If you guys look in the reading the text, I roasted him for about 7 days, and he just left. But because basically
He quit on his own or what?
Yeah, he quit on his own. He said he's done. He said I'm basically that he can't take it anymore. That he said that he's going to leave us to our delusions or something like that. It was in the arena text or I think or Coliseum, one of the two.
What was the straw that broke the camel's back?
I asked him. He said that he had tickets on Blue Origin to be one of the first flights out of into space. And I asked him how much.
What? No refunds?
Yeah, no. I asked him. I said, ask like that Dan Fossil or M. Scott Veach how much they would buy that ticket for. And then he just detonated. It was like a thermonuclear meltdown. That somehow it was insulting that I would suggest that he sold his ticket.
He got tickets. Somebody gave him the tickets because I'm sure he didn't buy them.
Yeah, he was granted because he's such an expert in science that Blue Origin granted him a ticket.
I don't know about you guys, but I call bullshit on that one.
Yeah, big time. It was big time bullshit, and I called bullshit too. And then he said that. I go, well, how about this? Two of the biggest, because you guys, if you remember, Miggy, Professor Phil talked to Dan and M. Scott Veach about supporting some sort of crowd-funded satellite launch.
Yeah, weren't they going to work on a specific vehicle that they're supposed to launch to the moon or something?
Yeah, and both
he's
of
a
them
part of
said,
a team that.
Yeah, but both of them said no, they would not fund it.
Is that going to be the new penal colony?
Boots on the Moon 2021.
Yeah, so he left about if you guys look at on the 18th is when he left. If you go back and read the exchange there, it's kind of funny. It's not that great, but
that numpty will be back, man. He loves to hate flat Earth.
Jedi's in here. What's up, Jedi?
What up, buddy? How you doing?
Wait a minute. Did you guys prepare for his arrival?
Well, we were talking about.
No, I did see Jedi. He was up in VC check-in, but I didn't think he'd be back down so quick.
My check-ins don't take long, mate. Really? What do you want? Awesome. Come on in. Done. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do, but Panto chewed me out. He said a check-in should take at least 10 minutes. And I'm like, what?
Damn.
Bollocks. Yeah. Check-ins should take a minute.
At the most.
I know, okay, so when I talked to Panto, I said, I want to make sure their mic works. I want to make sure they can hear me. I want to make sure they speak English. I want to make sure they follow the rules. And I want to make sure they're basically understand if they're going to troll, they have to be smart about it. And he says, nah, dude. I'm like, what? What do I got to do? But I feel you.
What brings you to the server? And that's about it. What conversations you had, what interests you got. Do you know how to use Discord? Let me tell you about the live stream. Don't be a prick. There we go.
Don't be a prick.
Yeah, like really quick. That's the way I love them too. It's like just be like I ask them, say, hey, bro, bring it to the server because I like to tag it in the VC verified, like for metrics, like how people are finding the server.
$10-minute check-in. What the fuck?
What did it take forever to get?
Yeah, I'm like, that was so old school where you want to make sure the person is going to comply with I don't know.
No, any
You gotta pat
problems
him
I've got
down.
mute another.
Yeah, pat them down for weapons and stuff, right? Like, make sure.
If there's any problems, we've got the mute another motherfucker button, so it's not a problem at all.
Hell yeah!
Just toss them cog this, like shit. Try again.
I like the part where they're honest whenever they say something stupid, and you're like, "Who said that?" They're like, "Me." Okay, mute it. Just find them and mute them. That's funny. Where the hell are the ballers at? Come on, ballers.
Somehow they went to
Be like
live
Quantum.
too.
Did they?
Here, how about this? Alberica, can you have Black Wine talk to Miggy? Would that be all right?
He usually does work at this time. I'm not sure if he's available.
Okay.
Are you there? You kind of want to just listen in. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm out and about at the moment, so I don't know how my flat smacking skills are going to be when I'm going to probably have to hang up here in just a second. So.
Well, this was basically the deal earlier, is that Black Wine was worried because a lot of flat earthers might come in kind of hot. So then I thought, Miggy was everyone's got, everyone loves Miggy. Miggy breaks it down. The inventor of the 3-point takedown.
Yeah, I mean, the method I hope everybody gets implemented into their flats backing,
Yeah,
it diffuses. Anyway.
It diffuses the argument by bringing it down to let people talk about ideas instead of beliefs.
Yeah. Oh, once they get to the end of what they know, it's almost like, well, there's no evidence here, man. Like, what do you want to do here? We're like, can't prove the Earth with just what you think it is. You have to show some evidence. I don't think El Borrico, you haven't done the 3 points, man. We're gonna have to wait on you to do it.
I've done it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I'd probably a few days. I pretty much stumbled upon it, but it was like a few days before when you started doing it.
I didn't know. So if you do it, I'm gonna put your name up on the YouTube live stream when I get home. I'm putting everybody's name that's up there so that when people click on the live stream, they know everybody that can do it. So it's just kind of recognition.
Yeah, I didn't know that part. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Did you check the live stream?
No,
yeah. I've seen the scrolling on top. The worst the people that done it scrolling on top.
Yep. Yeah, Crit, Roger, Dave Hinkle, Jin CBR, Mary Mom, Bambi, Jedi, me. So far, anyway. Might have left somebody out, but
I'm sure Sonny should be on that list.
Sonny. Yeah.
I think I've heard Crypto do it. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, you guys let me know. I'm trying to get everybody's name down who's ever doing it, so we can put them on there. Oh, C did it. Yeah. C also did it.
Yeah, C's on there. I'm looking at it right now, the 3-point Fight Club.
Can I get a mic check?
Hey, Joey.
Hey, can I do that 3-point thing?
Yeah, all you gotta do is... Yeah, you just go wait for a Glober and just run him through the 3 points. Yep.
Well, I kind of wanted you to go through it with me so there's no favorites being played,
What?
Do you want me to pretend to be the Globy?
No, you do the... Never mind. You already know I'm a flat. I'm just messing with your head. I know the 3-point. I just, Mary Mom's done it.
I think he meant he wanted...
Didn't wanna,
he wanted someone to go through it with him.
But yeah, you definitely are a master at that. Fantastic work with it, Miggy. I'll check back in Thursday. I'll be checking in here and there, but mostly I'm gonna be working on some projects in my spirituality. So I'll be back Thursday in biblical. I'll listen in, like I said, here and there, but mostly you won't hear me talk. So you guys have a good one, and I'll check in with you guys later.
Yeah, hey Joey, good job today. I mean, you got a little hot there, and you're able to self-moderate. That was really
well. It's good to have friends here that will message me when I get out of line. Just to be honest, it's frustrating because 26 years of things that I know kind of get to you. When you're not allowed to talk about it, they throw your mental health at you, and that ticks me off. Because I have been hospitalized. I have filed police reports for the same things I've talked to you about, I've talked to my neighbors about, and I've talked to the hospital about. When I was in the hospital, when the officer tried to blue paper me for your guys' record, I was going off on their x-ray machines and how Tesla invented it and how radon and radar worked. And some other things. And yeah, by the time I left, they knew it was not a globe. So these people they can play these psychotic mind games all they want. I have been hospitalized. I have been released from the hospital. The media has talked about what I've talked about, but I'm not allowed to talk about it, and that's the frustrating part. Why the hell can the media talk about Elvis's DNA, but I can't?
Well, not the live stream. Or not in live stream voice text.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, they take it.
The media has played it in the live stream. It's on Daily.
Yeah, but I mean, the deal is that you should take these off-topic things to kill VC.
But it's on topic. That's the thing.
Or even your own
Orion or NASA programs.
Yeah, I got you, but also your own Discord server too.
Well, I have it. I have it there, but it sucks.
Let's check. Can we continue on something?
It's
there we go.
Related. Your 1988 aircraft into aviation.
You had to do it, didn't you?
No, I didn't mean to.
What am I doing wrong?
I was giving you props. I was giving them props.
All right, man. I'm sorry. I don't want to ruin nothing, but I'm keeping.
No, you're good, Joey.
Related,
No, you're good.
Aircraft into aviation.
Hey, Joey, check it out. I think I can pretty much speak for a lot of people when I say you're absolutely loved that you're on the server.
Well,
the only thing that isn't good is like when you go off, when you should stop. Okay, sometimes there's stop. There's green light, green light, red light. Okay, when you see a red light,
just keep in mind, you folks, that they fired my father's shrink. So I'm not going to take heck from these people who are going to try to control my mental health. That's all.
All right, man.
Okay, red light, stop.
All right, fair enough.
By the way, if you guys don't know, True Flat Earth Knowledge, he's sitting at the bottom of the live stream right now, but he has a webpage with a bunch of information. So he just joined, I don't want to say yesterday or today, but yeah, check his page out. And he's been posting it in the live stream every now and again.
Hey man, does anybody know what happened to Flat Earth Doctrine?
I don't even know who that is.
No, the website. The website.
Oh, no idea.
It's pretty much the one that has all the NASA documents. I mean, all the PDFs and whatnot, and also the scriptures with all the 240 scriptures. Gotta remember the website. It's pretty much down. It says it's down.
Have we tried to talk to Midway yet?
Sir?
Midway, are you there?
Listening.
I didn't catch that. What did he say?
He said he was listening.
Oh. Fair enough.
Can you listen a bit louder, please?
So is Jedi flat smacking down in live stream too?
I have to go down there.
There's an on the fence guy there.
If he is, can somebody drag my live stream down there? If he is, if it's possible, you guys can do that, please and thank you.
Yeah, I'll go and tell someone.
I got you, Miggy.
Thanks, Brett.
He for sure smacking. I had to jump out. I had him too high.
Oh, he was blasting your headset?
A little bit. Yeah, that'll be good for the stream.
BRB.
Nikki still here? Oh, okay.
Yep.
BRB.
Oh, did you have something that we can ask a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask something I've been kind of bouncing around in my skull for a while that I was meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's up?
So, a libertarian group I'm in on Facebook, they always talk about this sort of non-violent communication as a way for how they pronounce it, a revolution instead of a revolution. Is that something that inspired you for the 3-point takedown? They did the right, but it was a guy called I think Marshall Rosen, something like that, or Mark Rosen. He wrote a book in the 1960s about how to talk to people you disagree with. It was called Nonviolent Communication. Is that something that inspired you at all, or is that
particular? No, but I have been in different ideas of how to have conversations with people. I know how to approach somebody. If you could basically say anything. It's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it that's important. The environment of a conversation is important if you're gonna the information that you want to get from them is an understanding. Then you have to frame the conversation in a way where it's kind of a welcoming environment where you're not pushing them into thinking something, but you're actually allowing them. It's kind of like, I would say, people that work in childcare, they have the same idea. Like, you can give a child an understanding that you want them to do something, but instead of telling them to do it, you give them choices. You know what I mean? Like, instead of saying, go do this, you're like, well, out of these 2 things or 3 things that I'm going to give you, you can choose one of these to do. And so they usually pick the right one, because you're giving them an option to do something that you want them to do. So in a way, that's kind of like the way this works. It's you're letting them tell you what they know about the globe, and there's no right or wrong answer, so they can't fail at what, because usually everybody's kind of coming in here already on the defensive because they're like, oh, you guys are some kind of fringe group, right? Like flat earthers. Like, come on, man. So instead of it being like, we're jabbing them with spears, like we're just letting them know, what do you know? Just tell me what you know. And that's the thing, though. If people are honest, they're going to tell you. Like, the average Joe's not going to fight you every step of the way. It's those hamsters that I have a problem with. The ones who are bucking at every turn, that's what grinds my gears. I don't care about those guys. I care about the ones who are actually being honest and like, shoot, I don't know. Or if they do say they know and you're just like, well, that's really not, pertaining to the question, they will concede and say, well, yeah, you're right, And so by doing that, you can kind of weed out those who are not really wanting to engage. Did I lose you?
No, I got you. I was going to say that it really resonated with the early childhood development stuff, because I took that one of those classes in college to meet girls. And one of the things that they said in that class was like, when you're dealing with preschool kids, it'd be like, do you want to milk and then take a nap? Or do you want to take a nap and then have a milk?
Yes,
and then
yes.
So the kid's thinking like, so let's see here. Do I want to sleep first and have a milk? Instead of like fighting you for both milk and the nap, they'll decide that they'll do both just on their terms. Yeah.
And it's really what you want them to. You're the end. The end point is going to be the same place where you wanted them to go in the first place. It's just that
right from the beginning, they're going to drink their milk and they'll take a nap. They just got to pick which one they wanted to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my inspiration, really. I could say kudos to my wife. She actually taught me a lot. She works with children and she's really good at what she does. And so for me, I think that's kind of what I kind of gleaned a little bit of that information off of her. She's coming already. I'm taking her shopping, so.
You got kids too?
Yeah, but they're adults already.
Who the fuck are we talking to? Is this Miggy?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, how fucking old are you?
43, brother.
Nigga, you got grown kids.
Yeah, dude. 23 and 20, yeah, definitely. By the way, my wife's back from shopping, so I'm probably gonna go ahead and head out because we gotta head to probably another place. So,
all right, well, take care, Maggie.
Grown
kid.
Man,
but that was, yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna catch you guys later.
Later, Maggie.
Later, Dad.
Later, Grandpa.
Yeah, he might as well be a grandpa now, right?
He probably could be. I know. It's kind of funny, like
he had kids at his kid's age, so he could be a grandpa. You know?
Yeah. And it's like when I look back, where I never wed, so I don't have kids or anything. But it's interesting that to hear that other people's choices through life, and then kind of ended up in the same result where I ended up. Because I was like thinking, hey, when I listen to the 3-point takedown, it really inspires me from a class I took when he was in his 20s, probably.
I thought maybe he'd be like 29, 28, something like that. 43, because I'm 44, so I couldn't even imagine. That totally caught me off guard.
Yeah, have you looked at his live stream? I mean, he's got gray hair and stuff.
Yeah, but he doesn't look. I mean, it doesn't look like he has kids and they're grown.
I got you. Okay. The same thing, like Sonny. Like even for me, I feel like, come on, Sonny, you're actually older than me. I mean, please, I was like at this point where I'm like, Jin has me out by a few months, and now Sonny, you've got me by years. I mean, come on. He sounds so young. So, hey, Midway, you there?
Hi.
How's it going? Welcome to the server. What's your ideas on the shape of the Earth?
I'm just here to learn.
Sounds good. Do you have any ideas?
Not really.
Where you come? How about this? Instead of I'm not telling you that you're making a claim or anything. What's your current understanding of creation?
That's complicated. Actually, I'm actually confused at it too.
Okay. Do you perceive it as anything other than flat and stationary?
What do you mean?
So if you look outside at your environment that you were born in, that you were created in, do you see curvature?
Not really.
Do you feel rotation?
I don't know.
You're not sure about that? Do you right now? Are you moving or are you stationary?
I'm stationary.
So there we go. Do you feel like you're moving or do you feel like you're stationary?
Stationary.
Okay. So you basically perceive the same as me and same as all the other humans that basically have ever walked the Earth, that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, sure.
So do you have anything that would tell you otherwise?
Not really. After all, I'm just here to learn. I don't have like, I'm not on a side.
Yeah, I got you. I'm actually here to learn too, and I want to learn about you and your position and what I'm not asking you to pick a side. I'm not asking you to stake a claim. I just see that you're in the server, you're VC verified, and I'm curious. I'm curious about you. You're like, hey, what brings you to the server that I'm also part of?
Well, I found the server because my friends, they just found the invite link, which was Flat Earth.
Yeah. And Flat Earth is crazy, right?
Huh?
I mean, like, if you believe the rest of society, Flat Earth that's nuts, right? People don't think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that also explains, the huge amount of trolls in the server.
Well, it has to come back with video gaming, I think. That people have these video gaming web Discord servers, and then they get their butts roasted in some sort of video game, and then at the end of the night they decide, let's go troll Flat Earth. And next thing you find out is like you're still here, but some of your other friends are gone.
Yeah.
Is that what happened, or?
Thing is, can you explain that again?
Okay, so if Flat Earth is just a bunch of nonsense, why troll it?
Because people may perceive you guys as crazy people because they were taught these stuff about like the Earth is round.
Yeah, I get that, right? So, do you troll people who you disagree with, or do you troll people who seem to have some sort of power in society but are actually damaging it? Like, what type of group of people are generally trolled? People with power or people without power?
People without power, for me.
Really? That's interesting. So the idea is to punch down like a coward, not punch up like a hero.
Yeah.
See, I should tell you something about. Are you atheist?
Thing is, religion wasn't really forced upon me, so I haven't believed in religion.
I didn't ask you about religion. I asked you about, do you believe there's a creator or not?
I don't believe so.
So then that's where I think this idea comes from, that you want to punch down. Because you want to punch down at people because in your view, the creator never empowered you, your voice, to change the world. That you feel like you're the bottom of the barrel, and the only way to make you feel like you're not the bottom is to punch someone below you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So once you realize that atheism is really this, I mean, if you want to analyze what's more fringe, how about this? If you were to evaluate the level of fringe, is flat Earth fringe or is atheism fringe?
Good question.
I'm not sure if I'm able to answer that.
Okay, how about this? Ready? Since the beginning of time until now, have more people believed that atheism is true, or have more people believed the Earth was flat?
For me, I think atheism.
Oh, come on, dude. The globe is only a couple hundred years old. Atheism is even younger than that. Okay? You need to open the history book and look at this shit. Okay? The Earth was considered flat and stationary for the vast majority of human history. Atheism is like brand new. Okay, this third wave atheism came about in like the 1970s. Okay, it's like it's so new. It doesn't even have whiskers yet. See, the big problem here is that I think that there is an issue with atheism having a conflict with flat Earth. Flat Earth doesn't have a conflict with atheism. I don't care one way or the other. Because you, not only you, but me and everyone else in the world will comply with God-given human rights, or the society will lock you away so you can never hurt somebody again. And that's a fact, Jack. If anyone ever acted upon their atheism as if their atheism was objective reality, society will make sure that person is separated from the rest of society. That is not the case with flat Earth. You could basically be a flat earther or a globe earther the rest of your life, and your life won't change one difference, one iota. You will never go to space. You will always perceive the Earth as flat and stationary, and you will recognize humans as having intangible value endowed by their creator. Do you see a problem with atheism now?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Earl, did you want to chime in?
Oh, I didn't know I was not muted. I thought I was muted.
Oh, okay.
No,
I just wanted to make sure I was.
That was funny though. The whiskers part that made me laugh. So,
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't referencing you.
No.
I mean, so midway. So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to convince you that all the scientists are wrong. not trying to convince you that NASA is a government-funded program that has nothing to do with science. The only thing I'm trying to convince you of is use your God-given senses and evaluate your environment, and come back to me with what your answers are, and let's share our answers with logic, reason, and science, and figure out what this creation is and what it means. Is that something you think you can get on board with?
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, sure, like you're some sort of valley girl, or like yes, like you're Chad.
I'm originally here in VC because, like, you know, I just wanted to hear, like, you know, I thought like there would be like two sides, like, you know, Flat Earth and Globe Earth. I was just here to listen to those two, like, you know, fighting, so I can learn something from them.
Yeah, if you want to hear the globalist position, you can just go to nasa.gov. They will pump you full of pseudoscience bullshit more than you could possibly ever regurgitate in many lifetimes. If you want to hear logic, reason, and real science, then don't worry about the globe side. Use yourself. Start with your own perceived reality, and then share that with other people.
Right.
The best part of science is that it is a method used to determine cause and effect, and it has nothing to do with a belief system.
Hello?
Hey, Rosie, welcome to the server.
Welcome.
So what's your ideas on the shape of the Earth?
I think the Earth is flat.
You got three. Can you give me 3 ideas for why you think the Earth is flat?
Because I play Minecraft and then you can
Oh,
play.
for crying out loud, dude. Don't be retarded.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, start over. Okay, pretend it's brand new. A brand new conversation. Midway wants to actually hear flat earthers and globalists talk about the nature of creation. Is that something you want to participate in? Or should I just send you the cog disc and figure it out later?
I think that the Earth, it's not really important to know what shape the Earth has.
Okay,
because,
hold on, Rosie, stop right there, okay?
Yes.
If I can explain to you why it's important, will you accept that?
I don't know.
Okay, sure. Can we start there? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So what if I told you that NASA costs $55 billion, $55 million every day, and the way that the government spends tax dollars is important? Do you accept that condition?
Yes.
Okay, so is it important about the shape of the Earth?
I'm not really interested in the shape of the Earth because it doesn't really help us. Because
okay, how about this? I got another way to let me explain it this way.
Yeah.
They say that it will. It will cost $2.5 million to fix the Flint, Michigan water crisis. And matter of fact, it would only cost another $500,000, $3 million to fix all the water crisis in America. Supposedly about 3 million families report no access to fresh drinking water. And it would cost $3 million to fix that. Do you spend $3 million to fix it, or do you B, spend $50 million per day to explore space for the betterment of humanity because Richard Nixon sent people to the moon for peace as he carpet bombed Cambodia because he was mad at Vietnam?
I would take A, but I don't see a good reason why people should discuss what shape the Earth has.
I just told you why. You agreed. A.
Yeah, I know.
A. Show
you,
A.
I am taking A, but
yeah, and I'm taking A also. So should the government be spending this amount of money to explore space? Yes or no?
Hold on for a sec.
Okay, no problem.
How can you prove that the government pays like this amount of money?
Oh, it's public record. You can look it up. Just go to NASA.gov. They say what their budget is, and then you take their budget and divide it by. You can even divide by 365. Even though the federal government isn't open 365, and it comes out to $50 million every day. It's crazy, isn't it? When you think about it,
yeah, it is.
That's a crazy that amount of money is out of this world. Pun intended.
Oh, like.
Okay, how about this? Let's talk about a different topic.
Hold on for a sec.
Let's say this, Rosie. Let's factor out the U.S. federal government completely out of the situation. Okay, what say you? The federal government is no longer an issue. The U.S. federal government. Do you have anything else to prove that the Earth is a globe?
I think I see pictures from NASA. And
listen, Rosie, let's factor out.
Can you stop?
Yeah, I want to say let's factor out the U.S. federal government completely. NASA is part of the U.S. federal government. Okay, so don't tell me in the next breath, take photos from NASA as your only proof. We just agreed, right, to take NASA out of the picture.
Have you ever been in an airplane?
Yes, I've been in an airplane.
Yeah, you can see the shape of the Earth when you're flying.
How so?
Oh, that's some. Bro. People have traveled around the world and they haven't found an end. I think that's a relatable reason why the Earth is a globe. Have you people can go in the same right direction straight through. They won't reach to the end. They won't if you would go straight the same way. You would get to the exact same place where you started.
Au contraire, Rodney. Au contraire.
Yeah. So if I walk around my block, that just proved my block is a globe. Now think about that, right? You can circumnavigate your area without ever going around.
I didn't talk about my block. I was talking about the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth, right?
You can't compare the Earth to a block.
Well, you can, because if I start small and then go large, will that help you gain some sort of insight into the situation?
But
okay, how about this? Rosie, take a step back. Are you in live stream voice text?
No. Live stream voice text?
Yeah, click on the live stream voice text. I just posted an image about what you can see from an aircraft window.
Live stream, what is it? I can see it.
Do you see at 20? If you see curvature through your window at 30,000 feet.
I see it.
Yeah, here's the shape of your Earth, dude.
Yeah.
Each person looking out the aircraft window would see a completely different curvature, a completely different instance of the curve of the Earth.
Because they are on a different height.
No, they're all the same height. These are the next person in front of you would see.
How can you prove that? How can you prove that?
Okay, come on, dude. Don't. Okay, I can work with anyone who's going to be intellectually honest. Do you understand that if you look out your window, you are looking through a curved glass? Do you understand
Do you think
that, right?
the Earth is flat?
Yes, the Earth is definitely flat.
It's your opinion.
100%. It's not my opinion.
It is flat.
It is flat. Do you want to know how I know?
Why is there a curvature?
There's no curvature. There is no curvature.
I don't get it, bro. I think.
Where do you? Okay, how about this? Right?
Could relate that is a curvature.
How about this? Tell me, have you ever seen curvature in your life?
Yes.
Where?
A ball.
Okay, I'm talking about the Earth. Okay, let's talk about the Earth. Do you see curvature on Earth?
Yes.
And what can you mathematically describe this curvature for me?
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be a exact ball. Like
no, I just want to know.
globe.
Tell me the curvature of the Earth. Is it how many miles per curve do you get? Is it 8 inches per mile squared? Does that sound good to you?
Bro.
Well, how about this? With 8 inches per mile, every mile, the Earth drops 8 inches. Would that be okay with you?
I don't know, bro. Like,
okay, how about that? Okay, Rosen, just listen. Let's say the price is right. Okay, is 8 inches per mile squared the curvature of your Earth? You can say more or less, and try to win your showcase daily or whatever it's called on The Price is Right. I'm trying to blank on that.
Let's switch topic, okay? But
let's talk about curvature. Let's talk about curvature. Is the curve of the Earth?
Do you believe there's no curvature on the Earth?
There's no curvature on the Earth. Do you want me to prove it to you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. This is called the black swan
Please go
argument.
to the space.
No, I'm not talking about space. Space is a completely different argument. You want to talk about gas pressure without a vacuum, or do you want to talk about curvature of the Earth?
Can you please someone send a flat earther into the space and prove that the Earth is a globe?
Show me what space you talk about. What does space mean for you? Is space a vacuum?
Go to the moon and look.
Yeah, is space a vacuum?
No, space is nothing, bro. Like,
yeah, so is space a vacuum? Yes or no?
There's nothing.
Okay,
there's
space a
oxygen.
vacuum?
There's oxygen.
Okay, is space a vacuum?
If I was listening good in school.
Okay, go ahead.
There is nothing in the space.
Yeah, so is it a vacuum or is it not a vacuum?
It's a kind of vacuum. There is vacuum, but it's not only vacuum.
Do you have gas pressure on Earth?
We have oxygen on Earth. We have no pressure.
Yeah, do you have gas pressure on Earth? Is there gas pressure on Earth?
Said no.
Gas pressure here on Earth.
I don't know, bro. Like, if you ask me this that often, I say yes.
Okay.
Like, so, you asking me questions, like, it doesn't have anything to do with that. I understand
if you perceive reality the same as I do. I perceive gas pressure. Do you perceive gas pressure?
I don't.
Are you under pressure right now?
Gas pressure.
Okay. Are you under pressure right now? You're not? You have no pressure.
Huh.
Okay. So if I just change mediums and put you underwater, you won't feel a pressure difference at all. If I increase your height
deeper in the water, I can feel pressure.
Oh, so you can feel pressure.
Water, like 10 meters.
Okay, so you can feel pressure.
Can feel pressure, yes.
Okay, so if I change your altitude, do you feel less pressure? Rosie, yes. I'm trying to talk with logic, reason, and science with you, but if you're gonna keep
how do you think how do you explain the day and night? Like,
okay,
is the sun
Rosie,
flat?
Rosie, what you're doing is you're called scattergunning. Okay, we've talked about curvature, we've talked about gas pressure. Now you want to talk about the sun and the moon. I need to understand that you've heard me before we move on to the next topic. Do you understand?
How can you tell me that?
Okay, listen. Do you understand there is no curvature?
I think we have a whole universe, and
okay, so you want to deflect
the planet in our
okay, so you wanted to deflect the rest of the universe. Sounds good. Let's talk about the universe. Do you see anything other?
Is
okay. Do you see any other planet that is like Earth, or is Earth unique?
Yeah.
Is anything else you've ever seen unique, like Earth? Is anything else like Earth, or is Earth unique? Is Earth unique, or like all the other things you see?
Earth is unique. Yeah, okay. You're right with that.
So I wouldn't walk into a forest and be like, "Yo, dude, check it out, Rosie. I'm a tree also," and you be like, "Hey, Crit, why do you think you're a tree?" I'm like, everything else in the forest is a tree. Obviously, I'm a tree too. You see how ridiculous that argument is? Do you
like you
see
can compare a tree with our universe?
Yeah, okay. You want kids talking about?
Compare that.
Describe this universe, please.
Oh, like we have a sun system in our Milky Way. We have a moon and a sun. And we're going around the sun, and the moon is going around us. But why should the moon go around a flat planet? Where's the center of our planet? Like, where should it be?
So
every planet
I got do you see the sun and the moon moving, or do you see the Earth moving?
I see the sun and the moon moving.
Well, there you go. I see the sun.
Earth is also moving. That's what we call a year.
That's why I see too.
We call it.
Okay, so you see the Earth move, or I'm sorry, you see the sun move, and I see the sun move, and you see the Earth is stationary. So can we start there, or do you want to start someplace else?
The Earth is not stationary. We're moving around the sun.
Okay, do you got proof of the Earth is moving?
Yeah. Okay. Because every 30 years or something, we have something called wait, let me just Google it. Solar eclipse. Have you ever heard of it?
Have you heard of the Selenian eclipse?
No.
So what about the solar eclipse tells you that the Earth is moving?
I don't know, but
no, go ahead.
It doesn't have anything. Yeah, like why should the Earth stay at the exact same place? Have you ever seen? You can't even prove that the Earth is flat. There's no.
Okay, hold on, Rosie. You invoked solar eclipse. Now, what is your understanding of solar eclipse? What does it mean? Say the words.
Yeah. The sun and the moon are crossing each other.
Okay, here we go. You ready for this? This is called the Selenian eclipse. Have you heard of it?
Mm-hmm. I have never heard of it.
Okay, this is when the sun and the moon are in the sky exactly the same time, and the shadow is reversed. Can you explain that?
I can't explain that.
Well, yeah, you can't, can you? Here's another photo of it. Go Google. I mean, don't take my word for it. Go Google it. Google Selenian eclipse, and you'll find out that they call it the impossible eclipse. It's a solar eclipse that doesn't work inside the heliocentric model. Come up with an answer. Look at this.
No, I can answer that easily.
If you tell me to,
can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Listen. If you
listen to me.
invoke
You
eclipses,
need to listen.
I'm going to tell you to look at all the eclipses. Don't look at the ones that fit your narrative. Look at all the eclipses.
That's completely
look at
normal.
every eclipse.
Oh, you need to like. Earth is at the center of our
yes
sun system.
Earth is the center. It's geocentric.
Not the Earth is the center.
Yep, Earth is the center.
No.
Yes.
You think that the Earth is the center of our sun system?
I can guarantee you Earth is the center.
Okay.
Explain the Selenian eclipse if Earth is not the center.
Because the moon is going around the Earth, and the Earth is going around the sun. And
Now
every 30 years, the sun and the moon are crossing each other.
Explain the Selenian eclipse if Earth is not the center. How can I see the sun, the moon, during the daytime if the Earth is not the center?
The moon is... it's okay, bro.
No, I mean, we've three topics, right? We talked about curvature, we talked about rotation, and now you want to talk about the sun and the moon. How about this one? I'll one up you, okay? I'll say all in. If the Earth and the moon and the sun are three separate things, and the sun is the center, why does the sun and the moon appear to be the same size?
Because they're at the different, they have a different range.
Like how far is the range?
I don't know. Like I can say you squares. Okay, but I can say you numbers. But sun is the center of our sun system.
How do you know this?
And then why we should call it sun system? We can call it Earth system.
Well, solar system.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
Well.
You want to talk about the soul?
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that.
No, let's go there. I want to go.
I don't want to talk about that.
No, look at this. Ready? The solar system. Are you looking in live stream voice text? Are you looking? Tell me you're looking in live stream voice text. They take your imagination to space so they can take your soul to hell. That's why they call it the solar system.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because how come they wouldn't call it sun-centered system? Why would they call it solar system? It's a system to make you think that everything is subjective. Okay, Rosie, you came in here. I think you had some sort of subjective understanding of who flat earthers are, and you never talked to a flat earther before. Will you at least confess to that?
I have never talked to a flat earther.
Okay. See, now we're starting from okay. So now we're starting from a point of honesty, and that's what I wanted from the beginning. You've never talked to a flat earther before, right? So are you ready to listen and learn, or are you ready to just keep spouting some Masonic bullshit that even you don't understand?
Well, unless you got some evidence. You have evidence of any of it?
I don't have anything to say about that, bro.
Yeah, here, let me, Elberica, can you tap in? The dog's giving me a look. I know you have to be taken out.
Well, before anyone else goes, I'll tell you what most people have experienced. So they've experienced after the internet takeover and censorship, or soft censorship. I call it a hard censorship. I don't know. Just short of well, I can't even say just short of scrubbing us off of the internet, because a lot of people have been scrubbed off of the internet. But here's the thing: in 2015, when you would search things up, for the most part, they would come up. You know, you would have real sources from real people. Now you search something up, and it's the same source Whether you type it in different variations, or it doesn't matter. The same sources that they want you to see is going to come up. So if you think you've been looking up flat Earth and what flat earthers think, that is very, very wrong. And if you're comfortable with leaving here thinking you think you know what we think, you're sadly mistaken, and that's a disservice to yourself. So
I can relate to that, bro. I can.
You can't or can't?
Can relate to you.
Okay.
Think that the Earth is a globe, right?
No, I don't have beliefs, right? Only thing I have is my first-hand knowledge.
Yeah, I think that as well. Like I can more relate to the Earth that it is a globe than it is flat. Like there are so many people that have been to the sky, that have been in the space. They can tell that the Earth is a globe. there's a good proof.
Can you validate that?
Remember what I just said about beliefs. So I don't have beliefs. You have belief that people have been to space and that they've provided pictures. Yeah.
I've never heard the astronaut saying that the Earth is flat, bro.
Yeah, but astronauts, think of them as priests, right? Because you have to take their word and believe that what they're providing you is legitimate, right?
Why? Tell me why should they lie to us? Is the government
I don't
telling
really
them
care.
that they should
Lots of
that
people
they
lie.
shouldn't
My
tell?
mother lied to me about Santa Claus. I really don't care.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
lied to from my own family, and I'm sure it's the same.
Can I answer him, please, Elijah? Can I answer me? Why would they lie? I can answer. They would lie that you don't know the truth.
But why would they care if we would know that the Earth is flat or a globe? Like they don't have.
Doesn't matter. I mean, the whole thing is, Rosie, you can't validate what they're showing you or telling you. You can't go out there and provide proof for yourself. Like if I tell you, hey, I've been to the wall of China, there's a big old wall in China, you don't have to take my word for it. You could actually go there and validate that yourself, that there is a wall in China, a huge wall in China. You know, that's the difference between what they tell you from space, that you can't go yourself and actually validate this information.
Yeah, just get a flat earther and send him to the sky, in the space. Then prove that the Earth is a globe.
You cannot go into space, man.
Hold on. But that's the thing, because you haven't even done that to verify for yourself that it's a globe.
Yeah.
You're
But
just
I haven't heard of a. I haven't heard.
Hold on. You're just believing in what the next man said. I don't care what you haven't heard from astronauts that you have faith in, like priests, right? Because that's what religious people do, believe in what other people assert without verifying it and having firsthand knowledge experience for themselves. That's the difference. A religious person will take on faith what someone says versus actually experiencing and verifying it for themselves. That's the difference between you and me. And if you want to understand from our standpoint why we're here, you should do a little more listening and less talking.
Okay, bro. Can we just for 1 minute switch topic? Okay. Do you celebrate Christmas on Thursday or Friday? You celebrate Christmas?
I don't.
Elijah for truth is celebrating Christmas.
Sure, I do. So what?
Let me talk. So you celebrate Christmas, and Christmas is a. It's a, yeah. Like if you celebrate Christmas, I think you would believe in God. But have you seen God in your life?
Jesus' birthday is actually in September. Has nothing to do with Christmas. Christmas is just some.
Okay. How do you know that
Christmas is just because that's what it says in the Bible. It's not even what people think, right? So Christmas is just some weird holiday that we've all grown up just practicing a tradition of. Has nothing to do with my faith, brother. And faith, like I said, everyone has faith, but when we're talking about objective truth and not what man says, that's when we're talking about science. Manipulating independent variable to find the cause of an effect. That's what we do here. Or
why should people celebrate? We celebrate.
Or measure, which is what we should actually be doing with the earth, because we're not trying to find the cause of why the earth is here, what it is, right? We're actually trying to measure to prove that it's actually a sphere. Either that, because no one can actually put a tape measure around it, either that or verify what they've claimed that the earth is, which is 25,000 almost miles in circumference, or has a radius of 3,959 miles. Those things can be verified and validated, because if you don't have that, you don't have orbits around the earth.
Okay.
You don't have astronomical distances. All of that rests on R. You don't have that, you have nothing. So we should be talking about either science or talking about measurements. I don't give a fuck what people's faith is, because we all have faith in something.
Yeah, if I could tap it into Rosie real quick. I had offered Rosie logic or reason also. So you can give a reason or some sort of logic behind why you think the Earth is a globe. I'll take any of the above. Give me measurement, give me science, give me logic, or give me reason. Something. What do you offer, Rosie?
We just come back in an hour. I'm gonna some information about that. Okay? Like I'm coming back.
Yeah, come back. The server will be here.
Like
1 hour.
Like
it's too fast.
So bullshit.
We are waiting 5 years.
It's not bullshit, dude. Okay, flat Earth was understood by the vast majority of human history, and the vast majority of humans. This is nothing new.
Since when do people believe that the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief.
Tell me date.
It's not a belief.
You want to say that it's knowledge.
Understood. Yeah, this is knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Tell me.
So hold on. Can I just ask you a question? You think that people didn't think the Earth was flat? So what was the chronology of that? When did we first have proof, quote unquote, that the Earth was a sphere?
Like, we have some. We breathe with oxygen, right? We're taking oxygen in us.
Yeah, we breathe. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and like this guy said, in this space we have vacuum. If we don't have a sphere, if we don't have a sphere, the oxygen would go straight out of the Earth.
There you go. You got it. Right into the outer space.
No, hold on. He just said if we don't have the sphere, it would go away. That doesn't. Why is that the case? Why do you need a sphere?
Why should the oxygen stay at the Earth when we don't have the sphere?
Because of container.
No, you haven't given us a reason why a sphere would keep gas anywhere.
Because why? Can you tell me why the Earth? Why the oxygen should stay at the Earth? You can prove it either.
No, I'm not. It doesn't matter what I think. You're trying to tell me why a sphere is necessary to keep gas anywhere. What is the reason for that?
God. I'm going to hear you later. Bye.
Yeah, there isn't one. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense, dude.
It's okay. The Earth is flat.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether I think the Earth's flat. Dude, you're now crumbling. You're like having a bit of a bitch fit, right? I just asked you a question. Why is it necessary for the Earth to be a sphere for us to have gas? You must have a reason because you believe it.
I believe it. I don't.
But why? Why is it necessary? You haven't given me a reason.
Like there are $1 million. Do you have it?
Okay, Rosie.
You don't
Rosie,
have
$1
million.
Remember, Rosie, Rosie. I offered
you. You don't have $1 million, but
Rosie,
you believe there are. You know
Rosie,
that there are.
Come on, don't spiral, dude. What are the 4 things I offered you? I offered you to present 4 things. What were the 4 things?
you're like, let me talk. You know, there are $1 million out there, right?
I mean, yeah, a lot more than that.
Can all relate to that, right?
Yes.
Right, so there's $1 million, right? Now go on.
Have you seen them, or have you ever had them?
Have I seen $1 million?
With your real eyes, in cash?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, what physical? Well, no, actually, no. No one's ever seen $1 million in physical cash.
So let me talk, okay? Do you know that there are, or you believe? Like, you can even prove that there are $1 million, but you.
What was my answer to your question? What was my answer to your question?
Just talk.
What was my answer to your question?
You said you have never seen $1 million physically.
That actually wasn't what I said.
What did you say then?
I said nobody's ever seen that.
Have you seen them or not? So no. Your eyes. Cash.
Right. Okay. Do you know what cash is?
Say yes or no.
Do you know what cash is?
Cash exists. Right.
What is cash?
Cash. It's paper.
Nope. That's currency.
Or
try again.
Like, stop complaining about that. Like, bro.
You can't even define what you're asking. How do you expect anyone to give you a good answer?
Like, I don't need to define that.
Between money and currency.
In this live stream,
what's the difference between money and currency?
Should know.
Do you know what the difference is between money and currency?
But, tell me.
Okay, so gold is money, and currency such as the US dollar is currency because it's not actually money. It's not fungible. So there's an actual definitional difference between the two. Now, if you're asking someone, have you ever seen that physical value? You'd have to define it further. You'd have to say, is it cash? Is it currency?
Like, it doesn't even make sense what you're saying. Like,
Because they're
let me talk.
fundamentally different things. The question you asked doesn't make any sense.
Like, I wasn't even finished. Like, just listen.
But the question didn't make sense. That's why
you're going to listen, and I'm going to say when I'm done. Okay? Listen.
Ask questions that mean something.
Shut up. Can you shut up?
You're going to tell me to shut up. I'm going to ban you.
Rosie, dude, you need to slow your roll, homie. This is pro advice, man to man. Slow your roll.
Okay.
I feel okay. How about Rosie? Check this out. Right, you've been talking to me for about a half hour, maybe more. I've got a pretty big E penis, right? Even I would not tell crypto to shut the fuck up.
Okay, I don't know crypto.
Well, I just want you to know, okay? Don't be telling people. Seriously, slow your roll, homie.
Okay.
So anyway, carry on. Yes. So you want to know if anyone in here has seen £1 million in notes. You're talking about currency.
And banknotes.
Okay. All in one go. No, I haven't.
You haven't seen them in banknotes with your real eyes.
I haven't seen $1 million at one time. No.
At one time, but you know that there are £1 million in banknotes.
Congratulations. It has nothing to do with the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
I mean, it
Your
doesn't
point
really
has nothing
mean anything.
to do.
You can even prove that as well. Like, you can. You know that the Earth is flat, but you have never seen it with your full eyes. Earth in the space.
This guy.
But you can measure it.
I can't measure it. Why should I measure it?
Because you want to know what the shape is?
Because you should
Like,
be
how
about
else-
somewhere.
Like, how else would you know the shape of something? Just guess? My mate said so, the TV said so. Obviously you just measure it.
Yeah, but if you would build a big ball, like 100 meter ball, and you would straight round at the same direction, the straight way, around it, you would get to the exact same point where you started.
My man, you're not asking any of the right questions. You're not saying anything of value. So first of all, you need to know the measurements of this ball to shoot things into space, loop around the earth, and escape its atmosphere in order to fucking take pictures in a medium that you don't even know exists. So the first thing you would need to do is have actual measurements to create the formulas to calculate exactly what you would need to leave this earth and have things take pictures of it in the first place. What do you mean, why measure it? That's what they claim has been done. That's why we have a circumference, because somebody is claimed to have done it. What you should be asking is, how did they do that? And how can I verify that for myself? You're really pissing me off, bro, because I don't think you're serious.
I'm serious, 100%.
Even more. Okay, hold on, Rosie. Even more so, didn't we also agree that we're going to factor out the U.S. federal government? So why do you keep saying NASA after you gave me your word as a man that we weren't going to use the U.S. federal government as proof? Why do you keep saying NASA after you said that?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you see the problem here?
Like I have.
It's like the problem is like I said, hey, let's play chess.
Let's make a compromise.
Okay, I love compromises. Those are the best type of.
Actually, no, I'm not making a fucking compromise. I was spot on and on point with what I said.
I'm talking with Crit. Bro.
Deal with what I said.
Well, the issue is that
do something with what I provided. Because I told you, you can't even leave Earth, much less send things off of the Earth without knowing the measurements of it. You're going to have to deal with that and either say, I'm wrong, or I'm right.
Maybe we're both wrong.
No, Rosie,
no, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong because you use R, the Earth's radius, to figure out how to slingshot out of here. That's in the math. It's required. So I'm not wrong. And I'm not even a globalist, right? I'm not even a heliocentric believer of the priesthood information, okay? But this is what's required. Even I know that. Okay. So either you're going to have to tell me, you're wrong, I don't believe you, and I'm going to have to provide you with something to prove it, or you're going to say, okay, I agree. What's the next step in the conversation? That's a real conversation.
Okay. I know that that is a real conversation. Get that. Let's just...
Be careful with your words because I'm going to ban you if it doesn't make sense.
And I want to make you. I want Rosie.
You're right. Okay, I'm not going to say
Rosie,
anything.
listen, Rosie. You got to make sure that you're self-aware. Different when you're talking to a member of the server versus a moderator. If a moderator jumps into the conversation and makes a ruling, it probably fits better to comply or just leave at that point.
I'm going to comply. Okay.
I'm just giving you pro advice. Okay, I'm not telling you what to do. You do whatever you see fit. But if a moderator jumps into the conversation and gives a ruling, it probably makes sense just to comply at that point, unless you want to leave and just leave in a blaze of glory and make an ass of yourself, or just leave and just leave. So Elijah offered you a solution here, and now did he tell? So what are you going to answer to him?
I'm just gonna comply, okay? It's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe the Earth is flat. I'm not gonna discuss anymore. Like,
challenge what I said.
Yeah, it's okay.
With what I said.
So in other words, he wants you to either answer the questions and show them how they don't need the measurement to leave Earth, or how did they get the measurement in the first place? And if you don't believe what he's saying, challenge what he said so that he can bring you the evidence that you need the measurement, or they used the measurement to leave Earth.
I'm gonna leave. Okay. See you later.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
My God.
Then gone. He's useless. He's not here to learn. No, you're not going to stick around. You're gone. I'm sorry. Like passive aggressive people that don't answer questions at all just wants to keep this state of ambiguity and limbo. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's all good, Elijah. You're moderator for a reason. If you jump in the conversation and say I don't want to hear any more ambiguity, that's why you get paid the big bucks.
Wait, you get paid as a moderator?
It's like telling someone, yeah, I can fly. Of course I can fly. Don't you want to see how I can fly? Don't you want me to show you that I can fly? And they just ask you about your cereal. Like, what the fuck?
That reminds me of an old school meme about Tom Cruise cannot fly. Do you guys remember that meme? Or am I just dating myself again?
I don't know.
Let me post it. Hear this. I'm such a curmudgeon that even my understanding of I can fly is curmudgeon. It was like Tom
What
Cruise.
was that cash story? I didn't understand. Cash.
Well, he was trying to allude to if you haven't seen $1 million. Yeah.
That vacuum exists, like a fact. Like
it's not non sequitur.
Does anyone remember when Tom Cruise went on the Oprah Winfrey show and talked about how he could do all this crazy shit? Or is that like everyone younger than that even?
I don't even understand why anyone will come in here and say, why don't you go up in a rocket and look at the earth yourself? You, your grandmother, your great grandfather, your great great, I don't give a fuck if you're from a rich family. Nobody you know and nobody in your family tree has ever fucking done that. Why would you come in here and suppose something so retarded? None of us have that capability. You've never went up and verified that it was a globe because you were in space. The vacuum of space. Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, if we had the capability, you think we wouldn't have been there right now?
Let somebody come in here and say, hey, I've been there. What you need to do is go there. Here's how. No, they'll be like, why don't you go up? Bruh, you've never went up and verified it. Neither of us have actually verified what the fucking shape of the earth is. No one.
But maybe like Flat Earth company, like we have a rocket, we can, or we shoot to build rocket. To understand, Elijah, they're asking something like, we need, like, if you have the proof, go there and show us the dome. No problem.
The earth is it's the earth. It was created. Just like shoes are created, just like we were created, just like can you give me the shape of a fucking body of a human? It's a human shape. Yeah, like what what the, like you don't know that it's a ball or a hexagon, or you don't know what the fuck it is. We have those shapes, and then we just have odd shapes of other things that we've just named.
Same auto question. Why would they lie?
To hide the truth. Obviously.
Give me the shape of a rundown Timberland.
Put like this: if you like an us 1960, when I don't know 50s, 60s, when first time if they realize that they cannot go out, why should they say they cannot go out? They will lie, fucking. Listen, people, we are closed. That will never happen. From them. And if you have no motive, that mean case rest law.
How do you know it's flat? I really despise that question. I don't despise it. I only despise people who aren't asking it genuinely.
No, I got you 100%, Elijah. The thing is that these globalists come in here acting like they don't understand anything. And then when you explain to them, Big Bird and Barney style, that a moderator just told them X, do you understand X? And then they don't. It's like, in what possible avenue of life have you ever participated with an online community and you don't understand what the word moderator means? It's like a level. 90%. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sorry. Sasha. No, go ahead.
I want to say 90% of people who's coming here, they know less from people who are here now inside. Let's say 20 people. I don't know how many people are inside. They know less about globe than people flat earther. I can bet on that every fucking day. And that's ridiculous. If somebody come to debate and they know the last, man. That's incredible.
The part that pisses me off is that you come here with questions. Come here with ridiculous questions. I don't care. But when someone answers you, and then you say, "Okay, let me ask you this," or "Let me word it like this," and then you get a direct response. "Okay, let me word it like this," and they get a direct response, and they just keep on transforming the question. Like, what are you doing?
You're wasting time.
I answered 5 of your fucking questions, 5 variations of your question, and you just haven't taken on anything I've said. And I'm not asking you to believe me. You haven't even challenged what I've said. That's weird behavior. You don't have to believe me, but damn it, challenge what I'm saying if you don't.
They're just looking for a gotcha. That's all they're doing. Because they don't go into a conversation trying to learn. They go in there trying to teach people something else.
And mostly they are not listening. They are not listening. Anything. If you are listening very well, and if you are honest, you will get it. But if you're not honest, if you're not listening, you will not get it, for sure. And most of them are not listening. You know, they want to say something else, something to go somewhere else. Oh, why, how this work, how that work. They don't want to think about what you said about point of argument. Nothing. They want to move a million other questions.
Yeah, they come into the conversation intending to shut you down, not to actually learn from the other person. You should never go into a conversation thinking you know everything. You should always go in with the intent to learn.
100%, dude. That's what at the very beginning, if you had listened, I mean, if you wind back the live stream, I had offered him 3 things. I said, present to me your logic, your reason, or your science, and I'll accept it. And yet he just kept spouting bullshit until finally a moderator had to step in and said, answer this question or you're done. And he still spouted bullshit. I mean, that should tell you something, that they have an agenda. They're not pushing anything that is testable. They're pushing bullshit, and they want to push bullshit as long as they can until somebody steps in and says, enough bullshit. You're done, dude. And then even then, they'll try to play the victim.
But listen, this if you are telling me, for example, where is the curve, and I cannot answer you, and I move to the question, are you celebrating Christmas? What's that? You know, we are speaking about the shape of the earth, and you're moving to, are you celebrating Christmas? That means maybe you're religious, maybe how you can believe in Jesus, who put that date that he born on that date, blah 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 blah. What that all that have with
Another thing he's wrong about. Well, like you just say shit. You don't even listen. Like I attack the globe because I know a little about the globe. If you're gonna fucking try to attack the Bible, know about it. Have read up on it a little bit.
Yeah.
Can't beat your enemy unless you know your enemy.
Don't just come up in here with your arguments from Zeitgeist Part 1 thinking that's going to get you by. You're going to get destroyed.
It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight.
You guys want to hear something funny? If not, just say shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I've been dating this gal. She's from South America, and sometimes we date. We have an argument, and it gets hung up on certain words. So right now we're over. I talked about power. So I tried to look up another definition of. I did English to French power, and I started typing in potential. Like one of the the side definitions, and it turns out that it's the same word. It's just potential, but just potentia. Like potentia in English is potential. So I'm like, do you get it now? I've said like, hey, potential. Like, oh, okay. She didn't respond. So when a woman doesn't respond to you, you've won the argument.
Oh, how little you fucking know. When women don't respond to you, that's because they're plotting your fucking doom.
Well, I mean, that's if you're dealing with an English woman. When you're dealing with a Hispanic woman, and when she stops responding, she's bowed to your superiority.
No, that's not true. I can vouch for that.
Okay, how about this? Okay, don't take advice from a man who's never been married.
I can run with that.
Oh, okay, I never do. Okay, that was funny.
I'm hurting.
They call that the calm before the storm.
Oh, hi, Maggie.
Yeah, it's possible. Much, I mean, it is morning, interesting guys. Because this is the longest relationship I ever had, and she's from South America, and it does get really kind of crazy, and then it gets really calm. So that sort of that Latin passion really shows up. I kind of enjoy it at this stage in my life.
There's a phrase that's going to come up soon for you. Remember that time?
Yeah. And that could come at any time, right? That could be in about 10 years.
It's going to be a ticking time bomb. Remember that time you used the word power?
Oh, yeah. It's like 15 years ago. We'll be like in our 80s, and she'll be like, remember that time when you said potential and you meant power? Check this out. Yeah, I guess it was more kind of like a play on family dynamics, and it wasn't any sort of objective truth. I was trying to make a joke there about. Hey, Miggy, I got a question. Are your kids were they both boys? Because I've kind of heard you talk a few times, and it made me kind of assume that they were both boys.
No, I have a daughter and a son.
Oh, okay.
Miggy's your father? What?
Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy.
They're already
you sound really young.
I think I would suggest even is that he probably raised them equally, and he didn't raise them sort of like as a daughter and a son, just kind of raised them as children. That's why it was kind of hard for me to judge, which one was which, what the family dynamic was.
Well, my first marriage wasn't the one that I would say would be my shining moments, I mean, I was young too, so you know how it is when you're young. You think you know it all, that kind of stuff.
No, I mean, I really got it because I'm the youngest of 7. So, and I was like late, okay, like a late 7. So I mean, it's interesting because I had saw a lot of family dynamics growing up, and I was still a child. Earlier we were talking about washcloths. I mean, when Sonny was still here. But so my oldest sister is 7 years older than me. So I was still in grade school, and she graduated from high school. And she used to joke about it because she basically babysat me. She was my, I mean, to make it sound not weird, but she was my mom. You know, because you basically, I spent a lot of time with her instead of my real mom. You know, my actual mother. So we talked about washcloth. You know, when I was a kid and wanting to wash my hands instead of using a paper towel. But I mean, okay. Anyway, I hope I'm not getting too off topic here. But it had to do with the scientific method when me and Sunny were talking about it. Elijah was here earlier too for that. You still there, Elijah?
Which one, me or the one with the essay?
Yeah, you. Remember we talked about scientific experiments and doing when you had to present something for your class, like in grade school?
Oh, I wasn't there for that.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Is there any reason why Azir is muted?
Yeah, oh no, okay, never mind. I don't know why his ear is muted. There was an earlier guy who was muted because he had dropped his phone in the bottom of his car and didn't want to broadcast the radio station he was listening to and whatnot.
No.
I don't know why his ear is muted.
No, I was just trying to listen to a debate, but I haven't really heard much.
Oh. So what do you think the Earth is?
What do you say?
What do you think the Earth is?
Probably early 20s.
What?
Okay.
The Earth is early 20s.
Wait.
Cool.
That's the time like the guy that said, you know, we asked him a question. He said 3. I was like, all right.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I remember that.
Wait, I'm sorry. What do you think the Earth is? Early 20s?
Sorry. No, I'm kind of on Red Dead. I'm playing games at the same time because
okay.
I've been waiting for like a debate so I could genuinely hear both sides, but like I haven't really heard an actual debate that went anywhere.
Okay.
Well, did you hear when I was talking to that other guy that I banned?
No, I was there for that.
Oh, okay.
Did you recently ban someone, Elijah?
Yeah, I wasn't here for it, Miggy. I don't like people who don't. You know when people ask you a question and you answer it directly, and then they give you 7 more variations of the same question.
Oh,
and then it's like, yo, if you don't answer this, like I gave you an answer, I gave you enough to either challenge what I'm saying or agree with what I'm saying. So you have to do one of the two, or you're getting banned. And he couldn't comply. So.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I'm walking over here. I need Elijah to say that at least once. You know he's in NYC, right? By the way.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I can kind of tell by the traffic.
Yeah, that's another reason that I get pissed off, because I have a perfectly good 10 minutes to flat smack and turn you into a knower versus a believer. And you just burn up the 10 minutes, and now I'm in the middle of the city and can't really say much. You know what I mean? That shit pisses me off.
Hmm.
All right, looks like
This guy said he wanted to hear both sides. I'll give him the Glober side. NASA images, gravity, and refraction. There you go.
Yeah, that's what it's been looking like in the lobby.
Oh, we got Corbin just jumped in here. We'll see if Corbin wants to talk to us. Corbin, are you there?
I'm not trying to go into a subject that I really don't know much about and then get destroyed.
Yeah.
Well, I guarantee you, friend, you don't know anything about the globe.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
So, Corbin, are you there? Come in, Corbin. No go on Corbin, it seems. All right.
No Corbin.
Just put him back on. Well, you know what? I'll just mute him. Yeah, if you want to speak to us, Corbin, just let us know in the DMs and we'll unmute you again.
Playing some fucking Skate 3 right now. Having a time of my life.
Oh, wait, you're on Skate 3? What,
I am on Skate 3. Xbox.
Ooh, for real?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, does anybody
I
here
might
have
pop
the
in
new
the disc.
Xbox? Real quick.
No.
I do
wish.
not, unfortunately.
okay.
I might have to pop in the Skate 3 disc. Wait a second.
Uh-huh.
Or you just skate by yourself.
Well, I mean, I'm skating by myself right now, but I'd be glad to join you if you want, or invite you.
Oh, and also we have gaming channels down below. So if you guys want to yell and shout and do all that kind of stuff, yeah, we have other gaming.
I'm not yelling.
channels.
There's nothing in Skate 3 to yell and shout about.
Well, you could yell at Tap if you want. How about that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a nice guy, I think. I mean, there are a few things that you could yell about in Skate, like whenever a guy walks in front of you while you're skating, you know.
Oh yeah, and then
NPCs just skating in front of you. Yeah,
and then one of the few ladies actually tases you.
Oh yeah. No, that's annoying, bro. I just throw my skateboard at them.
I throw my skateboard at everybody. I don't care if you're just minding your own business.
Yeah, just walking. I saw a lookalike of one of my friends in Skate. I was like, this has got to be him. So I took a picture and sent it to him. But have we got any Globers in here that wants to have a conversation with us?
Not at the moment. I'm scanning the chat, so it seems like the ones that we came in here was Corbin, but
there was a dude named Mr. Morgan earlier who was being blatantly racist.
Wait, Mr. Morgan? Wait, was it Arthur Morgan?
He was in the lobby, but then somebody.
Oh, Mr. Morgan. Yeah, no, I saw that. Never mind.
Yeah, that was kind of bad. He was like, name one place where it's majority African Americans that is doing well right now. I'll wait. I'm like, what?
Yeah, exactly. I saw that. It's different, you know. Some people just have that sort of mentality over everyone, you know.
Name one place where majority anyone is doing well.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially right now.
I mean, I don't know what's worse, like the situation right now, or Jedi's sleeping schedule. Yeah, I had the time. I had the time to go to sleep, right? So me and him were in VC at like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. I had the time to go to sleep, wake up, catch him in VC again for like another hour, and then he went to sleep. And I just checked in like, a few hours ago. And he's
you my mum?
Listen, Jedi, you need to be going to bed on time, man. Come on, bro.
Well, yesterday was a crazy day. I was telling Miggy about it this morning. Some really, really great conversations, and it just had me on this absolute high. So I just couldn't go to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I was still fucking thinking about Flat Earth and looking up at the ceiling and shit. So,
dude, I'm talking in my sleep, man. About flat smacking in my sleep.
Yeah,
it doesn't get any better than that, you know.
Actually, it's kind of interesting when we were talking about earlier with domestic partners too. Is that me and Meme War talked about Warhammer 40K on and off. And at one point, I had watched this video because I was still kind of probably about I wouldn't say 20 years or so behind the current rhetoric of the gaming system. But I watched a video about some of the stuff from Warhammer 30K versus Warhammer 40K, and she asked me what the hell was I talking about. She woke me up. She's like, "What are you talking about? Like Eldar and Orc?" And I was like, "Oh." What happened was I watched this video on YouTube and I was dreaming. And she's like, "Oh, okay."
Bro, this game is amazing, man. I remember the first time I was a really, really young boy, and I'm
I'm not a really young boy, but I'm a really young boy now.
Yeah.
Hey, Tap. Let me tap in real quick. Hey,
What's up?
Yeah. Hey, Brad, you there?
I basically did everything I could to get all the board sales.
Wait a minute. Did you say you were gonna tap in?
Yeah, I wanted to tap in.
Oh.
Tap in the conversation.
Was that unintended, or
one of our mods is called Brad, and I was hoping he was here.
It's okay. It's okay.
Somebody's got to change the battery in that smoke alarm.
Yeah, I know, for real.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
was actually trying to determine who that was.
What does the beep mean? Because I don't know.
The battery's
change the
low.
battery.
Well, it can also mean air too, because if you have a smoke alarm with a carbon monoxide detector, the beep can mean that there's an air.
So change your battery. Either way.
Yeah. So, hey, I mean, if it's okay for me to say this in live stream, is there any reason why MG42 is still in Cogdis? It's been 4 days.
I have no idea, dude. That guy didn't even. I didn't even know he was there.
Yeah, I don't.
What the
okay,
heck?
I kind of feel like I don't want to step anyone's dick. Okay, just to make sure I know my role here. I'm not trying to overstep my bounds. But Monkey said that Cogdis is 7 days. But I've also talked to other mods who said the max is 7 days. Battle Mod said no more than 7 days. And yet I've talked to MT42 multiple times, and I think he's okay now. I think he went in hot about the Book of Enoch, and I think he's okay now. But yet he's still in Cogdis, and I'm not sure what the solution is, even more so that he's a flat earther. If we're able to let globalists out before 7 days, why is a flat earther still there? I don't know. Hopefully I'm not overstepping my role here.
MG is my buddy. I'll put a little bit of power behind you with my little rinky-dink role. I like MG. I don't even know. Well, I know he comes in hot, and sometimes he has to be. I don't even feel comfortable with saying he needs to get out. I mean, most of the people that get muted, like North Star and MG, I like them a lot, and I hate when they get muted, or Cogdist or whatever it is. And secondly, I want this debate to be had because I want the people who know about the subject to actually hash this out. I saw he sent me a video from the Bible literalist, Paula, who
his sister,
who has a couple of problems, quite a few problems with the Book of Enoch, and I would like for there to be an actual debate setting with the moderator that would allow two people who actually know what they're talking about to debate, and not in some not in some crazy ass license to kill kind of situation, but more of a controlled debate so that this thing could be put to rest once for all. Because I don't like feeling like he's being silenced. I really want to know what's up, honestly.
Yeah, here's the issue too, is I kind of thought I was stepping on my dick because I did do the bot command to remove him from Cogdis, and the bot command came back false. So I think it was admin added, but I don't know for sure because I'm just Gold Plus, so I don't have access to the admin log. So you
can't override. You can't override the admin.
Okay,
the admin put him there. You basically know that if you can't release them, then it's not something that you can actually take them out.
Yeah, that's why I just would want. Not that I wanted to raise a topic to be a point of contention. I just wanted MG to know that even though we have a disagreement, we're not being the server isn't disagreeable. That just time sorts these things out. That over time, people are going to. Okay,
think about it like this: if he was put in there, then whoever put him in there would have told him, "You're going to be in here for this long." If anybody else overrides that, then it's like. But think about it like this: if you put somebody in Cogdis, right, and you put him there for, let's say, 7 days or whatever, and I release him out after 2 days, and I didn't even know anything of the discussion that you guys had or why he was put in there, you'd be pretty offended because you're going to be like, dude, this guy was belligerent in the chat. He needed 7 days and he came out in 2 and he's back at it. You know what I mean? Like it's
okay. Megan, I agree with you on a globalist. Okay. But for a flat earther, if I've never sent a flat earther the Cogdis. Okay. I can plant my flag on that. But if I did send the flat earther the Cogdis, I would be right in Cogdis talking to him or her about why they're in Cogdis. I wouldn't just send them to CogDis and be like, peace, mother, sort it out.
No, it's not like that. See, and that's what people on the onset think about it. Like when you see things happening and you don't know what's going on, that's what you're thinking. And of course, you wanted to get him out of there because you're thinking that. But there's other things happening behind the scenes that nobody knows about, because when it gets brought up to an admin, they have to deal with the situation, and they're not going to let it be known to the whole server. They don't have to tell everybody. It's an admin move.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I said I know my role. I'm not trying to flex my role, okay? I just want to know from my experience and me talking to MG, I don't know what's going on, but I also want you to know I don't need to know what's going on. Okay.
Well, just be there. In other words, if he's in CogDis, then he's not S-banned, which is he's going to return back. So that's probably
even S-banned people come back. So it's not like
Well, what I'm saying is no worries, man. It's all good. So everybody's just gonna do what they do, and if he was put there for a reason, then he's got some time to chill, and then afterwards he'll be back out.
Yeah, I'm just saying from my point of view, the only thing I see is 4 days ago, Brad put him in CogDis for 24 hours. Then I talked to Emerald Monkey, and Emerald Monkey said it was actually 7 days.
Yeah.
And I don't. That's all I know, and I don't need to know any more than that.
Right.
Okay, and that's it. I'm sorry if I overtalked it.
No, that's fine. But if there are moves like that are being made, they're always done with giving the person. They talk to the person. They don't say, "Okay, you're CogDis, see ya." They let them know the reason why they're being put there, and they're gonna do their time and stuff. And if anybody starts to override that for any reason, then they're not giving respect to the moderators who actually put them there. Do you understand? So that's what we're all about, is fairness. So if you're not allowing that fairness and you're intervening, then you're putting your foot in somebody else's business. Like you don't got to do that. Just if they're in CogDis, so come right back out. I mean, but they got to do their time in there so they can chill out. Just the way things are here. I mean,
Yeah, I got you. It's a way to keep the peace.
Yeah.
Dude, do you have any grandkids?
No.
Yes, I do.
Oh, Mickey, you're talking about.
Dude,
Yeah, I do. Dude, as a matter of fact, my second one is going to be arriving probably in a few days. So I'm excited.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, bro, congrats. Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm pretty old, Fraud, even though it doesn't seem like it. But.
No, you're not. That's the thing. I'm older than you. But you have a more full of life than I do.
No, I don't think so, man. You're a traveling man, dude. You've seen it all, probably. You've been everywhere, man.
I guess in that aspect, yeah. But you got me beating the family part.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, man. I enjoy family. I do.
I didn't know you was that old, Fraud. I'm gonna put some more respect on your name just because that's how I roll.
Yeah, I only got Mick beat by 1 year.
The old 44, eh?
The old 44.
Mickey, I'm sorry. I thought you were 20. You sound like 20, dude. What?
This guy over here.
Super young. I mean, okay, I'm young, but he's young. You sound young.
Yeah, I'm gonna run with that. How about that?
You don't sound 40.
You do not.
Wait, you're 40? What the hell?
Apparently.
See, I knew that Mickey was 40 because one of the first live streams that we did, not together, but you could see Miggy unplugged or something like that. You could see his face. And I'm like, dude, this guy's got a beard grayer than mine. And
Go back to the first. I have all that stuff recorded. Go look for the video called Miggy Live, and you'll see me talking there. You'll see how old I look on there.
Yeah, it's seriously he's got his beard is gray, yo.
Where is it?
On my channel.
New releases video? Oh,
no, it's you gotta search back in time on my videos.
Okay, what's your YouTube channel?
Hang on. I'm gonna give you the link.
Alright. That is crazy. I always thought you were pretty young because you sound pretty young. You talk pretty young.
No.
But you're older than my father.
How old is your dad? Dude,
Like,
why is your dad so young? What the hell?
I'm 16.
I'm 16
Oh,
too,
dude,
but
you're-
damn.
Yeah.
My father's almost 50.
Like,
Yeah, you're really young, man. Tap.
that is crazy. I know, man. I know.
I'm 49, man.
That's epic, bro. Yeah, this is a great community. I mean,
Yep. It's built on the people who love this community, and yeah, we want it to be as professional as we can be when it comes to flat smacking, but we've come a long way. It wasn't like this in the very beginning. In the very start of this server it's kind of like the Wild West.
I'm sure as time passed, you found some wonderful people.
Yeah, there's been a lot of heartaches and a lot of celebration at the same time. But we through thick and thin, we stuck together, and like I would always tell people, the only way forward is together.
Of course. We always stick together. We're like family. This is great, honestly. Miggy. Not 20?
Yeah. Just go. I have a video called Miggy Live. I did a couple of them, and you can see me. I'm actually sitting in front of my microphone. I don't have this microphone, but
what's interesting for me is that I kind of feel humbled, and also that I was in a few of those too.
Yeah, you were way back, dude. I think if I could remember correctly, you were back in Flat Earth Initiative on our very first shows that we used to have.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is quite humbled. I'm like sort of like the sideshow, right? Just threw in comments here and there. I kind of always felt like I've always followed greatness, like a few steps behind, but I've just kind of been in the shadows, like I could say that, hey, what about like it's kind of like that? Remember that scene? If you guys remember, like Family Guy, where like Peter was like friends with Jesus, and like Jesus walks into the room, and Jesus is like, "Hey, it's Jesus," and like and his friend Peter.
Never seen that episode.
All right, so which episode is your
Go ahead.
Your face in? Which one
it's one. The thumbnail says Miggy Live on it.
Miggy Live. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, we got a new person that just joined our server, by the name of Bambi.
Hey guys, Earth globe.
So what do you think about the shape of the Earth, Bambi?
Oh gosh, it's round.
Is it round? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Bambi's Irish. What's up, man?
Is it
Irish? Irish? That's I wouldn't say. I'm backing up now. Go ahead. I'm backing up.
No.
Please say you. That's the best word I've ever heard you say. When you say you.
You?
No, she's not Irish. She's Scottish.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone else knows that.
Yeah.
No. That's the way you say it, dude. That's funny.
Isn't this the same?
If you get real,
Baby's Scottish. I thought Baby was from New
Why
York.
did you have to speak to me, Maggie?
Hey, that's gonna be do the Oprah Winfrey. You get a
Irish,
server band.
Scottish,
You get
British,
a server band.
everything the same.
Hey,
I thought Baby was from the hood in New York.
Hey, I got a pro tip.
Hey, yeah, I'm warning you, yeah? No.
Hey, you guys, I got a pro tip for Bambi. You ready?
What is it?
You ready? Okay, this is to partially disclose that we've talked in DMs, correct?
Uh-huh.
If you get in good with Bambi, she will send you photos of her tattoos.
Yes. Wait, did I?
Yes, you did.
Wait, did I?
Irish are hardcore drinkers. She could have been drinking.
It's possible.
Yeah, probably.
Wait, Bambi.
I'm Scottish.
Wait,
I'm sorry. I was just about to say.
Not Scottish.
My bad. They drink too.
Yeah. You're not Scottish. You're Scottish.
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 Yeah.
Why'd you have to call me out, Maggie?
Scottish.
What are those Scottish cats or
know
are
I
they
do.
Irish cats? I don't know. I got one of them.
Irish cats.
Is it an Irish tab? What is it? I don't know.
No, they're the
What are
Scottish. Oh fuck! I can't remember the breed name. I know the ones you're talking about. Oh, it's gonna piss me off. I have to Google it.
What's good up in here, family? What's good, y'all?
Yo, I banned
What's
the
up,
fuck
man?
out of somebody about
What's
an
up,
hour
brother?
ago.
Yo.
Hey, yeah, check
Oh,
it
yeah.
out. I was there for that one too. Do you remember that, Elijah? I was like, "Hey, are you going to comply with the moderator? You're going to keep talking shit?" And he's like, "I'm going to keep talking shit, yo." And Elijah was like, "Ban, motherfucker."
I don't ban people often, but
When I do, I S-ban them.
I do. I don't know what else to do. I just bring the red gavel down.
You almost sounded like that Dos Equis commercial, man. I don't often ban people, but when I do, I S-ban them.
Yeah, Bambi.
He was just being obnoxious.
Bambi,
as a
my
matter
girlfriend
of
was
fact-
talking about you.
Was she?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
She was saying that you're
Uh-oh.
super nice,
Hold
my
up.
girlfriend.
Oh, she's not met me properly.
I was gonna say no. I said she's a really, really nice person.
Yeah, your girlfriend's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
And my girlfriend was like, "Who the fuck is?"
That's what's up. Dude, Elijah, when is she going to get a tag and just come on in here, man? She's going to run some Globers down, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of spunk we need around here. Did I just kill chat?
No, that was good.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
No, I think it's good because Bambi talks about her boyfriend all the time. Bring the boyfriend in here. Pics.
No, he
or
doesn't.
didn't happen.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do the FE. You know, that's not his bag, baby.
Mm.
But we can
He's
still
like-
talk about Baby Yoda, right? I mean, can we talk about?
Yeah, Guru.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a community here. There's still a community of people, even if you don't understand or even care about Flat Earth. Okay, how about this? Let me rephrase it this way. Bambi, do you feel that your boyfriend would not be welcome in this community?
No, I mean, I've offered for him to join, but he just doesn't really care.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, just let them know that there are people here who talk to you who would welcome you with open arms. Even if he thought the Earth is a globe, he's going to come in here and say, the only reason why you think the Earth is flat is because your mom is gay. We're like, sure, but you're Bambi's boyfriend, so whatever. Wow.
Yeah, just
Well, he's sorry.
No, I was gonna say just let Elijah speak to him. You know, because he's got that smooth way about him. So
Nah, that
we'll
was
bring out-
actually why the last guy got banned. He was saying something about like so. No, when was that? When the dude was talking about moms? I don't think that was the dude I banned. That was earlier.
Yeah, that was this morning.
Was it?
Yeah, but the thing I think is most telling about that event, not that you banned the globalist, but you said that you were drinking Moscato.
That's it.
I'm like,
right there.
what the fuck, Elijah?
You got to get Moscato Elijah out here, man. That guy
what
right
the-
there.
I'm like, are you serious? Did you just tell me you were drinking Moscato?
Yeah, dude.
What's y'all are missing it.
Moscato, Elijah.
Dude,
is that
it's like the
is that
gayest
like
of all the
Majin Buu and
wines.
shit.
Yeah, it's
If
like
you're-
peas and carrots, dude. Like if once
Like
he's
Majin Buu version of Eli. Is that what's going on?
I'm
Moscato
like, hey,
Eli.
Elijah, check this out. If I was black, I would evoke your black card for drinking Moscato and breaking the
You done lost your damn mind. Moscato is the shit. I'm sorry. Who the fuck?
No, you gotta be drinking Hennessy.
Most
Moscato is
okay,
awesome.
check that.
What
Okay,
are you talking about? I love Moscato.
But if you're gonna drink
can't
French,
stand
are you gonna say? Are you gonna if you're gonna drink French, are you gonna drink Moscato or are you gonna drink Hennessy?
Give me that Moscato.
Moscato.
That's it.
Give me that Moscato.
I can't stand Hennessy. That shit is nasty to me. But then again, I'm not much of a drinker, so I shouldn't even be engaging in this. But nah, if it's gonna be between those two, it's gonna be Moscato.
Me
Alizé
either.
and Hennessy.
That's why I fell in love with Moscato, because the other like wine coolers and all that other shit, that shit is nasty and too sweet. Moscato is right there. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I'm okay.
Right there.
Elijah, this is what I'm getting at. Okay, if you're gonna go French, go fucking French. Okay, drop Hennessy. Don't go Moscato. Moscato is like the gay French guy where everyone makes fun of. Hennessy is like that French dude standing at the line of whatever the Maginot line.
Nah, that's the aggressive butt fucker right there. There's no difference.
But Hennessy,
I'm not a big Wayne fan.
Hennessy is not wine. Why the hell would I drink something that's not wine?
Because it's French. We're talking about French now. We're not talking about
Hennessy and eat. I can't drink Hennessy with my meal. What's wrong with you?
But if you're gonna drink and get fucked up, do you go with Moscato or do you go with Hennessy?
Oh, no.
Hennessy all the way, dog.
Not to get fucked up. Of course not.
Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Elijah came in here earlier talking about he fucked up. It's like, Elijah, what you fucked up on? Moscato. What the fuck, dude?
all right.
Oh my god, bro, I suck at skate. Sorry.
Oh, so you can spot battle me.
You want to spot battle me? Bad, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I got. This is what I got. Okay, here I got a solution here. Elijah, just say Moscato goes down smooth. Right?
Yeah.
There we go.
It's almost like watermelon juice.
Yeah, see? Bambi, go back and now tell boyfriend that there was an argument about Moscato versus Hennessy, and everyone came out understanding.
Yeah, but I feel like Hennessy goes down smooth too.
Discord. I'm not gonna lie, I have drank Moscato in the past. And it's smooth. It goes down like Elijah would say, like watermelon juice.
Everybody gets their gills by, that's what they call them, gills by, whatever drink of, like once you taste it, you're like, I can deal with this. For me, that's tequila. I can drink tequila, whichever tequila you give me, it's gone. It's good.
Yeah, but I mean, tequila is like 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor. Okay, people need to know their limit when they're drinking tequila. But when you're drinking Hennessy or like Moscato, you really don't know your limit, because the next thing you know is like, damn, dude, I'm fucking drunk.
My limit is 2.5 dad mugs. I already got it down to a science.
Okay. It's good too because he's talking about a mug that he got.
2.5 dad mugs.
Yeah, he got he got like a mug for Father's Day or something like that, right? And you fill it up to that.
Yeah.
So is that like a pint and a half glass, or what the fuck are we talking about?
I don't even know, bro. I don't even know.
The 24 ounces?
It's an average coffee mug kind of situation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because it'll take me at least 2 bottles of Moscato, because one bottle ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah. The small ones, like there's not the small one, but there's like the average size, and then there's the big ass one. The average size one, I could drink a whole bottle of that and I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. You need like at least 2 to get a good buzz.
It's actually kind of funny. I was trying to figure out more jokes to make about Moscato, and it turns out that Moscato is actually from Italy, and then it migrated to France, and they think it migrated at some point in the 1600s or 16 to 1400.
But you realize that name, that the name is Italian. Moscato is Italian. That's not a French name.
I don't know. Shit. Parlez-vous français?
Oui.
Moscato is not really an Italian name.
Je parle français,
hilarious, man.
Oui.
Chris has been having me dying all day.
I like the way you think. Wee! Like a little mouse.
Moscato is definitely not an Italian name.
There we go. Hey, who was that? That sounded like someone foreigner. Was that Richie?
Yes, it's me.
Okay, there we go. It sounds like someone.
You have Moscato and you have Ruscato.
Okay, there it is. Okay, which one's French and which one's Italian?
I'm gonna go. They're both Italian.
If it's Italian, it would have sounded Moscato.
And which one's French then?
I'm
Moscato.
Okay, how about this, right? Which one puts hairs on your chest? Moscato or Hennessy?
Fucking Hennessy all the way.
There it is, right? Because one of them makes you grow boobs, and one of them puts hair on your chest.
Why are you such a hater? What a fucking hater. What a hater. What's with this hater? What's with this haterade this guy's drinking?
No, we're drinking Hennessy.
No, that was it was a side it was a side shot of Elijah. It was just being funny.
We're drinking Hennessy, not haterade. There's a difference.
No, not really.
So in the end, if it was a flat Earth meetup, it would probably be a beer keg that would satisfy everybody's.
Yeah, make sure it's full of Hennessy.
Full of Hennessy.
Yeah, make sure it's full of
I'll have the cipher over here. Thank you.
Can you
Yeah.
you guys also get some apple juice for me? You know, I'm like
Yeah.
16 and stuff.
Some water and some water for anybody. Some water for anybody
Miggy.
else.
Some water.
Miggy, I can piss him off again. Yeah, bring the Coors Light for me.
Tell everybody it's
There you go, man.
Just filled with water.
We're down with that
I
silver
love
bullet.
vodka.
Vodka
Bro, you
goes
said
hard.
Coors Light, bro.
Chocolate's clowning on you, man, with that Coors Light.
Nah, but you see the way he came
I was with you with the Moscato, man. You lost me at the Coors Light.
Nasty.
But the
It's
same
just
way
to
they
get a
came
buzz
at me
off
for
of it.
Moscato is the same way New Yorkers will come at me for Coors Light.
My opinion, all beer
like
is
I'm
just
doing right
nasty as
now.
hell.
Yeah, you got to put that
Might
in the
as well
bag, though,
have some
Elijah.
Bud Light or Miller Light.
Bud Light, Miller Light tastes like piss
Wait,
water.
isn't Miller Lite a fucking yogurt?
All of that shit.
No.
No,
Muller?
I'm talking about Muller. That's
Have you-
Oh!
Muller, bro. What are you doing, bro?
Bambi, have you ever had a sip of anything?
Dude, I had Lou
She's
dealing
Scottish.
with drunk me last night or the night before.
You must be drunk right now because you thought Miller Lite was a what?
Yogurt. I don't know about you guys, but we've got yogurt over here called Miller Lite.
No way. Are you serious?
Yeah, Google Miller Lite yogurt.
I don't think it's spelt the same. It's Muller.
Miller Lite infused in it or something.
No, it's just
No,
fucking
like
yogurt with a brand
spiked
name
yogurt.
Miller Lite.
You got some spiked yogurt.
I like yogurt.
Water.
It's got some cringy Greek adverts. It's a Greek yogurt.
Greek yogurt goes hard, to be honest.
We'll just get a keg of Dos Equis, man. I'll be all right.
Yeah, at least you didn't say like I'm trying to remember. Oh crap, what's it called? The really gay Mexican beer.
Who needs to change
Corona.
the battery? in this
Corona,
one?
there it is.
Oh,
At least you didn't come in here like Elijah and say, "Hey, I drink Corona."
Corona's
Yeah,
not
guys,
that
can we not
bad.
use
Hey,
that word
Corona's
here?
actually pretty damn
Let's
good.
not use that
It's
word here,
not
guys.
that
It's
bad,
2020.
but it's just not
Come
the
on.
first thing I would drink.
Yeah, it's
No,
pretty
I
smooth,
enjoy
but it's
Corona.
more it's the setting, where you're gonna drink Corona at. You want to drink
Yeah.
Corona just at a beach chilling out.
No, if you
When you
go,
got
I
Dos
just
Equis, man,
drink
that's a party
Corona
right
casually.
no, if you go to
I
a
just drink
Hispanic friend's
Corona
cookout,
casual.
it's just gonna be Corona. Like you have no choice.
When you say Dos Equis, though, you gotta say Dosake.
Dosaki.
Yeah,
Dos Equis.
It's like,
Yeah,
it sounds like I'm saying sake. Dosaki.
it basically means double X. Like to say, like in English, you would say XX. Dosaki.
Dos Equis.
Dos
If you're in
Those
Flatbush,
Eckies.
you gotta break out the stout or something like that. The
Equis.
stout or the
It's
Heineken
Dos
or the-
Equis.
Can't do the Guinness, man. But
Those-
Heine's all day though.
Yeah, I hate Guinness is so nasty.
Heine and
Guinness
Corona
is
are all I
disgusting.
really fuck with.
You will
Guinness
never
is
give me like Guinness. Guinness is
Elijah,
fucking
hold on. Did Elijah just say a stout beer is nasty?
No, I said Guinness is nasty. I said if you're going
Guinness
to
is
Flatbush
disgusting.
in Brooklyn, you gotta drink stout or something
Okay,
like
that-
that.
with that. I was about to say, oh, Jack.
I can't stand Guinness.
Yeah, man. I'm with you guys. I hate it when people are like, Guinness is so good. Like
Guinness is disgusting.
Guinness is terrible, and like
Guinness is absolute dog shit. I'm sorry.
and then they'll say shit like oh, it's a dark, like such a heavy dark beer. Like I'm so full, I had 3 Guinnesses or something. The shit. A little known fact: it has less calories in it than a Bud Light. It's actually a really light beer. It is not a dark beer.
That's what I'm saying too.
When they're talking about how dark a beer is, it has nothing to do with its color. It has to do with its like weight, like its density. And so a dense
like
beer is a dark beer. A light beer is a very not dense beer. So like that's why if you've ever had a black and tan where you mix Guinness with Harp and like it floats separately, it's because it's such a light beer.
Education.
While I got Lou and Bambi here.
So people who drink Guinness think they're drinking straight up molasses.
Yeah, it's
check it out.
Yeah.
You guys got to play tonight. They got a new season out, new guns. And
We've been playing already.
After I invited Lou and he was MIA.
My favorite.
I tried to invite you back, but I was downloading like all the maps and guns and shit like that. Like when you sent the invite.
No, your gaming shit. Take it to the gaming channel.
Your alcohol shit. Take it to the alcohol channel.
Sorry, that's the funniest thing Bambi's ever said. I'm sorry.
Bro.
I'm kidding. Wow. Don't ban me.
Why I oughta?
Real bad. Why I oughta? So that's a hard ass ban.
I do feel like Niggy, I do feel like my flat smacking is kind of smooth on Moscato though.
That's what I'm saying, bruh.
If I'm 70,
I forgot how good
80% there,
is.
If I'm 100, I'm probably just belligerent.
Once you grow up to a man, you'll be ready for the Hennessy style.
Look out, man. Nobody can handle him when he's on that Moscato. It's just like, he's just dodging and weaving bullets like the Matrix, right? Yeah. Just wait, man. Wait till we get
Red Redemption 2 is.
at least one mug down, one dad mug down. He's good.
Every time I buy a 6-pack of Lagunitas IPA, between 2, 3, maybe 4, I'm doing great. 5 and 6.
I'm just curious. Does your boyfriend have a dad bod?
You're like, that's helio. That's helio level right there, man.
Y'all ever tried Kahlua?
Hell no, man.
What's with all the girl drinks we're discussing?
Who said that?
It's made right. It won't be a girl drink.
That person needs an S-band.
Yeah, that was Dragon, right?
But you know what it is, Niggy?
The White Russians?
It's like White Russians, Black Russian.
Yeah, it's like White Russian is coffee versus Kahlua. White Russian and Black Russian.
Yeah.
Somebody hit the button for the trapdoor.
Hey, why does it not let me go into VC check-in?
You're not worthy.
No one's in VC check-in. What are you talking about?
No, I know. But why does it not let me go there? Like, it doesn't let me just join the VC.
Because you're not worthy.
Yeah, because you don't need to go back. No, once you're checked in, just shut the fuck up and join the live stream. But don't shut the fuck up. Actually,
You're
talk.
savage today.
Yeah.
Getting you cereal this morning.
Okay, how about this? This is what I mean.
Crit has had me rolling all day, I swear. Every time I turn this shit on, Crit.
You know what it is, though, right? He's talking to his new lady friend, so he's all jacked up right now.
Shit.
Yeah, niggas.
Spell the beans.
He's acting all hard and shit.
He's a bit spicy right now. It's like, yeah.
Spell the beans.
That's a spicy meatball.
Okay, check out Cave. If you want to go back to live stream voice text, you can go to interview room and talk to a moderator, and you can do a 1v1 to set your roles if you don't feel comfortable talking on the live stream.
I feel mad comfortable talking in this live stream.
Well, there you go. So talk to anybody here, and if you feel like you've answered the questions appropriately to fill a role, the roles will just come. don't worry about trying to and don't. So okay, how about this one? What are 3 reasons why you think the Earth is flat?
I don't have the reasons. That's why I was trying to figure out, like, the actual other side instead of having to listen to Flat Earth Society, which I don't want to listen to.
Well, when you read the rules when you got VC verified, you said that this is not the Flat Earth Society.
I didn't say that.
Okay, you're good then.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you perceive the Earth as flat and stationary, or something other than flat and stationary?
I've been considering the Flat Earth theory.
It's more of an observation.
Well,
it's not so
yeah.
much a theory.
Well, yeah. I've been considering it, and I've been trying to get some insight on it.
So, what insight have you? How long have you been here, and what insight have you gained?
I don't remember. When did I join the server? Is there any way you could check?
How about here? Check this out. Hey, Chocolate.
Oh.
Is Chocolate still here?
I've only joined here a select few times.
Okay, we have to wait for Chocolate to come back. Okay, so you've been here a few times. So, can you tell me one thing you've learned about Flat Earthers since you've been here?
Y'all have to deal with trolls a lot. That's basically it. I haven't really heard.
Yeah, come on, dude. That's every online community. Every online community has to deal with trolls.
Serious. I'm being serious.
Yeah, I'm being serious too. Tell me what online community doesn't have to deal with trolls.
I think I see what he's saying, because I think he's the same dude that said he was
like
just.
This.
Hold on. I think you're the same dude that said you're just waiting for someone to legitimately come in and debate so you can experience like how it actually looks.
Yeah.
Are you that guy? Yeah.
Yeah, I was him.
I get what he's saying.
Yeah, I see that too. That makes sense. You want someone to come in here. Hey, does he have access to Spartan, the arena text? He can see me and Professor Phil's debate versus on text.
He can get the Coliseum tag, and I think that'll let him there. But he can't type into the.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not. I don't want to type. I just want to see, like.
Yeah, you could see the debate that me and Professor Phil had.
All right, I'll give him Coliseum tag. That'll get him in the door, so he can go down there and check it out.
Is it specifically that you want to listen to the debate? It's not that you want to have the debate yourself, right?
Yeah, I just want to hear a debate.
Well, man, you don't even have a role.
Yeah, the problem too is that flat Earth or globe Earthers don't want to debate because they make a claim of settled science. Right. No debate. So they'll say the first time in the history of science, they have science that is settled and they don't want to debate it. And I'm like, dude, if you've got settled science, that's when you would welcome debate, because you're holding a royal flush and I'm holding a draw to Uno card.
All right, so do you want to maybe I should just give you the globe earth roll for now until you change your mind, or
I think it sounds good. Yeah, give him Coliseum seating globe earth.
You know, let me show you how weird this conversation is, right? So we say this is a rock. Okay, yeah, that's a rock. This is a tree. Okay, yeah, that's a tree. Okay, what about the shape of the earth? Oh, well, that's kind of debatable. I don't know whether it's a shape. It's a thing that's supposed to have been identified by someone. We're saying it's unidentifiable because you see what I'm saying? They're saying this is how we identify with it. These are the dimensions. We do long distance observations and we go, okay, based on the numbers you've given us, no, it's not. That's all this is about.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah.
That's why I kept pushing the guy to accept the numbers so that I could actually go into that. But they just kind of like to do this dance where it's like very vague. They don't actually want to get nailed down to a specific claim. It's a very weird thing.
Yeah, I understand.
Has anybody? Sorry, guys. Has anybody spoken to Dragon Testor?
Not that I know of, Jedi.
Yeah, I haven't.
Right. Okay, so Dragon Testor, I see that you got voice verified, my friend. I'm just checking that you are unmuted. Yeah, you are. Do you want to jump in and join the conversation, mate? What?
Oh, I'll just listen along. I mean, I still haven't gave my 3 reasons, but not complicated. Like Polaris, for example, wouldn't be able to see that nonstop throughout. Like, you wouldn't be able to see that on a globe if it's spinning. Okay, makes no sense. Put any ball on one side of the other ball, and no matter where you are, you wouldn't be able to see it. Now, since you are able to see it no matter where you are, it's obviously not what they're saying. Long distance observations are very easy. When I was living up in Cleveland, went to lakes all the time, being able to see way further than what I was supposed to. Going to Florida, sand dunes that were out in the water, stand on them, able to see cups on the beach, miles out from the beach line. Oro rigs on South Carolina coastline. And besides that, I mean, no measurable curve whatsoever. I mean, it's basic information, basically basic enough for anybody to go do. And I've only lived on the east side of the United States, and there's so many places to do things, to see that it is flat. Not 100%, obviously, because the hills and mountains, but over a broad range, it's obvious.
That sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
But gravity, though.
Buoyancy and density.
Yeah, this guy sounds good. I mean, you knocked out the park, dude. You're one of the. I mean, if I were to say you top 10, definitely top 10.
Yeah, we usually have to coax people to kind of get them to talk about the points, but you went through them on your own, so I gave you the tag. Welcome to the group, man.
Snacks are in the back.
Oh, appreciate it. Didn't really care whether or not. I mean,
okay.
I know what it is regardless. Oh yeah, gladly. It's up to you guys.
No, it's up to you. If you want the tag, you can have it. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it.
Oh yeah, go ahead and give it to me then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
All right, so no Glober there, Jedi. I have to wait for the next.
No, it's like, shut up, right? Oh, flat earther. Brilliant.
Doesn't give a
Smacks
shit.
on the back, checks on the right.
In the back.
Brilliant. That's
DJ's
lovely.
on the way.
Here's your t-shirt. Here's your mug. Go on up there.
Can you find your way to the class? No? Figure it out.
Yeah. No, great having you on the server, buddy. Nice to have met you. How long have you been a flat earther, can I ask? How long have you had this understanding?
Well, it started back when I was like 12 years old. Back in school. Started because I was doing a lot of stuff. I was thinking about becoming a theoretical physicist and whatnot, and it come across to me that the schools were teaching completely false. They teach one way, and then anything that disproves using their own methods is also false, unless they're stating that their original opinion. Like Big Bang Theory, for example, using the fact that nothing can be created or destroyed, only converted, is something would have had to happen. All right, so nothing can be created or destroyed, only transferred. That already disproves the Big Bang Theory, and it's still a theory.
Hey, Dragon, I just want to let you know that you would even get along with QE. You're probably one of the most solid flat earthers I've ever, like, new guys. I'm just talking about people who joined. Like, QE would probably tell you that this dude's rock solid. Just to throw it out there, can you have natural science without experimentation?
Of what?
I'm just saying, like, can you have science without experimentation? Like,
no.
There we go. Look at this guy is basically. I would almost feel like this guy's QE with a voice changer.
How many cups of coffee you had today, Crip?
6.
I thought so.
I think I need another one.
Yeah, me too.
Like puff pass.
That's awesome. Well, welcome to our server, buddy. Yeah. 2, please. I see the Adam Meekins jumped in. Hi, Adam. How are you? Bet you're not anywhere near your microphone, are you? It's running across the room now, I reckon.
Yeah, there's cricket.
I was just waiting for a momentary pause. I sat down next to it, but I thought I'll wait anyway. Evening, guys.
Good
evening, Adam. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on?
Not bad. Not bad. But see, I'm at the beginning of I was thinking early, you know, when those give 3 reasons. I was thinking, I'm glad I don't have to go through this. This is quite frightening. But yeah, guy sounds like he knows what he's on about. I like the last point. Maybe not as ecstatically as this, but
Didn't want to join in yesterday because the dude was killing himself. Yesterday, the dude talking about him staring into the sun with a telescope. Like,
oh, I remember that
I just
fucker.
left.
Yeah, you heard that?
Yeah, he was
Yeah, with my sunglasses on, staring into it with sunglasses.
No, he's like, how do you know the vacuum of space actually exists? Well, I stare at the sun through my telescope. You do what now? Does that even make any sense at all?
Yeah, but it explains a lot.
You can see vacuums, can't you? Yeah.
Yeah, when your retina's burned out.
Yeah.
Can't see shit at that point.
we were discussing the vacuum of space.
Well, it started with the curvature, and then it led to one thing after next, and him not stating anything about supporting his claim whatsoever. He just moved to the next thing.
What were you saying, Adam? Sorry, buddy.
I was just going to say, it's a question for all you guys. See if you could help us, because I don't know if it was at the end of the debates or in the after show on FED today. But we were on about where did the vacuum of space, when did it become this reality? Because obviously it's not until the 40s, 50s that we're sending stuff up to confirm or go, oh shit, it was all wrong, sort of thing. But we were chatting with QE because we were trying to go back in time to see where it was. I mean, in Principia, not Principia, Principia, we were. John's pointed out that it's there that Newton describes inherent force between through a vacuum. So even there, are they assuming that space is a vacuum? But we struggled to find out who or when it's actually fundamentally ascribed that the gaps between the stars are a vacuum, which is odd because you think that would be quite a kudos and credit to an individual.
Yeah, I've understood the Newton bit. I know that. So we're talking a good few hundred years ago. But it'd be nice if you ever find out when it was actually set in stone that that's what it was before they even went there, because it was obviously postulated a good few hundred years before they claimed to have gone.
Yeah,
interesting to find out.
Even with Einstein, if you think about all of Einstein's calculations postulate like traveling through a vacuum. Now, not until 40 years after that postulation that there's the rocketry to prove or deny it. So until then, there's no evidence that is a vacuum. So it's interesting that it's formulated like that.
Yeah, it's interesting they claimed vacuum before they could even get there. Right. See, Arwin's jumped in as well. Good evening, Arwin. How are you?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
You were in on Arwin, weren't you?
Huh?
Was
Sorry, you were saying?
We were just on about what was on about trying to backdate when space, the gaps between the stars became a vacuum of space.
Right. So did you find out more since the after?
I was just throwing it out to the room here to see if they could offer any help.
Well, philosophically, it had to be a vacuum so that you could go through space without slowing down or having friction. But it boggles the mind and goes against the senses to say that something, the Earth, is going through nothing.
Yeah, that's what Brian was saying. He was saying it was a consequence of them needing gravity to do its doing, right? Like, but still, that doesn't answer. Well, maybe. I want the bit of conversation that happened around the vacuum, like it happened around gravity and everything else. You know, like where that began.
Well, gravity is needed to pull matter from the void and separate globules of perfect spherical matter from other globules of perfect spherical matter in the void. But it's a little contradictory because we see a continuum of reality. We don't see one thing separated from another thing by a vacuum nothingness, really.
How do you have pockets of gas in a vacuum?
What vacuum?
You can't.
Right.
The vacuum of quote unquote space.
Yeah, don't they say that? Isn't that the rhetoric? There's pockets of gas localized in certain areas of the galaxy that form and create, gaseous planets and on and on.
All that.
Yeah, they claim this. Sure. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, makes so much sense. Too much sense.
Wouldn't gas disperse into any and all directions?
You'd think, but what would it disperse into? Even that's a philosophical problem because it's dispersing into nothing. The Big Bang and made space, which is nothing. So something Big Bang.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, I guess, what I'm saying is they talk about things going to the center of mass. What was there before the center of mass was there? To actually have the things. No, I'm talking about the formation of these planets, right? If you're having a planet with something that with a large mass and everything getting collected to the center of it, what was there before to get that thing started? Who jump started that thing to get everything collected to the center?
Yep.
That's just
that's where
anybody
created or destroyed, only transferred.
Anybody?
It's just how it happened to be distributed, and then according to the gravity schematics of the distribution of mass, it just started to collect.
Nope. Because that's Einstein uneven distribution, and that's already dealing with mass having formed.
Yeah.
So he doesn't even deal with the fact that it came together somehow.
Yeah, it was coalescing before that. How was it coalescing when there was nothing there?
They try to get past by saying it's not quite nothing, it's just less of something. But ultimately, after you take away all the something, there would still be nothing there. So how can you have a Big Bang, something create space, which is, by their philosophy, nothing? Even that's a philosophical nightmare.
And in chemistry, it's said that the molecules try to get together all the time.
Right.
They don't want to separate. They want to.
So
they want to get together.
So gas attracts gas.
Mass attracts mass. Aaron, you were saying?
I don't think the Big Bang created space. It just created the matter in space, like a big explosion. Then it cooled down, and then it started to gather in puddles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How does that happen in a vacuum?
Space is not created. It was always there.
In that case, space would be a primordial substrate before creation. Something that was there before creation, quote unquote, before stuff came into existence even.
Well, no.
But that's not the rhetoric, is it?
But it's supposedly always there. The space is just always there, and then the Big Bang filled it up. And maybe it was like a Big Bang engine. It just keeps on going.
Yeah, but what is it expanding into then if it was always there? What is it? That you have to deal with that as well.
Infinite volume. The idea.
Well, if it's expanding into something or an infinite void, then space couldn't have been here all along. If it's expanding into an infinite void. the infinite void would have been the first thing here, and then space would have expanded into it.
Right, but they don't attend to that. They don't.
Okay.
It's all about matter.
And when it's expanding, it has to create something
matters
also.
to a materialist. See?
Well, I think the Big Bang basically devolves into an eternal pantheism. I feel like they are kind of paying lip service to creation, but you're ultimately dealing with a cosmology that deals with eternity, a cyclical form of eternity, banging and crunching over and over again. It's basically devolving into an eternal pantheism at this point.
Well, yeah, it's the eternity engine. Matter recycling
So the
itself.
notion of creation, even in causation and cause and effect, where a cause creates an effect that was never around in the first place, is dissolving. Causation is meaningless if, everything just always ever was, and there was nothing before anything else, that, existed before another thing, if everything just eternally pantheistic existed.
That's
what's
a mind
even
job,
weirder,
right? I mean,
when you realize that if there's a big bang and a big crunch, so metals are supposedly made by exploding stars, right? So if that's like a one-way process, then how could that ever all crunch back together to start the entire process over again? Not really.
Good question.
No, it's a heliocentric detail question.
At that point,
it's philosophers think about. They just never get to it because they're so lost.
It's just a concept that they can't get around.
It's eternal pantheism versus original creation. It appears that those are the two philosophies on trial here.
I'm surprised nobody ever talks about how gases coalesce, that gases attract gas, and make these gaseous planets. Like, nobody ever talks about that, right? In an infinite volume where they don't equilibrate, they actually coalesce. When do we see that happening in nature?
Jedi says that a lot. I say that as much as possible because people always talk about, the Earth and expanding, and that just gives them room. Not really room, but within their misunderstanding, they'll just say, "Oh, well, what about the gradient?" Even though gradient of pressure would still need to be contained anyway. But the thing is, I just go straight to the sun. I'm like, that's a burning ball of gas.
Wouldn't gravity provide the evidence to them that if they're talking about how planets formed, that gas would attract gas, another gas would attract another gas, because that's how these things were formed, right? Stars are formed.
Wait a minute. You don't remember me pegging? Oh, that sounds gay. You don't remember me getting Jim Panda in that day he came? It was either Jim Panda or it was Scott, and they were in the arena. And I said, "Well, isn't gas mass? Then how come it leaves the floor?" And ultimately, he said, "Well, if you're gonna ask it that way, I don't know." I'm like,
and
yeah,
you
well,
pegging someone?
Whatever fucking way is there?
I stopped myself.
The word came out of your mouth. I didn't hear anything after that part.
Can I tap in real quick? Okay, so Jedi and chocolate. So basically, what I was looking at in voice text here or text chat. Yes, I did call Enigma an atheist, but I later did apologize to him. Jedi, I did apologize. I'll share with you our text chat. I did apologize.
Who's Enigma?
Enigma. I did apologize to Enigma.
No, I don't care what you call people. I just know that you called someone an atheist.
Yes, I did apologize. I went to Enigma and we reached an understanding.
You did what?
I called Enigma an atheist, and later on I recanted.
Oh my god!
Okay.
I know it's huge, isn't it? It's so
No.
it's such a big deal.
We need to get the council together because this is.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it crazy? I called Enigma an atheist. Wow, sue me.
Is he okay?
He's okay because we talked about it.
Does he require medical assistance?
Yeah, he required medical assistance, and later on we talked about it, and we're good. I've actually talked to Enigma since.
There's nothing that hot chocolate and a foot rub couldn't fix.
No, it definitely was fixed. It definitely it was okay.
I'm glad. Tell him I'm glad to hear it that he's okay, and he'll pull
I
through.
think that's what I'm saying. I think it's quite shitty.
Up in a ham sandwich, he'll be just fine.
You know, there's a special telephone number, right? For post accident.
When two men have a disagreement and then talk about it and reach an understanding, that's actually the way society should work. You know, this sort of banning of people you disagree with and then claiming victim status, that is not how society should work. Which is why I have a problem with atheists. Because atheists always hit the ban button as soon as they find somebody they disagree with. They want to have some sort of echo chamber.
Cancel. Cancel
culture.
Atheism exclusively.
I want you to disagree with me and tell me why you disagree.
Yeah.
Because I may learn something.
Yeah, even more so.
One opportunity to actually potentially learn something. If we disagree and you can teach me something, why would I not? Why would anyone shy away from that? That's how we learn.
But why?
Well, SJW culture
everything's already discovered, according to atheism.
Well, SJW culture is
in this. Some people aren't in this to learn. Some people just want to teach. Sometimes they want to teach shit they don't know anything about.
Well, each of us can teach each other a little something. I think with this gravity, cosmology, religion, whatever, especially they're trying to teach people materialism. Basically, that matter can form itself without divine intervention from outside of the materialistic system, because what does gravity reduce down to? Gravity is accumulating mass, which generates gravity, which accumulates mass, which generates gravity. It's a circle. And it's a tautological circle for materialism, because matter needs to form itself without outside agency or intervention at that point.
Yeah, you forgot to add one word to that, Metal Lark. It's jerk at the end of circle. Jerk.
Yeah, and one thing too, Lemon, with my talks with me more, is that even more so that atheists are almost like orcs from Warhammer 40k. They can just think something and it becomes real. So when you're dealing with somebody who says, I think the Earth is a globe, and you try to present them with logic, reason, and science, it's not it's basically proof of glob. You try to give them proof that it's not glob, and they just ban you. That's a problem. Even more so if it's on a so-called flat Earth server. So if I'm sitting here asking like Chocolate or Arwen or Righteous Fury, can you unban me because I had a disagreement with Enigma because Fugex thought I had said something?
Are you still banned from Mad long ago?
Yes, I'm still banned.
Bro, I got you, bro.
Guys. If you could turn on my screen share, I can show you the ban list. He's not on the ban list.
Server. You got to drop down to another channel.
Right. Well, if you guys want to see the ban list, I can show you the ban list.
Yeah, drop down.
Earth Glob.
Long story short, you're not banned, Crit. I guess someone has to just invite you back to the server or something. I don't know. So,
I think problem fixed. I think is going on is that there might be multiple layers of moderation that Cyrex has put in place. And even though Righteous Force has a Righteous Force tag, his moderation level doesn't see all the levels of ban. Like, she has banned people that even he can't see. Because if I click on his link, I get basically, it says invite no longer valid. So I'm trying to figure out
it to him. Hold on, Righteous, can you send him a link and then
did you see my screenshot? You saw my screenshot, right?
Yeah, I'm asking him to do it now. Maybe you got an expired link.
Well, he posted one just earlier today.
All right, guys, I hate to interrupt, but we got some new people we're going to get to.
Yeah, this is kind of like off topic. It needs to be brought to another channel at this point. Yeah, I don't want to bog down the live stream with like crit drama.
What?
So, like, can we?
All right, great. So, I would like to start this conversation with anyone new in here by saying that earlier's live show is actually pretty good, or the after show. Adam, I don't know if you're still there, but we eventually came to an understanding after you left about the attitude of the plane being antipodal, and I really want to start using that argument.
That's simple.
Arwen, wait a minute. Arwen, why did you? What does the vacuum have to do with the plane conversation we were having earlier?
I just came in when Adam was talking, so.
Remember, but we were having two conversations. One about the when the vacuum was established, which I do want to get back to, and two, the attitude of the plane changing as it goes around the ball that's descending away from you.
Attitude or altitude?
The attitude.
How did that conversation end up then, Elijah?
Are you using circumdicular geometry or Euclidean?
Like the attitude, like the degree change.
So, did people end up agreeing with me and Nathan, or?
Well, kinda, cause it's not. It doesn't. Cause, damn it, what was it? Basically, it's a different argument, but they can both work together.
No, they're wrong. We've had it with them before. It's one of the good things. Me and QE have a good ding dong once a year.
Well, it's imaginometry. It's imagine geometry on what the sphere would behave like if it were real. It's imaginometry.
It's just circumdicular geometry. It's very simple. You just include R with whatever you do.
Basically, he was saying something to the effect of if you're allowed to beg the question, you're fucked anyway. Basically.
Yeah, well, I agree with that.
Well, it's matter creating itself. And what is, matter? We're matter. We're thinking matter. So eventually we become even more than just unthinking, inert matter in the universe, and we become the new gods. It's basically, it basically reduces to humanism, basically.
Nah, we're just complicated rocks.
Man as God. Man as material, complicated thinking God.
I'm granite. What are you, chocolate? Are you limestone? How complicated are you?
Yeah, I like a bit of limestone. Why not?
Yeah. Well, the biggest suggestion is that we can basically do whatever we like. And are only
like a limestone
tempered by our genetic heritage based on our evolution.
I see what you did there, Metal Lark.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Pretty much, Arwen. That's basically it. Limestone cowboy,
Right, so they actually see genetic heritage as obstacles to be overcome in the face of pure freedom, which is freedom without guidance.
Freedom from God.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because Critter's posted something in the live stream and circled the thing that he's obviously showing. Thanks for the circle, mate. We wasn't obvious on what you were talking about. Thanks. I'm just going to pick on you today, buddy.
I swear.
Sorry.
Also, check out the live stream. I'm gonna post the difference between altitude and no crit.
Okay,
altitude
roger that.
And attitude.
Make it Elijah do it.
Because this is important. It really is. I mean, can you do your little diagram thing or post the pictures, Adam?
What if
what are you talking about? Can you circle it?
And put an arrow pointing to it.
I got a philosophical question. What if somebody was actually a theist and an atheist in a quantum flux state?
They're a numpty.
They're a hamster.
Yeah, totally.
Epic proportions.
They're a hamster at next level hamster.
Oh, yeah.
I would almost call them a righteous force.
It's like a Super Saiyan hamster right there.
They would be classified as a righteous force.
How far
Are you
would
a
we extend
Gemini?
that?
You're almost as petty as me.
I know. I'm getting there. Hey, don't worry about it. I've been talking with Vlad like all day too in text chat. So I've been.
Well, that explains everything.
I know.
Yeah. You know, step away from the Vlad.
Well, it just as reality implies a certain amount of extension. Reality stays reality. The truth stays the truth and doesn't just, fluctuate in and out of existence. I mean, if you could, fluctuate in and out of, theism like that, could you fluctuate in and out of time? Could it be now? Could it be the past? Could it be the future? I mean, how many things are fluctuating and why?
I think Lemon is stuck in a pocket of space time where we were talking about that.
That conversation right there is hamster heaven.
I just know that our experience of time tends to fluctuate, not time itself, because it's a concept.
Well, something needs to be permanent for there to be reality or truth in the first place. So that's why people tend to say truth is eternal. It doesn't fluctuate quantumly or whatever. That's why I couldn't get the whole simulation theory thing, because as far as I can tell, you can't simulate consciousness. Either consciousness is real or it isn't. And the simulation tends to come with the connotation of being fake. It just seems like an attempt to kind of replace the spirit world with a computer.
No doubt.
Okay. In short, attitude is orientation.
Well, there are a couple
from level. Lemon, are you hearing a different conversation? Like what is going on?
No, I hear Lemon. Lemon wants to say like, "Hey, check this out," and he wants to throw like in a monkey wrench to be like, "We can talk about this conversation at a different level than just like the current level. Let's like level up to the quantum realm."
Due to the quantum fluctuation, we can talk about the conversation at this time at another time.
Realm.
Yeah, the quantum realm.
Quantum is just an effect.
Deep.
See, I told you. I hear you, Lemon.
Specific effect.
Lemon.
It's like telling somebody directions, right? Giving them directions to a place, and you're like, "Well, it's far from here, but close to there." Right?
Actually, I got a funny story for this.
No, that's just a useless response. There was no quantum fluctuation going in that.
But how do you know that?
You don't. That's part of the quantum flux state. Quantum flux state means it can be both until you basically approach it or choose or open up the communication. That's what that is.
I thought Schrodinger's cat.
Basically what I said is just, what if you're atheist and theist at the same time? Simultaneously parallel, like a parallel construction, and you basically, you decide.
Yeah, you're like an orc from World of Warcraft or from Warhammer.
He's the anomaly.
Yeah, you can just manifest things from the immaterium just because you believe so. It doesn't make any sense, okay?
Well, that's no. Oh, doesn't it make any sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense at all.
So extremely elaborate.
Okay, because it's a
immaterium.
What the fuck's that?
Where are we?
Yeah, it's a binary
immaterium, baby. Is that next to the other
2 tickets, please?
For real though.
It's a binary choice. Either Earth was created or it wasn't created. If it wasn't created, why is it here?
Well,
explain,
what if God created everything to be formed completely without his influence? Yeah,
but
I'm not the first one to bring up these types of questions. Stan from South Park also did it.
Yeah, Arwen, it's good because it allows people to try to think outside the box, but at some point you're going to have to come back to reality. That it is a creation.
Well, why would you have to leave reality?
Because it doesn't mean anything. If you tell me that,
it doesn't mean anything to you, okay. All right.
Okay,
so
sure.
You haven't actually considered the premise.
No, I haven't.
All right,
because
there you go. Then you basically haven't inquired. Then you have no,
Can someone tap in for me?
The premise?
Has anyone else
considered the premise?
And
not consider the premise?
3 words. Soviet Union.
Can we consider the premise and not consider the premise while we're talking about theism and not theism? How many absurdities can we act intelligibly upon while we're at it?
Well, I tried to elaborate even on what I attempt to convey with the concept of both, right? Basically, it is God. God is there. Creation is there. It's just created in a way that creation would be, I guess, hidden, except for the ontological primitive.
It's still created, though.
God would create things to naturally unfold and basically hide even creation within it.
This is the framework that deists tried to work with when they tried to walk away from God back in like the 16th and 17th century. They just wanted to push him as far away as possible to allow man to kind of step in there. But ultimately, God created it even in that framework that you're talking about, didn't he?
Yes, I know.
So I guess what we're talking about are actionable frameworks because we can only think about things in so many ways to have intelligibility and meaning.
I'm not denying there is an ontological primitive. I'm just filling in a framework more based on the premise as we experience the world and the other side, which appeals.
It's just
there
so
seems
much
to
of
be
our
some
knowledge.
framework for it.
Well, so much of our knowledge and even our philosophy is built on being created. The fact that we're created by, say, God, grounds a lot of our knowledge and makes us have to appeal to this creator for, the limits of our knowledge. So a lot of knowledge is ontologically based in creation.
Right. But then again, creation is the only thing that we really know because we create. So that's how we figure things out.
But at that point, being theist and atheist becomes absurd because you have the theist framework, which grounds knowledge in ontological being created, and an atheist framework that kind of denies that and basically denies meaning and knowable, workable frameworks of knowledge. So it threatens to become very absurd unless you can define
it depends on how you arrange both within the entirety of the framework. See, if you're going to go into atheist higher philosophy, that's complete waste of time. It always was just a complete waste of time. Everything that's happening there is specifically to make you run into a dead end, right? So I'm not suggesting that. I prefer the higher regions of an insight to leave that to theism. It's much more productive. But then again, when you approach the materialistic, then suddenly atheism does kind of keep certain windows open for exploration.
But it asks material to kind of make itself. That's, like a hamster wheel circle, because how does the material know when it made itself?
Yeah, but now you're going straight back to the highest top of ontological primitives. And I've already declared, why don't you leave that to theism? Because it's completely pointless to do that as an atheist. But it doesn't mean that there should be no atheist considerations whatsoever when it comes to material, for example.
It depends on how much intelligibility it can give. The superior system appears to be theistic and ontologically grounded in being created, as far as I can tell. Atheism, as far as I can tell, is unintelligible.
I know. I already conceded that. Is that the only thing you're going to say?
I think somebody else had a question or something.
I don't think anybody wants to jump in this swimming pool, man.
Shit,
you guys
I will.
Are swimming all by yourselves.
No, I'm just kidding.
We want to crush some ballers, man. That's what we want to do.
They're already crushed.
Not all of them.
Yeah, but they are.
They just don't know it yet, so we have to remind them that they are. So we're looking for those people.
I felt like we're gonna head back down the road that you were just on right now, so I want to get out the car.
Okay.
So go and check him. I'm gonna go checking him. I'll drag him down in a second.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Oh, we got
guys. Elijah, can you check Skype, mate? I've sent you the PowerPoints, but you need to accept my Skype invitation, and then you can have all of that level flight accelerometer stuff, mate.
Thank you, brother.
No worries, pal. Anytime.
All right.
Got plenty like that that'll bore the crap out of you if you wish, but.
All right, we got Hookie that just joined us. Hookie, welcome to the chat. Are you there, Hookie?
Hello. Yeah, just wanted to listen. Yeah, all good.
Hey, I seen you in here the other day, right? You joined what, a day ago, 2 days ago?
I think more than that, but not too much. Like a couple days ago. Yeah.
So how's it been going, man, since you joined? What do you think about the conversation we've been having here?
It was pretty cool. I was looking forward to reading some of the materials I found, some PDFs, but I didn't yet, so not much to report. I will soon.
Okay, so you're still on the side of the shape of the Earth being a globe, I take it?
Yeah, but I mean, probably I'm not as, many people in the side of the globe are like, kind of looking at flat Earth theory as a bad thing, and it's not my case, so I'm more than anything curious about, information.
My ears kind of perked up when you said flat Earth theory. Are you referring to this as a theory? Is that right?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not sure how to refer it to, but
it's just a flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some people have the state that the Earth is a globe, then others state that the Earth is flat, and of course, both sides claim to have the facts and whatnot. And it's not my intention to disprove either, right? It's more my intention to learn more about both. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but see, that kind of thinking right there will only lead you to the conclusion that there is no truth, that both sides are correct, and they're not. One is a belief system, and the other is not.
Right.
I feel like that song is coming on. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. You know what I mean?
Yes, but a priori, how can I tell? I should look at the information in both sides. No,
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you came from the paradigm of the globe, so weren't you already exposed to the knowledge that the Earth is a globe? In some way, weren't you taught that?
Right. So all the more reason to investigate more about the flat Earth aspect, right?
I could agree that you investigate flat Earth. Yeah, I do agree with that. But do you know anything about the globe? Because if you don't, let's say you think that both sides have an argument, they have a case. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Oh no, I don't claim that. Yeah, no. I'm not really informed. Yeah, I'm not really informed about the flat Earth, and I'm not really informed about the globe either. So I don't claim to know anything about the shape of the Earth. Actually, of course, I grant you, I've grown in a context of people talking about the globe, so I, operate as if that was true and whatnot. But yeah, I don't claim to know anything about the shape of the Earth. Yeah.
So have you heard arguments? Have you heard arguments from either side that you have questions about?
I've heard some, but unfortunately I haven't looked in detail in those. That's why I meant to at some point read the PDF I found here. I want to look into it in more detail because I only heard superficially arguments, and then people who talk about the globe offering counter arguments, and then discussions. I've heard a little bit of that, but not in detail. So.
Right. Do you think the globe Earth has any evidence, Hookie? The globe Earth.
I don't know. I would imagine they claim to, at least. I would imagine they claim to have evidence, but I haven't even researched it yet. So I cannot tell.
On the globe side, you haven't came across any evidence, as far as you can tell, that would sell you to the globe being an actual, with evidence, You wouldn't say that I can stand firm on the knowledge that the Earth is a globe because I know this particular information. I mean, you can't say anything like that for the globe, right? It doesn't matter what it is. Is that right?
I suppose I can, but it's not really based on solid science. I guess it's more in the sense that I've seen stuff but I'm not sure if I can trust it. Like I've seen pictures and videos of the globe and whatnot, but that contains the presupposition of if you trust those images, then sure, that's evidence, right? But if you don't trust that, then you need a little bit more, right? So that's why I kind of say, I don't claim to know anything about the shape because I have seen evidence that I know it has been disputed. You know what I mean? I've seen pictures and whatnot, but I'm aware that some people claim that's fake. Okay. So I'm skeptical about that.
Right. Stuff. So here's the thing: if you have the option between globe or flat, right? And I'll give you an example. Two people are standing on the beach. One guy says that he looks out into the horizon and he sees a flat, a flat plane. Another guy standing next to him says, "I see a globe." Now, which one would you think would be right at that point, just by observing the Earth?
Yeah, it looks flat for sure.
Right, but I'm talking about in the scenario because we do hear the claim that people see the Earth as a globe, right? They would say, "I see a ship going over the horizon," which would lend credence to me that I think that it's a globe, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Those types of claim, I think I don't know enough. Like someone can point out some optical effects. Okay.
So about that. Yeah, what I'm posing to you right now is the question that both people that are side by side are asking, because they're saying, "I see the Earth being flat. What do you see?" And then the other one says, "I see the Earth being a globe." And so they're both have these questions because they see something in the distance. But what would settle the argument between both of them? What would need to be done to settle that argument? To say once and for all, what is it, either flat or globe? What would they need to do?
Oh, I think they need to do a bunch of stuff. So science and epistemic humility are two things, right? Like they should first of all try to understand what the hell the other person is seeing and how they are interpreting it, right? How they came to that conclusion. And I don't think it's easy to settle, right, between those two people.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no easy way to settle that dispute. Is that correct?
I would say so.
Okay, what if there was? What if there was an easy way to settle the dispute?
What would that look like?
What if I told you could measure from point A to point B over a distance? Let's say a long distance observation. And you had, let's say, the Earth curve calculator, which would detect any curvature between point A and point B over the distance of a curved surface.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you'd had that information, right, the radius, the circumference of the Earth, and you knew the observer's height, and you could tell from the distance where the observer was to the thing in the distance, let's say the observer was point A, and the thing they were seeing in the distance is point B, then you would be able to give a measurement from that distance to see if there was any curvature drop rate at the distance.
I kind of follow, but I'm not sure I understand every detail. Like, how do you know the height of the observers, though?
Let's say how tall are you? Okay. How tall are you? Okay.
1 meter 75 centimeters.
All right. So you're standing at the beach, and you're taking your observer height where your eyeballs are, right? Or where you use an optic, binoculars or whatever. And you're looking at something in the distance. So you calculate from the observer height. You punch in all the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, right?
Maybe I wasn't clear. What I was wondering, and this stems from my ignorance, right? I don't know the details again of this experiment, but what I'm saying is, how do I know my absolute height? In the reference to what? Like if I'm standing in a stair,
sea level.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That answers it. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, sea level. So you'd be standing at the shore of the beach, which would be sea level. Right at the water's edge. So, all right. So you're doing a long distance measurement, and you're seeing something in the distance. That's point B, right? The thing that you see in the distance, and then you're going to make a measurement between you, because it's a known distance between you and that thing you see in the distance, right? So it's a known measurement.
How do I know? Like, let's suppose they.
Oh, I'll give you an example. Okay, you know, there's a landmark or something that can be measured by distance. Let's say, you know, a lighthouse. I'll give you an example here. A peninsula or something that's in the distance that you could actually say, okay, I know the distance from that place to where I'm at. It's a known distance, right? I know the distance. Okay. So you're using the distance, the known distance between you and that, and then you take a longer, you know, like a bigger distance, and then you say, okay, from point A where I'm standing, the observer, to my eye height to where that thing is in the distance, then I'm going to punch in to the Earth curve calculator, the radius of the Earth. Then I'm going to figure out how much curvature from where I'm standing in eye height, or I don't know, whatever height you want to use, like put a camera a little bit lower or whatever.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
And then you're going to calculate how much curvature there should be between point A and point B over the distance. Now, the Earth curve calculator is once you punch in all that information, is going to give you a specific number of how much curvature there should be, obstructing your view between you and that thing you see in the distance. Now, I'm not saying the specific distance, but you get the understanding of what we're doing here, right? So
yeah, I follow. Yes.
So if this method is done, then you'd be able to realize if there is any curvature between you and that thing that you see in the distance. You follow?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are some.
Well, the variables that we're using right now would be just the observer's height and the known distance. So you're going to actually have to get something a bit more static that you know for sure, right? Get to the get to sea level somewhere, you know, the water's edge, and then you're going to get something that you know to the known distance of, you know, preferably quite a bit of distance, so you can get a better understanding of how much curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. And so you're going to figure out that information, punch it in the Earth curve calculator, and then find out how much curvature there should be between you and that thing. And you're going to find out that information that you put in there is going to kick out a number that's probably not going to give you something that you could see in reality. So you're not going to see the curvature that should be there according to the Earth curve calculator, because you probably see either more of what you're seeing in the distance. And that's usually the case, right? So this is why I'm telling
which would mean there's less curve than the calculator is supposed to, right?
Okay, so that would mean that the curve that supposedly is supposed to be there is not there.
Okay.
So it's not saying that there's a little bit of curve or anything, because the numbers that we're punching in are established. They're not something that could be moved back and forth, or we could change these values. These values are already established to be at what the Earth is known size is supposed to be. So they're not something we could change or say the Earth could be bigger or something like that. It's already established information. So we're going based upon that information. So doing this test, right, this measurement that we're doing, we're going to figure out if there is any curvature. Now, we have done this many times. Long distance observations are always done. Anytime anybody can do this, right, and figure this out for themselves. And we find out that there is no curvature in between you and the thing you see in the distance. So that is why we say there is no curve, because the measurement proves it to be that there isn't any curve. Because if there was, exactly where the established information of the globe says it should be, it's not there.
Interesting.
Okay. That's why I was telling. That's why I was telling you, if there is a way to say, okay, one guy says he sees globe, one guy says he sees flat. Let's settle the argument. Let's do a measurement and figure out who's correct. Because at that point, we're gonna figure this out. And then once you get that kicked back to you, then you can say, okay, now I measured this known distance. I got the observer height, and I didn't see any curvature that should be there where it's predicted to be. So now I can say assuredly the Earth is not a globe.
That's interesting. I need to research more about this. I looked up a calculator, but I should probably look up, examples and pictures from different places.
I'll give you one example, and the long distance observation that has been famous for this debunking the globe is called the Black Swan.
Okay.
Have you heard about it?
Oh, is it like a oil extraction platform or something?